Join us for a new education and discussion series on Zoom to learn and debate issues around Marx and Marxism. What did Marx mean by socialism? Is it
Sorry. Good questions. Inappropriate. Okay. Welcome, comrades, to our fringe meeting organized by the Socialist Unity Platform in your party. This is also live streamed, and we'll have for the first session a Zoom speaker as well. This is all a bit different and a bit last-minute organization because of how everything's been going in your party. So Ignacio, who was going to speak here, Ignacio, the comrade from Cambridge, he suggested this first session for our fringe to look at the many, many problems, one of the many, many problems that there have been in the run-up to this conference. He was looking at the crowd editing tool specifically. He knows about this stuff, and he noticed that there are severe democratic problems with how the whole setup was run up, how I don't know about this stuff at all. I recommend his article. I think Comrade Patcon is going to look at this a bit more in detail as well. But he's actually now in conference because he is trying to get through some of the amendments that were either ruled out or that are still sitting as drafts in the various computer files somewhere. So over 500 amendments have been put through to launch a conference. Just about 100 were actually dealt with. Most of them were disqualified for technical reasons, and others, didn't. As I said, most of them didn't even make it to the stage where we could endorse them, so they could maybe be heard at conference or not. So this was just one aspect we're going to look at in this first session. We know this is not the only problem, unfortunately, with how your party is now being set up. This will come up in this fringe. It's really important that we have a space to discuss this. We heard last night the first expulsions have happened. Socialist Workers' Party members have been expelled, including people who've not even joined your party. Alex Kalinikas was told he's expelled. Outrageous, obviously it doesn't need saying. If anybody's under the illusion that it will stop with the Socialist Workers' Party, it will not. I'm quite sure they have a list already of organizations, people they will get rid of, and unfortunately the kind of stuff we're discussing now at conference, the options people are given are such a shambles. You can basically, on the dual membership, you can choose, we are allowed to vote, do we want to ban the left or do we really want to ban the left? There is no other option to say, we actually want a party of the whole left. We want all the left coming in, every shade, we need to learn how to discuss things properly. We need to learn how to express differences, etc. Okay. Oh, sorry. We need to be able to discuss properly things and understand that differences aren't an issue. What we're seeing at your party conference, however, is exactly the opposite. There's going to be a small group of people now in charge. Absolutely ludicrous to suggest that 5 sortition members of the party are now going to be chosen to lead the party for the next 4 months. Somebody who doesn't even, hasn't run anything probably, is supposed to run an organization of 50,000 people. It's sortition. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous. We've put an amendment forward on that. That's still sitting on draft. Can't even be heard because somebody said that's not up for discussion. So it's been an absolute masterclass in manipulation, cheating, I'm afraid to say, and lying. This has been a terrible way to start a political party. We're all going to stay in it. We need a party of the left. We absolutely desperately need it. But the way this has been started is absolutely terrible. I would call on everybody to ignore the ban on the left in your branches. Make sure SWPs are allowed to come in. Make sure they get a vote. Make sure you accept them as proper members, because they should be. We want people in. And we also want to be able to openly say, okay, I'm a member of so-and-so, so what? So we're all in a big organization together. Much better to know why people are arguing for particular points, and rather than forcing them to hide under this or that hat, because they will still come in. It doesn't even work on that level. It's a PR trick designed to show how responsible now this party will be, and we're not going to have anything to do with the hard left. They will be there. We will be there. You know, we will be in your party, even if you're trying to kick us out. And so the fight isn't lost. You know, I think we will have lost. We have lost something quite dramatically this week. We saw one attempt, at least, to try and change the standing orders. Good for Ellie for trying. You know, this is a loss. I think we have to be honest. There will be rules going through today which are really, really bad, and they're really making the space for political democracy and for political debate really, really small, just like we've seen in the Labour Party, of course. Very similar structures, possibly even worse. But we will not give up the fight. Socialist Unity Platform will hopefully continue to argue for democracy, for socialism in the Your Party. And it's actually, you know, on a small scale, but it is a really positive development that groups are talking to each other now within the Socialist Unity Platform, who've not talked to each other for decades sometimes, you know. And we've had phone calls between people, you know, Lindsay, John, you know, Lewis, you know, all of a sudden we're all talking to each other, which is brilliant actually, because we've not talked for 20 years. Socialist Alliance was the last time. I think that maybe respects some of us anyway. But this is a, you know, within the misery, there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and we have to keep pushing. You know, so we have lost the fight, but we've not lost the battle. You know, the battle goes on, and where we can push in Your Party for democracy and socialism, we will. So we will carry on. This is part very much of carrying on the fight and not giving up. So I hope we can have a good day today. 7 o'clock we have our main fringe event with Sarah Sultana and representatives of various groups. I should say we have changed the timetable a little bit. Unfortunately, we had to, because Mish Rahman of Democratic Bloc has withdrawn from our second session because he didn't like a tweet by Max Shanley, who's also one of the people involved in this. Now, this is, I'd say, in terms of trying to build a democratic space with different people having different views, not a good way to start it. So, Max might have said what Max said. He wasn't even supposed to debate Max. He was supposed to argue with Charlie, who's also a member of the Democratic Socialists. So he's not coming, so we've decided to change the structure a little bit. So the first session is going to be a bit longer now, maybe an hour and 15, hour and 30 minutes, where we're going to talk about online democracy, but also, how do we elect our leaders? Should it be online? Should it be in the branches? What's the different options, and what should we fight for? Because there are differences between the Democratic Bloc and the rest of us, I'd say. So we've changed a little bit, and we're now starting this session first with Patrick Patcon, who's looking at the problems sort of with or how digital democracy could work. I think you're a fan of digital democracy. So we're handing over to you now, Patrick.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, all. Would I, just while I'm doing my introduction, would someone be able to work on getting screen share to me? I think I can do without it for a sec, but yeah, so I guess my name's PatCon. I am in Toronto. I lived for a bit in the UK, but I guess how I introduce myself lately is a little bit informed by the tool I'm in. I'd like to introduce myself by who I am in relation to those I'm here with. So this is a little bit better with the visual I have here, but I feel like there's identities that I'm in the center of and maybe possibly can't see out of very well. And then there's like parts of my identity where I feel kind of between groups in a way where perhaps I have a different sort of perspective. So the identities I'm in the center of, I'm white, I'm Irish descent, a male, technologist, Canadian and Westerner, a failed biochemist, sighted, able-bodied, and the identities that I feel between, like I maybe have a perspective come from a high ground looking into them, are I'm both a community organizer and a technologist with shown off an overlap. I've worked in government, and I also am from open source culture and software. I've never quite fully identified as a youth with kind of hyper masculine spaces, never felt right to me. So I've kind of often got along better in feminine cultures and relational cultures. I have biological background, biochemistry, so I'm in between technology and biology. And then Canadian nationalism is kind of wrapped up in this weird accepting everyone sort of identity. Is actually about diluting our identity in strange ways. So those are the things I'm between. So like I said, I'm a community organizer. And do I have screen share now? Am I good for?
Yes.
Okay, maybe I'll just do that now. It's the best way to do this. I think, let's see, share. And if I go full screen, are you guys seeing full slides?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm a community organizer first, even though I'm a technologist. We've co-founded this group in Toronto where we run civic hack nights, civic spirited kind of project nights, where we get together, have some food, 50 to 70 people every week. And we have a speaker, a quick speaker, and then we break out into groups and work on community spirited projects, which are sometimes about like tech and design, but sometimes just as often they're about starting podcasts or other things. But we've been doing it for 10 years. We've literally like never missed a week ever. Like, and we're quite proud of that. Like we say our bus factor is like, like you have to murder 20 people to make our night stop because we have very distributed leadership. And yeah, we're not just a lecture series. We get together and we actually work on things. Yeah, and I also am kind of a researcher in the processes going on in Taiwan, and that's a little bit what I bring here today. Taiwan had this movement called the Sunflower Movement, where they basically took over parliament, and like unlike Occupy Wall Street, when they took it over, they just kind of they made good use of it, and they actually ran the processes that they thought were lacking. They actually created some rad processes for citizen-led consultation that then the government, when it eventually retook the parliament, invited the citizen group to kind of help craft law, shape law and legislation with them, and they architected a process for that, which I can share from. Yeah, and I guess that maybe that's enough about me. I could go into the tool, but maybe that's for later. Yes, me?
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess the part of this that I will try to I'm speaking for Ignacio right now, who is the other panelist who is not able to be here. But I was more pretending I was actually a little bit going to be a foil to him, so I didn't come totally prepared with his angle, but I think it's very worthy. The critique, which I don't have slides for, is that the process of YP has been kind of like the transparency is kind of missing in the process, and there's a lot of like the algorithmic underpinnings, like how choices were made, have not been super clear, and maybe I will just pull up my notes of. And yeah, like there's kind of angles about the 90% agreement. Like, what does that mean? Is it at the like level of the sentence? Is it at the level of paragraphs? Is it at the level of whole like documents? And like whether there is alignment, whether it seems like 90% of people agree, it depends on how you slice up the sentences and the words. And there's a lot of slicing and dicing of words in this like process. I think the other part that feels important is that the process that YP is engaged in is very much like I think it's perhaps possible that there's like large language models involved in like reading the words and making sense of them at scale. There were some comments from the folks leading the process that like they hadn't seen the amendments yet, and I think that made Ignacio just like particularly just wary that like maybe there's like large scale processes that like no human is going to see the intermediaries, and they'll just get something out of the end. And in that case, he was advocating that like there be more transparency around this process, including like releasing data sets of like all the different the inputs that we can't see right now, that they're going to a kind of privileged select few. Yeah, I think he's very much in the camp that if we don't have transparency early, we start off on the wrong foot, and then we can't build better process on top of that. I have a bit of a foil to that, but I don't know if I want to start. Sure, I don't want to confuse the matter by sharing my perspective while I'm sharing his. Yeah, I think what I could say and what I kind of came most prepared to share was that would it make sense, Yasemin, to share about the tool Polis?
Yeah, sure. And yeah, you explain that, then I'll talk more generally. I think the microphone's on there. So yes, Mark.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the distinction that I draw between the tools I am very interested in and the ones that some other folks are is that it's kind of where the technology is being focused. So there's a lot of people, there's a lot of focus right now, and a lot of skepticism, but also a lot of excitement around attempts to help to get machine learning to help us talk to each other. And sometimes this is called AI assisted deliberation. And it's essentially like giving AI our words and asking it to make sense of the words at like volumes that, sometimes politics experiences that volume of words and feedback. But it's like essentially sticking the computers on the words themselves. And whereas in the tools I work on are actually about sending the computer and giving computer information about how we are reacting to words, like how we are reacting to sentences, like essentially like letting us, because we're all having lots of reactions as we read things. Even as you're watching, you're probably feeling like, I I don't know what this person's talking about. I do vibe with what this person's saying. I disagree. I agree. This is like your affinity, your valence, your movement towards or away from the words themselves, and that's based on your unique experience and like your values. You have a reaction to the things in front of you, but it's really hard to make sense of the ways that happens at scale, to use that word. I'm not a fan of scale thinking because I think small local is important, but at scale, when we have to do it, you could sick the computers on the language itself, or you could just you could help them understand our attraction and repulsion from the words, like whether we agree or disagree on each little statement or each little bit. And it can, maybe I can like throw a slide here. Essentially, like the tools I'm interested in, we are uniquely human, and we have reactions to language and content and words and things, and we can agree or disagree. And the way that those patterns, the ways that we agree and disagree, are almost like they're very unique to us. Like they're full of contradictions. Like our humanity often lies in the ways that we agree with something and then we agree with another, and they actually don't make sense. And that's actually because maybe a contradiction we hold that is very unique to us. I think it's this idea of like, what is interesting to me is the idea of like what we're asking for help with, what we're asking for help to make sense of. And are we just is a group of people just a soup of words that we can then throw to a machine and it can make sense of it? Or does it really matter how each of us, the landscape of how each of us agree and disagree in subtle ways, like sometimes together with each other, but sometimes in like unique ways that are maybe only like, maybe only a couple of us have like a certain contradictory set of views from a certain point of tension, maybe because of a complex identity that we hold, kind of a boundary identity of sorts. So the tools I work with the tool I work with that was pioneered in Taiwan, and used in legislative processes that has formed and shaped national government, and national law, is essentially where there's like the computer knows how to make sense of some numbers, which is essentially like whether we agree, whether we're moving towards something, we're attracted to it, or whether we disagree on many, many, many different things. And we know how the world works because we're humans and we're in it, and we have an embodied experience that's like from our unique course through space and time to get here to have an opinion. And like the tools I work with, it's like it's about feeding the computer that can make sense of this perhaps better than we can, the agree and disagree information, our attraction and repulsion from things we see, sentences we see, and then feeding that into the system, and then having it do work to make sense of it in ways that are hard for us, and then an interface for us to see what it sees a little bit better together. But in practice, this looks like a map. It's essentially building a map. And maybe the tool, to be very concrete, because I've been abstract to now, is that like it kind of starts, I'll just go through the pieces of it. There's a framing. It's like often a provocative question. This one is a transport lab that, and Yasmin, just cut in whenever. I think I don't know when to go to panel format, but I'll assume the tool is the grounding, and that will then move into the conversation. And I also very much welcome interruptions. I like normally try to read the room for when eyes are going dead and it's very hard. So I'm like reliant on someone to like stand on a table and yell at me about, or for someone
Can you do another sort of 5 minutes maybe, and then we cut to Yasmin, okay?
that is perfect baselining. Thank
Cool.
you. This is like the start of the tool. You get a link, you arrive here. This thing is running for a week, for 2 weeks. Perhaps it started at a live session and then it's like the link has floated out to a larger audience to enfranchise more people. And you get there and there is some instructions and maybe a provocative statement or a topic that you want to explore together. This is the demo one is a transport mobility lab during the pandemic, was like trying to understand like how is COVID changing. Sorry, this is a little like, this is a clear story in this one, but it's like a little, it's not super righteous, but it's like, you know, making things work that are like hard. So how do we get like looking for feedback on like what people need for mobility in the pandemic? So when you get there, you see this kind of like a statement pop up that's like kind of, I don't know, like it's like a little swipe left, swipe right energy. But there's a stack of cards here, and each one has a statement that you might agree or disagree or pass on. And as you respond to them, more pop up. So you just kind of keep getting fed things. But as you're down below, you might, as you're responding to these statements, you might notice this little like map or a little chart down below. It's got some graph axes. I wish it didn't. It looks too mathy. But think of it like a map. And these are like little islands. And there's a blue dot, and that is you. And as you're responding, agree, disagree, pass to statements that like align with your sensibilities, and you don't need to explain them. You just need to vibe through it. The little blue dot will kind of move around, and it will eventually kind of settle inside one of these groups, in one of these islands, one of these blobs. And then down below, if you click one of the blobs, say you click, you know, because you're like, oh, I got my blue dot is in. My home is in the B group. So what does that mean? And then you can actually start flipping through and seeing the statements that like this, like this will collapse airlines and international travel and spur the move toward localism, which will have a positive impact or reduction on. So this group disagrees, 70% disagree with this. So it's kind of basically like as you scroll through these statements, especially if it's your group, you kind of agree with all there's like high numbers of people in this group who agree and disagree with you largely. But you can also explore the other groups, which maybe you thought the world was us versus them, left versus right. But like this tool really shines at its best when it can show that it's a more complex landscape, that there's you know 2, 3, 4, it can show up to 5 groups. Yeah, together you kind of like can use this tool, and you can also explore it actually has a like majority opinion you can explore that shows the agreement, the kind of deep symmetry underneath the disagreement, the things that even across your difference, you still have that you agree on. And that's like important because we lose sight of that often when we, you know, are really indexing on what differentiates us, especially in left circles. In Taiwan, this was used in a really rad way where they actually put some incentives on, like they were like, hey, some powerful people are going to be meeting in the next phase and you can't be there. Like thousands of people are participating in this part, but it's going to be like a dozen movers and shakers in the room and you can't be there. But we're going to give you power over them. And how we're going to do that is we're going to, like, if over the next few weeks, as you're engaging with this, and oh, I think I maybe forgot to, there's also a place to submit statements in this tool, which I didn't offer a screenshot of. But the proposal, the incentive that they throw down to all the many participants who are like kind of doing this mapping work, trying to make sense of each other and also make sense of the things that we agree together. They say, if you submit statements that the other groups agree on, we will force those powerful people in the next step to address what you have found. So like essentially anyone who really cares a lot about this process, they don't even have to think positively about the other people there. They could be like, these fucking idiots. Like, I want to trick these people into agreeing with something that because I want what I want, and I want the powerful people to have to speak to the thing that I see in the world. So what statement can I craft to get these other groups to like agree? And so this will float to the top and the powerful people will be held to this. But the trick is that in order to do this, I have to actually use the tool to understand who the other groups are. Like I can't make a straw man version of the other group agree with my sentence. Like I have to actually use the tool itself to understand the difference, to actually like shape the nuanced like find the kind of deep nuanced point that we do agree on. What's the essence of the thing I'm saying that actually straddles boundaries? And if I throw that in and I submit the right statement and people come and vote on it in the next few weeks, then it will bubble up to the top in the tool. And in an appropriate process, there's power in that. So this is a neat thing where you've actually incentivized, you've helped people empathize on the internet, which is like the holy grail. Like it's really, even though people didn't, it's not even out of altruism, just to get what they wanted, they had to build a better idea, a better theory of mind of who the others, who they're trying to negotiate and figure out the shared path forward. They
Are
have
you
to
okay
figure
to
out.
come to an end now, sort of slowly?
Yes. I think I can. Yeah, I think, just that these tools are about, essentially making maps, and they're decision support tools. They're not decision-making tools. They're not, it's about, it's a thinking about these like maps, not elections. They're not ballots that you're submitting, even though it might feel like voting, you're really reacting and making a map. So it's more like, the tool is more a map than a ballot box. It's a more cartography than election. Maybe it's like, this thing is like hosting a cartography party. It's not administering an election. There's ways that we can actually make better maps. We can see, the more groups we can see, the more boundaries we can see. And the tension that exists in the boundaries between our groups is like, that's the work. That's where we can mobilize ourselves to like move forward together. And like particularly there's this neat thing, like the more groups you can find, like if you can like it's so boring when there's two groups. But when this tool can tell us that there's more people here, that we're more complex, and that we can see who we are and we can see who the others are, the math of it is that the more groups we see, the more boundaries there are between us. And like my kind of operating thesis is that if there are 5 groups, there's 15 different boundaries, instead of just, if there's 2 groups, there's one conversation we have to have. But if there's like 5 groups, 6 groups, more. If we can see that in a complex conversation, that means there's like, it's a combinatorial explosion of how many boundaries there are. And my thesis is, any boundary we cannot see together is probably a conversation we cannot have together. So it's really important to like visibilize and see all the groups that we are together in a state, and stabilize it. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, comrade. Thank you. Okay, over to Yasmin then.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about what was wrong with what YP was.
You must have to speak up a bit.
Yeah. I'm going to talk a little bit about what your party was using, and then talk about generally the use of such tools. We were told that the assemblies, the text taken by the assemblies, were fed to a software that DIEM25, a potential group associated with Varoufakis, was going to summarize these, find the points of agreement and disagreement, and people could then edit this online. That is the process, while we weren't allowed to see what was happening, who was editing, who wasn't. The tool itself is completely non-transparent. We don't know what it is. We are supposed to put our trust in the idea that because Varoufakis is behind it, and some of us might not have liked Varoufakis at the best of times, never mind now. But anyway, irrespective of that, we should trust this. This is a trust situation. And I went to one meeting where I was told, when I asked how are these assemblies going to work with all these people, you're taking notes on basically short pieces of paper, and they were saying, don't worry, AI will solve this. This is what I was told. And as someone who knows a bit about AI, I was quite amazed that anyone could make such claims. The first thing to say about AI is that irrespective of what we do, even the most progressive of us, create as tools to use AI, the basics of large language models that is used by AI is out of our control because it required trillions of computers to create it, trillions of cores of computers to create that. And we can't change that. And those LLMs are the basics of quite a lot of the essentials of AI with which we interact and which we can model to improve our inputs and our outputs. The other one, as Patcon talked about, was the question of this 90%. There was going to be, the statements would rely on 90% agreement. Again, it's not clear, is it 90% agreement of a paragraph, a sentence, a word? It was all, I think it was, when I heard any of that, this was long before the question of expelling people was being mentioned openly by supporters of one faction. I came to the conclusion, this is a stitch-up. This is taking people for fools, making them believe in some magic that will happen. So I think the argument against that is obvious. I would probably say that one of the first issues that if one ever considers such tools, and we shouldn't deny them, we shouldn't be, I'm personally not someone who say, oh, there's this big threat of AI, let's keep out of it, let's do everything just by humans and so on. AI can help us, but we should be very conscious of where it can help us, where it will be against us, and how we can use it. To be fair to Patcon, I have looked at College. The main thing I would say in its advantage is that it's open source. Now, when something is open source, it allows any one of us, or at least anyone with some knowledge of Python or something else, to be able to check it, to see how the code was written to do this. And therefore, that gives a level of if you like, security to that tool. I think it has other advantages. It isn't a simple multiple choice, as was explained. So it does let people actually enter more comments, more sentences. And that is important because we don't just have positive, negative, we have, if you like, expressions beyond that. It's also, it has some of these structures can't detect any similarity between various tools, while this can, and that again is an advantage. Transparency is important, so everyone should be able to see what is going on, and again, that viewing, which is completely opposed to YP, where you couldn't see who else is editing, you couldn't see who else was saying anything, does work. And my understanding is that it's currently being tested on large numbers, so hundreds of thousands have used it, and that does make it quite useful. What I would say is not just about this particular tool, but generally about using such instruments, such tools that, as I said, can be helpful, could be complementary to what we use, but are not in themselves the answer to all our problems. And some of it has to do with, to start with, there is a bias. There is inevitably a bias once you use such a tool. Anyone who's more familiar with using the internet, using forms, using online, is at an advantage. Should I?
Carry on. Thank you.
Yeah. And that in itself creates a form of bias. It might be a limited bias, but I would say the young would benefit, elder people will not benefit from that, so the participation bias is there. Because the statements are generated by participants in many of these tools, the quality and relevance of the ideas will depend very much on how people engage with it. So we will have different ways in which people actually are involved. The fact that it creates clusters and does summary of those at times can hide complexity. It can hide nuances. So, as you saw, the idea is, and this is the best of the tools available, but it does create clusters and therefore summarizes what can be done. I think it has its uses for creating, it is a method of gathering opinions, especially if you have large groups. It can help with that. It can help you summarize maybe aspects of it, but it should not be considered, whatever you do, these tools, make sure that you go towards more bland, more lowest common denominator type decisions on any subject. You can't have back and forth. One of the whole arguments about having meetings is that you debate an issue, you have serious disagreements, and hopefully, at least in a good, lively debate, you convince others that your opinion is correct. Now, you can't have that with any tools. That is beyond the current, at least, capability of such tools. There is no accountability, and I would say critical reasoning has been summarized, and therefore has been reduced in some ways. I think for Marxist and for left-wing forces, there is a whole issue of the fact that our ideas are extremists. Our ideas are not part of the norm. So it might work for citizens group, it might work for cooperatives, it might work for us, for the new or for the Jeremy Corbyn version of your party. I think for those of us who have opinions which are important to us and require serious debate, I don't think it can work. By its definition, all of these tools try and find a consensus rather than build on conflict. And I'm not saying that we are in the left just for the sake of being conflicting arguments and shouting at each other, but sometimes our conflicts do matter because they might be on not the biggest item on the agenda, but they actually show the differences in the way we see the future of a political organization. And because of that, and conflict is not something we've created. Conflict is inherent in class society. The tools that exist have not been geared towards, if you like, mirroring or approaching this kind of conflict. We have, and many, such as PATCOM, have done good work to make such tools, if you like, approach ideas of more progressive ideas, more challenging ideas that challenge existing society and capitalism, or in this case, Taiwan's authorities. the Taiwanese authorities. What they haven't done is they haven't started from a position of resolving conflict. So I think because of all of these, antagonism can't be reduced to polite points of difference. That's the problem with it. Antagonism cannot even, in my opinion, find these circles that are common to opposing views. Antagonism cannot be dealt except in a meeting. And for those reasons, as much as I accept the fact that of all these tools, both the visualization and the awareness of, if you like, non-binary opinions in what police does in allowing those ideas to be submitted as sentences, as words, as opposed to just black and white. The problem remains that minority positions within that will be discriminated against. They will not have the prominence of the majority views, and contentious opinions will appear as being unpopular. So as soon as you say something uncontentious, which might in a few years not be as contentious as it is now, it will be marginalized. For all of these, I don't think there is such a thing at the moment as a neutral algorithm that can work with existing AI and make it progressive. Having said that, in many aspects, for example, on policy directed at very specific issues, artificial intelligence can benefit our tools of artificial intelligence, and tools that seek opinions can help us identify important problems and can help us then have political meetings about, if you like, summarizing what at times we appear to differ, but maybe such tools can, if you like, find the commonality between those, but it has to be related to very practical, very specific areas of debate. I don't think on the questions of class conflict, on the questions such as Palestine, on questions such as abolition of monarchy, they can play a constructive role because of the way we want to debate such issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so first of all, I'm Charlie Porter. I am from Democratic Socialist, your party, and I'm a member of RS21 and Socialist Unity Caucus within. First of all, I hadn't prepared to talk about digital democracy. I'm a bit of a Luddite, so this may be sort of made up on the, but my debating partner isn't here. We're going to talk about leadership elections and how they should be conducted instead, so I'll probably touch on that as well. First of all, I will say that we can currently do some online digital democracy if we want. The voting is now open for the sort of do we want to say we're socialist or not question, and some other ones about this sort of political statement. I do know that we haven't been engaged in that debate, we haven't been watching it, and yet we've got as much right to vote as anyone else who's been in the room engaging well in whatever sort of sham debate that's got going on there anyway. So Democratic Socialists of your party, I will say, with what we are, we're a group that set up when your party was sort of launched. We're pushing for an organisational form that is truly democratic, staunchly socialist, and its more tendency internally representing the diversity of the left, and recognising that open, factional debates across different tendencies, different sort of theoretical bases, and working through those together is the best way to unite the left and actually start winning some things. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual experience of political parties using these sorts of digital platforms, touching a little bit on Podemos in Spain, which I'm sure most of you will be aware, but was a sort of fairly successful political party that came out of the 2014 sort of protest movement and after Occupy Wall Street, and that sort of general surge in social movementism that came up in that area of the anti-austerity generation. Podemos managed to, Podemos was set up under the sort of charismatic leadership of the political scientist.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Political scientist called Pablo Iglesias, and they eventually won sort of became part of the governing coalition with the Spanish Socialist Party, and the sort of leadership of Pedro Sanchez. The thing that Podemos did differently, that managed to sort of mobilise this group of disillusioned voters or non-voters, move into sort of electoral politics, was sort of harness through digital democracy this social movement energy that had been built up. They specifically talked a lot about austerity in Spain. I remember there was a fantastic demonstration of people burning their mortgage agreements because they became unaffordable, burning rental agreements as well. And sort of they harnessed a lot of that through this very participatory democracy. So they reframed sort of political debate around housing, around work, around social justice, and offered a political alternative and broke through Spain's sort of stodgy two-party system. And I think a lot of that kind of resonates with what we're trying to do with this sort of insurgent left-wing party that's break through the sort of right to far-right hegemony that's taken over Britain. Other movements did similar things. So the Podemos platform, I think it's called Participa, and it was used to gather people's thoughts and votes and things. But the issue that with these sorts of, at least my sort of understanding of it, again, I was not entirely prepared for this specific talk, but these sorts of platforms, they are, as we've seen with your party as well, the questions are set by leadership. They are yes or no, sort of like Tinder policies, you can swipe left, you can swipe right, but you're only getting a sort of veneer, you get one view of something. At least Tinder, you get multiple photos, I understand. So, the questions are preset, and the questions were preset for a lot of the Podemos experience, or the Podemos participant platform, I think it's what's called. But the issue with this is this sort of veneer of mass engagement. There is a feeling of participation without a genuine participatory politics going into decision making. So, but the issue with a feeling of participation rather than genuine participation is eventually people realise that what they do, how they engage their party actually matters. So if your entire engagement, and actually I think is Lilith Verstringer, I believe, who was on 3 and famous at one point, the other day revealed that they were floating, getting rid of branches, getting rid of everything within the party, just having sort of 10 leaders who put questions to membership to decide what their policy direction is, what their strategy is. But even they didn't go that far. So the issue is, so the charismatic leadership at the top of the party was able to present questions to the membership. The grassroots feel like they're engaged until they feel like they're not engaged. They struggle to transition from a protest movement where people are having their their voices theoretically heard to something where they can actually assert power through the organisational form. They suffered deep internal divisions between radical and pragmatic factions, both of whom can set questions and find a mass base. We've seen similar things happen even as far back as the 1970s, and using surveys of membership to design policy rather than going through democratic structures, particularly the PCI, so the Italian Communist Party, used surveys directly to their membership to avoid the middle cadre, which they're not doing too well these days. So yeah, eventually the lessons from Demos, I think, are the important thing about the use of digital democracy and and what we should be doing as a party. And I personally think that should be the long and patient job of building strong branches where people meet each other, develop relationships, and engage with each other on a human level, rather than mediated through platforms that even the most transparent of which the vast majority of the population don't understand. And I wouldn't ask them to try to learn to understand. I think it's unfair to people. I've done a Python course. The strong organisational forms mean that when you do lose some of the energy, some of the insurgency within a party, that they've found that there's a resolute base to carry on and to store and articulate different social movements and different antagonisms and different, ultimately, different politics that can only be sustained for so long when there's certain points of energy and explosions, like the anti-austerity movement in 2014 in Spain. I think the other thing as well that we were talking about is this question of leadership elections and how you select your leadership. So my biggest concern with the direct election of leaders is similar to the general policy production and programmatic questions, is the separation between the base and the leadership is entrenched when that happens, because the leadership has a mandate directly from the base, but the base don't get to decide policies, the platform that the leadership are running on. So in particular, I think you look at the work of Paolo Gavaldo in his book, Digital Parties, talks about the tendency for digital parties and these digital platform parties to produce figures called hyperleaders. So a hyperleader is a charismatic and visible figure who becomes central, emotional, symbolic, and organizational focus of the digital movement. So platforms which are promised to decentralize authority actually end up hyper-centralizing it in the person who is able to set, or the person group who is able to set the questions and set the parameters of those platforms, and has the authority to design what is put to membership. So as a result, hyperleaders tend to dominate media presence. They communicate directly with supporters through the media rather than through party structures, and get to act as a part of the branding exercise. And I think, as we've seen, I think with the Greens recently as well, there's unfortunately a tendency, particularly amongst less politically engaged people, to treat a political party as an Instagram account with an MP attached to it. And I think we need to do, and a lot of the patience and necessity of branch building is to make people aware that democracy is so much more than that. It isn't just clicking like and then also, or blocking parts you don't like. It isn't just sharing a message on an Instagram story. It's actually designing what it's going and arguing what that message should be. It's a step removed from the outcome. Sorry, I've actually been typing during this thing. So we Yanis Varoufakis was mentioned actually. He's been talking a lot recently about techno-feudalism. I think in Democratic Socialists, we said a lot, we want to build a party republic. And instead, I think if you over-rely on these technological platforms, we end up building our own little Reuben feudalism. We have petty lords who can decide the parameters of political debate and political engagement. Whereas a proper grassroots branch structure where you can bring a motion, you can argue about a motion, and you can have and actually push it up to leadership rather than receiving questions from on high, allows for a sort of a truly democratic party that, rather than having the veneer of democracy, which eventually people realise and disengage, leads to a more involved, more clarified political programme that actually can start to build power. And ultimately, I think democracy, in a lot of these debates, a lot of these discussions, particularly around digital democracy, people start defining democracy by the processes rather than by who has the authority. Democracy is a question of power, and the processes facilitate the exercise of that power. So ultimately, we need to be asking who holds the power in these situations, and I don't feel personally comfortable with yielding any of that authority to technological systems that, at best, are complicated to understand, and at worst, completely closed off to an ordinary member. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Charlie. It's a shame that Democratic Bloc have not shown up to make their case for online on-off elections for leaders, because it does strike me as well as being easily manipulated, and some of you are too young, but the example of momentum really springs to mind. There was that was an online on-off election to do away with democracy, basically. And the membership of Momentum voted in favour because, as Charlie said, it was formulated in a way that unfortunately managed to confuse enough people, and it was accompanied by an email from Jeremy Corbyn, unfortunately. So, the way you present these options to people sitting at home who can't actually work out collectively, what does this mean, or what do we actually want instead? So, the membership of Momentum voted against the membership of Momentum. It abolished structures, all democratic structures, with an online homo vote, which is hugely problematic. So yeah, I think most of us here are in favour of branches discussing issues and branches deciding on those questions rather than just sitting at home clicking. Oh, I can do this without my phone. So we want to open up now. We've got about half an hour perhaps for questions, discussion, if comrades want to contribute. I'll pass around the mic so that the mic can pick it up.
Hi comrades, George from Workers' Power. Just a few thoughts on this question. So I think in agreement really that it's absolutely undemocratic. I mean, if you're going to have a online digital system, you've got to at least have a leader that, or leadership group that people trust. And right now, that's certainly not the case. I think I've heard people even who are connected with this leadership tree refer to it as the black box, and I think that's accurate. When none of us know what's gone into this. None of it. I was present at the Manchester grassroots meeting that we had, and loads of things were suggested which didn't even approach what was kind of coming into the final document, but these definitely had 90+% support of the room. So this process, I mean, anyone trying to measure what's 90% of that room, I mean, it's just absolutely absurd, really. So yeah, no thoughts were put into it, and I agree that it seems basically just like an attempt at power grab away from the members, and I think the documents themselves have a lot of clauses which make it more difficult to set up branches for those of us who are trying to do that on the ground. I mean, one of the things that came up in our assembly meeting was that 50% of the funds should be with the branches, and I think that was a very popular suggestion. Nowhere to be seen in these crowd-edited documents. So, I think the first and most important thing is building that solid base of branches, and then, maybe an online tool in the future, there could be a way to implement it, but right now, there's just no trust, and there's no way that such a thing could be implemented.
Thank you. Yeah, can you just pass it around there? Thank you.
Yeah, John, Stockport branch of your party and Democratic Socialist Network. was quite taken by the points made about closed questions being asked, because it's an important distinction between closed and open questions. And not only do those closed questions close off other possible decisions around a specific issue, but they hide and disguise and eliminate the interrelationships between any particular issue and questions which also part of that issue, which means that you can have, and there's a great deal of talk about moderating things so that they don't contradict one another. But if you have a kind of series of closed questions covering the same issue, it's entirely possible, depending on how the discussion goes, to have contradictory decisions made in relation to those, and I think that's a great danger. What seems to be missing from this technology is the possibility of collective discussion and collective decision making, which is intrinsic to the socialist and working class way of making decisions and finding what the consensus is, and having something that you can then work with and struggle with. And I think it, almost by its very nature, cannot provide that, but I'm no technologist, so I don't know what its potential is. And if it were somebody from the left who designed a tool, would that tool look any different from the things that we've had presented to us as what we've got at the moment? And yes, I mean, trust, you cannot do this at this stage of the formation of the party, when, particularly after the start that your party has had, because you immediately build mistrust if you don't have transparent processes. And that's the situation that we're in. Now, whether the bulk of people in your party still trust the leadership because maybe they're a lot closer ideologically to Jeremy Corbyn than most of the people in this room, I do not know.
Thank you, comrades. I'm David, Workers' Power and Stockport Socialist for your party. So I just want to say a few things. Firstly, about I recently heard that the World Socialist website is producing their own large language model AI, Socialism AI. I'm sure it will be fed only their own material, but I thought it did make me think of the potential of a tool that was trained on, say, the entire catalogue of Marxist.org as a starting point. I think, maybe that could have some use. On OMOV, yeah, clearly it's it's not a democratic way of voting. It's the least democratic out of all the options presented, and it atomises the membership. I think branch delegate democracy is crucial. The amendment system, I thought, was an absolute disgrace the way it was handled online, with very little warning that it was even going online and only open for a few hours. So the engagement was very low. I think the highest endorsed thing I've seen so far is just over 1,000 endorsements, which is shockingly low considering it's supposed to be, the democratic system. And I think, it's pretty outrageous, really. These systems need to be under the control of the members and democratically supervised, I think. And yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Okay, great. Mark now, National Socialist League, and Open Forum, your party in Liverpool, and I agree with the speaker, so I won't make any of those points. I think, I also just wanted to mention about the question of Palestine. I hope we don't go end up there. I really do, because they became part of a capitalist government that supports NATO and so on. But we could end up there as they carry on in this kind of way. So I think it's really, really important. And also, It's not only a question of uniting the left. I think it's really a question also of learning from the struggles of the working class. Just down the road, Liverpool dock workers were on strike for 4 years.
Use the mic.
No, sorry, Liverpool dock workers were on strike for 4 years. How did they resolve their problems? And how did they arrive at a majority? Every Friday, everybody who was on strike went down and they made their decisions. It wasn't done in back rooms. That there was a leadership. It made their positions and then it put them to. And sometimes there were big arguments. In fact, that meeting was open for anybody got in the office would vote. Now, I know this is a political party. It's not exactly the same. But the real traditions of democracy inside the working class are established in order that they can move win their disputes. And I've just come back from Italy, the International Network of Solidarity and Struggle, where they had 183 delegates from 4 different continents, from hundreds of different unions. So, how was that done? Well, it was done in a traditional way, inside the conferences. You had your sub-meetings, but they came back and reported. So what you have, I think, in your party is a reformist leadership. Is it a surprise what they've done to me? No. That's what it's a parliamentary method. All these backroom pushing people aside, covering up and lying and so on. They're ingrained. So that's going to continue. So I think it's so important, as others have said, that building up the branches, absolutely open, absolutely democratic, and let's fight in that way, because it is going to be an explosive fight. Absolutely. And could they have done something different? Absolutely. But their minds are parliamentarians. So, in a sense, had other people been there, yes, there could have been a difference, but it wasn't in that. It wasn't going to happen that way. So, thanks very much.
I'm afraid when the intentions are not right, there is no tools can be obviously misused and facts can be distorted. There's no doubt about that. It's really shocking. When I was watching the conference, this streaming that was taking place, I heard amendments, deleting socialism from the policy document and working class from the policy document. That's appalling. I don't know how those amendments went through, and many other important amendments were ignored. That is shocking. Nevertheless, even us, dedicated socialists and communists, we have made some dreadful mistakes in the past. We really have to learn from our mistakes. We have to understand that socialism is all about social decision making. It is about communism, is about community decision making. In the past, the leaders and the central committees, they were heavily involved in getting the members involved in activities, not in decision making. And that was, the result of that was, that we end up producing stabbing, end up producing Mao, we end up producing Pol Pot. These are facts of history. We really have to go back and learn from our mistakes. We have to go back and see where we've gone wrong. It is not about deleting socialism from the policy document. It is about understanding what socialism is all about. It is about understanding what communism is all about. In the word of a very prominent Persian poet, We must wash our eyes. We must learn to see differently. We must not simply discard our terminologies. We must cleanse our terminologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else wanted to speak? I'll bring it up.
Mike McNair, CBGB, and Oxford YP. I had a point which was addressed to the first two speakers, to Yasmin's point and to Hackon, in relation to crowdfunding tools. And it was clear whatever tools, yeah. It was clear in Hackon's presentation, and Yasmin also made the point that these tools drive towards consensus. Yeah? That's fine as long as the problems you face aren't intractable ones. And the UK is classic. UK politics is actually a classic example. The UK is in the shit, and the consensus of the Tory party, the Labour Party, the Liberal Dems, Reform, doesn't offer any ways out of that. So that the more that the policy of, quote, your party, whatever that it is driven towards marginal alterations to the consensus, the more useless it will be. We need something which proposes policies which are way out of the range of the consensus. Second point, actually, the closed questions, open questions issue, Paul Cockshott proposed, 20 years ago, the solution to the problem of referendums involving closed questions. And referendums involving closed questions, the socialist movement rejected referendums because of Louis Bonaparte in the 1850s to 1860s. We knew that closed questions and referenda were anti-democratic. It's just that the left has lost sight of that in the 2000s. But open question, Paul Cockshott said the answer is give everybody the right of initiative to propose a referendum. I responded to that in an article around about the same time. Okay, so in the morning I open my inbox and I find 20 million referendum proposals waiting to be voted on. The problem is we need, and it's a point which is also made by Karkowski in 1893, we need we can't simply say we want everybody to have the right of initiative, the right to intervene. We need some mechanism whereby we can reduce the range of questions which are going to be decided on. And delegate democracy, as opposed to direct democracy, and equally, the existence of branches and so on and so forth is the means by which we can do that, which we can't do by any of these. We literally cannot do it by any of these tech mechanisms as so far as they exist at the present day. Finally, feudalism, techno-feudalism. Actual feudal society is characterized by a considerable degree of self-government. The lord of the manor can only enforce his will insofar as the majority of the tenants are prepared to back him up. There's a lot of self-government in the towns equally. So we talk about techno-feudalism, when what we actually mean is monopoly capitalism and Bonapartism as the political expression of monopoly capitalism. So I want to be cautious about feudalism. So.
Thanks. Chris Saltmarsh from Eco-Socialist Horizon and Sheffield. Yeah, I wanted to just reflect a bit on not necessarily kind of platform voting, but the use of technology in like the branches as we seek to build them more broadly. And definitely agree with comrades that the branch has to be the basic and the most powerful unit of the party and will be the kind of the most crucial space for democracy actually happening. But I guess one of the things I think has been really noticeable in the kind of run-up to your party and the kind of absence of formal structures to which to engage in is this proliferation of like huge WhatsApp groups. And I think there also needs to be some critical reflection on, is this kind of new innovation of like the WhatsApp group actually an effective way of conducting political debate? I think almost certainly it's not. I think my read has been that actually what this form of debate or discussion does, what this platform does, is kind of dehumanize each other, ourselves to each other, is incentivizing each other to treat each other very poorly, to express ourselves very poorly, and also, it privileges a particular type of person who is able or willing to spend all of their time on this platform for better or worse. And so I think for me, what I would kind of really like to see is a collective commitment to building these branches, but also building them in person and building, as Charlie was saying, a kind of in-person culture of debate, not one where we kind of like perform the ritual of debate online, but actually no one is like really changing their minds or changing each other's minds. And I think finally, just related to that, again, in terms of the kind of proto-branches and meetings and kind of factions and such that have been set up, again, it feels like there's a kind of defaulting into the ritual of debate and the ritual of democracy where people come with their kind of pre-established views and they stand up and give speeches and then you vote the same way that you were always going to vote. And no one's really changed each other's minds, no one's really actually engaged in the substance of the ideas. And so I think if we're committed to this in-person democracy where debate is actually the engine of it, I think we all need to be prepared to try and bring this culture of not just standing up and giving pre-written speeches, but actually engaging in the substance of the arguments that our comrades are making, including disagreeing, but also including changing our own minds.
Hi, I'm Joe Clough, Stockport Socialist for your party. I've definitely been like all WhatsApp town, so I would agree with that speaker. And I think one thing we also need to think about is the use of like the hybrid model in meetings and the technology that brings. I think what Chris was saying is important, that it's important that we do have in-person meetings where we are discussing things in person. And like I do appreciate that for a small number of people, they do find it difficult to get to branch meetings or proto-branch meetings. So the idea of like hybrid meetings often like provide.
Can you speak in the microphone properly?
Oh, sorry. So hybrid meetings are often proposed. I think in the documents what I've gone to the conference this weekend, it's saying we should all endeavour to have hybrid meetings. But what I found in the past in previous groups, such as Trades Council, is for the majority of people who do choose to engage via hybrid, there's not a particular strong reason for them to be engaged in hybrid. It's not because they've got childcare issues, it's not because we've got a disability, it's just because we can't be bothered really to go to the meeting. So having that structure does like encourage and incentivise people to just stay at home and have one eye on the telly rather than like properly engaging in the meeting, properly engaging within debate and having conversations around the meeting as well. And it does tend to get a bit of like big brotherизation of like, oh, we're at home and we're not engaged in like what's going on in the branch and also like the activities that the branch is doing, but we're quite happy to like but yes, I know for what you people in the branch, like, and the committee, like what you guys should be doing, rather than seeing it's like a collective endeavour that like we should all be doing. So I think there's a tension there. Like I recognise the importance of accessibility that like the hybrid model brings, but I think it largely does like more harm than good.
Thank you. I think okay, going to bring it back to the main speakers now. Or is it a really important second point you want to make, John?
Just a quick response. I'm not sure actually about whether hybrid atomises people and takes people out of the collective discussion. I think that since COVID, large sections of the left have had a fairly intensive experience of Zoom calls, and we do have good collective discussions. We do have detailed presentations at the start of the meetings. We do come to consensus and we do come to decisions through that. And I think for a large number of people, in fact a greater percentage of people than in the past, are not used to the meeting culture. I think that we need to recognise that about the current state of the working class, because that includes a lot of people who are actually in trade unions, who don't turn up to branch meetings, who don't participate. I think that hybrid is a way of people going in at the shallow end, if you like, and testing the water and finding out about collective discussion. Because it's not just the left, it's the working class as a whole that has to relearn and reacquire some aspects of political culture that have been lost through 4 decades of neoliberalism.
Thank you, John. I'm bringing back to the main speakers now. Shall we start with Pat here? So a maximum of 5 minutes each, if that's okay. Over to you.
Yeah, I'm glad I was taking notes. There were so many good comments. I guess I really am interested. I love this. The person who brought up closed versus open questions. I think there's a model in facilitation called I think it's Sam Kainer's diamond participation, which essentially says like all these processes we're just like we're diverging. Like the healthy processes we want to like we start at initiation and then we're actually inviting lots of complexity and divergent views. This is like all ideas welcome, bring them in, and then we get up to a point in the middle where there's like we're at the peak, and then we have to start closing them off because like to decide, we have to start discarding options. So like there's this like essentially this almost like intertidal like time like many ideas, every idea is good, and then like collapse and expand and collapse. And that's like a very like it's very akin to ecological systems. My background's biochemistry, and that's like a flow in systems. But like what is interesting is that the way how much we can expand, how much we can open the question is very much a product of our tools, both our social processes and like maybe some tech stuff, but tools in the like loosest possible sense. And like I think it's really neat because like if people don't have the right tools, they're actually rightfully terrified to invite too many possibilities. Because like once you expand possibilities, if you care about justice, if you care, like you can't just discard them arbitrarily. You have to like have a process to discard them. And I think a lot of leaders who have like learned, you know, they're trying to protect the group by essentially being like, we're not going to open it because I've done that before. And that we don't know how to close it without like tearing ourselves apart. And so they essentially never enter into this zone of tension, which in the diamond, it's called the groan zone. And what I understand the tools that I work on and why I get excited about them, Polis, is that it's essentially guardrails on this like this zone that like people have a lot of, you know, I want to say like there's real lessons people have learned about what happens when you open possibilities too much. And I think like sometimes people think they're drawing a conclusion about the world when they're actually just drawing a conclusion about the social systems, the tools they had at that point. But I think if we can have digital tools that help us bring in more complexity and also fairly and equitably close it, you know, like, and I think what's neat about these tools is the way that they draw the maps is like, if there's no coherent group that believes something and is showing up in the map, it's kind of like there's a little bit of a math of it that says you know, if there's going to be a very small minority group that's very coherent, and it won't get disappeared out of the map. But if there's no coherent group, it just doesn't show up as a contingent in the like. And so there's legitimate reason to not elevate its voice. But if there is a coherent small group, you want to elevate it because that's that's important in the process, is to not suppress minority voice. And someone mentioned consensus building. And I just want to say, I used to think of this tool as consensus building. I now think of it as difference stabilizing, which feels more aligned with like I think any tool that I really truly want to work on, I don't care whether the right has it. And I see a lot of like protecting of political tools, like, oh, we have this thing. I think if we're building the right tools that are for the ethos of the left, the complexification of the world, we want to we want to work through complexity and find the simplicity on the other side of it. I think that's some old Supreme Court justice said that in the 1800s or whatever, looking for the simplicity on the other side of the complexity. And I think if we're using the right tools, everyone will become more left by using the tools that we have. And I think, so essentially, like if we, but sorry, to connect it to the stabilizing difference, the progress and the movement happens at the boundaries between all the groups. That's where the tension is. And that's where the left does its work to resolve that tension, to find the shared path forward. Every process has to reduce complexity somewhere. And I think that the ones that feel unjust to us, I think on the left, are the ones that reduce it in what maybe we would think are the wrong places. And I think that's perhaps more conservative minded to like reduce things to like in certain sorts of places. Essentially like it's not important to consent on things necessarily, to have full consensus, but to like create systems that stabilize enough difference where we can all like see who other people are and be like, okay, that's all right. You're not this scary monster of an other, but I see the corner that you have. And if I need to pass through it and bridge in some moment, I can do that in a dispassionate way. So it's like stabilizing complexity, and also, what was I going to say? Yeah, I think like there's something about the more groups that we can stabilize at all these different points in like these maps of like, our values, like we're all bridges to each other. Like in these maps, the land is people. It's people who hold perspectives and they're in a neighborhood of people like them. And the more continuous a map we have, the more people we can pass, and pull the wisdom from that part of the map into like our domain. So it's actually about kind of creating this, like, instead of this like, desolate Galapagos of little like islands of perspectives that are like have full oceans or galaxies between them, whatever metaphor you want to use. It's about actually having enough groups at all places where you can like get the path to it and have the learnings from, the things that they're learning at their boundaries, at the edges of their groups, that they're like in the middle of their groups. Anyway, I'll cut off there. Sorry, I'm speaking with words, but it's a very spatial visual thing. So I'm sorry for dragging you all through that.
Thank you very much, Comrade. Thank you. Okay, then next to Yasmin, please.
Yeah, just on the collective issue, I was hoping Platform would say that they claim theirs is a collective decision-making tool, partly because of the way they involve not just yes and no, positive, negative, they allow sentences and so on. The problem, and there is a whole series of arguments about what is called neutral clustering algorithms, right? And the neutral is supposed to help us, or be more geared towards the left than the usual tools. There is a problem there, because such algorithms remain based within social relations, existing social relations. So I think in a post-socialist, in a communist society, such tools can be used in a very different way and in a very positive way. The problem is the dominant social relation. There are a couple of things I would add. You can't really discuss politics in terms of measurable preferences. We don't have that kind of measurable preference. We have quite strong opinions, and we have our opponents. And that's where it fails, because it's built for preferences. At times, it can interpret marginal views as norms, but marginal views don't always stay marginal and can have very good reasons for being marginal in a capitalist society. Political conflict can't be reduced to statistical differences. That's another aspect of this. In a way, it's slightly different to the others, because here we are talking about statistics. And at the end of the day, you can't have data points about politics, is my opinion. Having said all that, I think there are tools, including Polis and other tools, that can help the left prepare for meetings. For example, you have a very large number of issues that have to be discussed. And with the individual, not just the software, with complete transparency, you can decide what are the essential issues to be discussed today. That is a possibility. So the agenda of the physical meeting can be done with help of AI. And I think at times, and I have been in meetings where this has happened, because subjects are not discussed in a correct order, different opinions are expressed at different times. So you can ask an AI to cluster these together. Don't change them, don't decide for me, but through these discussions, for example, let me give you a practical example. So, say you are debating whether there will be a transition, what are the relations between transitional demands and the minimum program, right? And they are discussed at different stages of a meeting, and no minute writer can cope with all of the complexities of these ideas keep coming at different times. You can ask an AI tool and say, put all the debates about the issue of transitional demands and the minimum program in 1 or 2 paragraphs. And that can be done. And that is helping you to summarize this meeting much better. But if you tell the AI, write the minutes for this, don't ever expect even 1 paragraph that makes sense. Because of the LLMs, it will try and find a consensus that fits the liberal middle bourgeois ideas that the LLM has been given. So, for example, we had a very long debate about the Middle East in one discussion. One person, and only one person, mentioned Ukraine in the middle of that. Right? And I deliberately asked the AI to write minutes of that. And it had put far more emphasis on Ukraine than about an hour and a half discussion on genocide in Gaza. And that is what is wrong with LLMs. Because whatever we do, we are relying on the LLM's basic knowledge. And DeepSeek, despite its Chinese origin, is not better, because in many ways, I assume for practical reasons, they have copied some of the LLMs from the West.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will quickly respond to some of the points, if that's okay. On the question of techno-feudalism, yeah, I agree. I was using Varoufakis' terrible definition of feudalism. Anyway, on the question of a tool trained exclusively on Marxist.org, I know plenty of those. I can introduce you if you like. Plenty of tools trained exclusively on that platform. On the question of hybrid structures, I think it's a really important one because we're currently on strike at Sheffield UCU, have been for 2 weeks, will be more weeks hopefully. Anyway, let's see. And or hopefully not. But we have seen, we've got maybe a couple of thousand members. We regularly have meetings, hybrid form since COVID, and we get sort of 15 in the room maybe sometimes, and 200 online sometimes. Whilst we're out on strike, we start getting more people coming to the physical meetings, and they've been saying how much better it is. But they wouldn't have come to the physical meetings if they hadn't have been coming to the digital meetings first. So I think there's an opportunity there to sort of bring people through a pipeline. Something I'm floating in my head quite a lot at the moment is to sort of limit the voting percentage of the hybrid rooms, to say that it's a 20% cap. So you've got that space for people who genuinely can't make a meeting, who still want to engage, who still want to vote on things. But if you've got 100 online and 50 in the room, the 100 online still only have 20% of the voting rights, and the rest of the room is sort of, I don't know, something I've been thinking about, just trying to work out these questions. I'm also deeply worried about the sort of trends to people engaging online and sort of thinking that's a one-to-one replacement. The main thing I wanted to mention, and yeah, the point about discussion, meeting preparation being done through online platforms is really good. I think that's where I don't think it can replace sort of a more formal traditional meeting structure, but certainly it can support it and make it sort of operate at its most effective way. The thing though, I'm not sure if the closed versus open questions is actually where the real disagreement is. I think if I want to do something with my proto branch or in my union branch, I don't bring a question to the branch, I bring an answer. I bring a motion that says this is what we should be doing, here's the answer to the question that I've also defined. And then the room discusses not the question, but the answer. So we bring amendments which change the answers to the questions that we've defined. So I think if we want to make our questions better, fantastic, we can do that through online platforms. But the answers, or actually how we normally engage, and we shouldn't be flipping that on its head, because I do think that changes, because the answers then have to come from leadership. If we're only setting questions, we're giving the opportunity to those with more authority than us to define the answers. So yeah, I think that just keep an eye on the question of open versus closed questions, because that's not actually what we've historically done in the labour movement and the socialist movement.
Of course, we're doing this hybrid, so we're live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, but because not everybody can travel here, but there are certainly severe limitations, and I think we've had a good exploration of what those are. So thank you very much, Patcon, as well, for joining us. Thank you very much, Yasmin. Thank you, Charlie, and your contributions. We're going to restart the meeting at 2 p.m. with a session on climate catastrophe and what we can do about it with Chris, who's in the room. So we've got about, I think, 20 minutes break until then. See you then.
Thanks for hosting. Is there a way to join?
Oh, sorry.
Do I just join the?
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thanks, Cam.
Yeah.
Thanks, Conrad.
No, thanks. Is there a way to join the next sessions? Is
Yeah,
there
you can just
YouTube?
if you want, you can stay online. I'm just going to
Okay.
put on a sign now saying that we're back at 2, but I'm not going to stop the live stream, so we just keep it running.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you then. Bye.
Okay, bye. Thanks, Tina.
Thanks, Conrad.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah. See you then.
So actually, if you could use the microphone just for the, to pick up the.
Comrades, come closer here. Lots of space here. And also sit in the front. Charlie, you want to join us here? Oh, you look really guilty.
And this is anything to press?
Nope, it just works. It works. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing?
First getting Islam. Yeah. Of course not. That's exactly.
Okay, comments if we get to make a start. My name is Lee Rock. I'm from Sheffield and convener of Sheffield Left, who played a role obviously in setting up the Sheffield Proto branch. Also in a sponsor of your party. Is that right? Yeah. So, you know, and a member of the Socialist Unity Platform. We've got two speakers today. We've got Chris Saltmarsh, who's, let's have a look. Chris is Eco-Socialist Horizon, he's author of a book on climate change, which is hopefully he might plug, an excellent book. And we've got Tim Head from Organising for Popular Power. Now, Chris is going to speak for about 10 to 15 minutes. Tim says he's only going to speak for about 5 minutes, and then we'll open up to questions and contributions, which is the main part of the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee.
Powerful, eh?
Powerful stuff. Is this good? Is this kind of business? Yeah, well, thanks very much for having me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, as we said, Chris Saltmarsh from the newly formed Eco-Socialist Horizon organisation, which is a kind of intervention we hope to make in your party to kind of advance eco-socialist politics in the first kind of period of its existence, but also hopefully over a longer period of time as well, to kind of raise an eco-socialist consciousness within the party membership and more widely, and also to shape its policy, programme, and strategy around the kind of crucial questions of the climate crisis in this conjunction. So I'll just start by saying, you know, we kind of came to this intervention out of a recognition that I think there has been a general neglect of the climate crisis in your party debates, whether that's at the very top or whether it's among grassroots as well. I think this is particularly important because obviously about 6-7 years ago, the climate crisis became a kind of zeitgeist issue that the left got involved with alongside a kind of insurgent climate movement. That climate movement fell away, it's disappeared. I won't go into the kind of ins and outs of the climate movement, but my view is that that climate movement is dead, it's not coming back, we shouldn't try to revive it. It's now our political imperative to try and forge a socialist and climate politics together, express that primarily through this party that we're building. I think as well it's also worth saying that for me, eco-socialism as a politics really makes a fundamental claim that building socialism is now at this juncture impossible without addressing climate and ecological crises, and that in turn addressing climate and ecological crises is impossible without kind of building socialist politics and socialist organisation. For me, that's quite obviously because I'm preaching to the choir here. Capitalist markets are demonstrably unable to do what's necessary in terms of, say, one core plank of climate transition is destroying an incredibly profitable industry, fossil fuels. But so too as reformism, social democracy, these kind of political approaches have also proven to be incapable of disciplining capital, abolishing certain fractions of capital on the time scale that is necessary to mitigate a kind of catastrophic climate situation. And so we're left with a socialist politics that, in our conception, has a kind of long-term horizon of socio-ecological transformation that reconciles the contradiction between production or accumulation in capitalist society and planetary limits. But in the short term, is able to actively take on this most pressing challenge of climate change. And so I think hopefully that kind of top-line politics will not be too controversial. What I want to kind of lay out is our, as Eco-Socialist Horizons, strategic kind of intervention that we hope to make, not necessarily at the founding conference, because we felt that the demands and the questions around having a democratic party were an important precondition for struggling over questions of climate. And so we've kind of got behind Socialist Unity Platform and democratic socialist demands and other demands that have sought to maximise the democracy of the party. We hope that votes kind of go that way. But the big intervention around the climate crisis and the politics and the strategy that flow from having this eco-socialist politics, these should be interventions that we all, I think, should come together and struggle over. And regardless of our kind of pre-existing kind of organisations we might be from, or pre-existing political or ideological or doctrinal positions, or whatever our position had been pre-founding conference, we hope that this politics of eco-socialism can be a unifying force for people right across the left in a recognition that the climate crisis is one of the primary contradictions that we face in capitalist society today, and resolving it or beginning to resolve it is a precondition for building socialism in general at all. And actually that attacking the climate crisis is now a necessary constitutive part of socialist transition or socialist transformation in general. The reasons for that, it's really clear, I think, that although the climate crisis has not yet become what we might call catastrophe, its effects are intensifying, they're already with us. This is already happening, and we will see it only intensify over the coming decades, that climate change as a process destroys the factors of production for capitalist society. So that might be land through the erosion of kind of agricultural land, labour, the kind of displacement and killing of people, and kind of fixed capital through the destruction of infrastructure or industry. And of course, this causes a crisis of capitalist accumulation. And as socialists, we might be forgiven for celebrating the kind of anti-accumulation tendency within the climate crisis. But I think it's important to be clear that this destruction of the factors of production for capitalist accumulation also undermine the future conditions of socialism. And we don't believe in building socialism on a dead or a dying planet or amid kind of capitalist catastrophe. We believe that we can only build socialism from a position where we have healthy land and healthy population within ecological limits. And there's an important urgency, I think, to this climate crisis, and addressing the climate crisis that we're identifying. Because as I say, we pass these planetary boundaries, because the tipping point has logical nature of the climate crisis. There are certain planetary boundaries that have been passed, there's no going back from. And so it's not a case of kind of letting climate change ravage capitalism and then bringing us back from the brink. Within our lifetime, in the lifetimes of anyone we could ever hope to know, a climate crisis really kind of locks us into irreversible changes that just make building socialism so much more difficult. And so the strategy that we kind of propose to bring into your party or whatever it ends up being called, hopefully a better name than it is before the proposals this weekend, is a kind of two-pronged approach. And it's recognising that there's this kind of interplay between the urgent short-term necessity of rapid decarbonisation and then the long-term, not just ambition, but also necessity of transformation and moving beyond capitalism as a system. And so in this kind of near-term strategy, we identify a kind of like minimum basic political programme which is really revolved around instigating a rapid, almost kind of technical transition, recognizing that the climate crisis is not purely kind of technical or technocratic challenge. It's obviously one of capitalist relations, but that there is some kind of technical dimension to it. And so there is a necessity to mobilize or leverage the state to discipline capitalist power and capitalist profits, to mobilize the socio-economic resources at its disposal to very rapidly arrest emissions and also to adapt to the warming that's already happening. Recognizing that, as I said, it will be impossible, will become impossible for us to build socialism in a meaningful sense without first arresting this really rapid and imminently catastrophic ecological process. And what is the organising strategy that comes alongside this? Well, I think the urgency with which this transition, this limited transition needs to occur, requires some critical engagement with the state. For us, this looks like using the party as a vehicle to contest elections at all levels, to shift the debate, to extract concessions, and or to exercise power through the state should we capture any of its institutions. This isn't because we fetishize the election or electoral work as a political tool or a tactic, but because in this moment we identify the state as a necessary political actor for socialists to work through or intervene in order to achieve this short-term, near-term goal of transition. We also recognise that that electoral work, we have to learn from the lessons, for example, of the failures of Corbynism, when this was a kind of purely electoral or primarily electoral project. It was not buttressed by building, to quote the name of my co-panelist, popular power, where it relied on people to simply knock on doors without having a powerful labour movement, without having powerful social movements that would be able to put socialists in office, that would be able to defend them from attacks from the ruling class when they're in office, but also, crucially, would be able to hold those elected officials to account from our party when in office as well. So there's this kind of necessary interplay between electoral work, but also building genuine power in communities and workplaces in the party. And so that near-term strategy, we argue, comes alongside this longer-term strategy, which still has our horizon, that's our name, on this eco-socialist transformation that we think ultimately is going to be necessary to reconcile the contradiction within capitalism between production, between accumulation, and planetary limits. Because simply decarbonising, simply destroying the fossil fuel industry obviously does not deal with all of the ecological breakdowns and catastrophes that capitalist society is giving to us. And so we think it's important that while articulating this kind of short-term, goal of discipline capital to achieve a technical transition, we are also continuing to articulate the necessity for this transformation of socio-ecological relations to move beyond the capitalist mode of production, to democratise the economy, to enshrine ecology as an important principle in the planning of the economy. And obviously what this requires is not just having an electoral party with a hyper leader, as Charlie mentioned before, but to build a genuinely mass socialist party, but also a genuinely mass socialist party of kind that we have not seen before, one that has a genuine, deep-rooted, ecological, eco-socialist consciousness, and a culture of developing a political program, but also strategic, making strategic decisions that prioritize climate and ecological crisis. Recognize that there are some unique elements of the climate and ecological crises that need to inform our strategy. That these are things like urgency, things like recognizing that our strategy and our goals have to change as the climate changes in order, again, to effectively confront both the state and capital in relation to this kind of evolving, potentially and imminently catastrophic crisis. And so I'm just going to finish by posing kind of three different questions, because I think one of the impulses behind our work and the intervention we want to continue to make over the coming months and years in your party, whoever ends up getting called, is that we feel like, some obligation to make this intervention as one of still a relatively small number of socialists who are committed to the question of ecology and really prioritise the combination between ecology and socialism. But at the same time, we recognise that confronting this crisis is laden with its own contradictions. There are not easy answers. The excruciating nature of being someone, as I have been, who is active on climate change throughout their political lives, is that there is no easy answer to the question of what is to be done because of the contradictions that we face. And so I want to just raise 3 questions that I'm very interested in people's ideas about, because I don't think there are easy answers, and I think sharing our own ideas is going to be the only way we come to kind of better political and strategic prescriptions. That's firstly around temporality. There's this contradiction, I think, between the temporality of building party, which through branches is very slow work, relational work, versus the urgency of confronting the primary contradiction around addressing climate change. Second point is around how central should climate change be to the party's political programme. I think it's very clear, I hope that those of us in the room, that climate change as an issue is quite possibly the most centrally, kind of civilizationally important of those that we face. But it's very clearly like not a popular issue for most moments in history. It was popular for maybe 18 months in the past 10 years. But it's clearly not a mobilizing issue in the way that, say, the cost of living might be, or even ownership of certain industries. And so how much do we narrate the centrality of climate change to our programme versus have it in the background? And then finally, again, kind of reckoning with the challenges of this strategy of forcing climate concessions as a precondition for building socialism. I've made an argument that there's a necessity of engaging in electoral work immediately in order to obstruct those concessions, but it's obviously not clear that that'll be successful. We'll face the many challenges that socialists have always faced as we've sought to engage in or leverage the capitalist state. And so how exactly do we do that? How exactly do we extract kind of world historically significant concessions from the state on this urgent time frame while also building this mass socialist party? Yeah, thanks very much.
Sweet. Oh. Hello. Okay, yeah, it's good to be here. Thanks for having us represented on this panel. I'll just, could you put your hand up if you have heard of this tendency for organising for popular powers? Okay, so maybe I'll still explain just briefly what that tendency is, and then I'll sort of relate that a little bit to what's been spoken about already. I think, the first thing to say is that it's quite deliberately called a tendency and not an action, and I think that's good. I don't think that's just to make ourselves sound less nasty, but because actually there's so much of a shared platform with lots of different tendencies and groups that have emerged. There's lots of people in organising for popular power that are also members of the Democratic Bloc, the Democratic Socialists, your party, or kind of other groups as well. So what organising for popular power does as a tendency, it emphasises a particular thing as a priority, which is base building. So building deep and meaningful relationships within communities and organising people, politicising people, transforming working class agency, working class subjectivity, to build a kind of sort of a strong and unified movement. And I think this is quite clearly in a lot of tension with some of the original ideas of your party, I suppose. Is why that kind of tendency needed to emerge. It emerged probably in the run-up, sort of in the run-up to the World Transform Festival this year. There's a group of around 70 or 80 organisers who organise a range of issues and social movements across Palestine solidarity, in transfeminist movements, anti-racist organising, within tenants unions, within rank and file trade union organising. And there was an attempt to come together to try and emphasise this priority within this new kind of emerging political moment. And I suppose in agreement with the Socialist kind of platform there, we see things like elections as necessary, but definitely not as sufficient, essentially. And I suppose we'd be quite explicitly against electoralism, if you can call it that. So the kind of the sole focus on elections is the way to win power and enforce a kind of socialist or create a socialist society. So there's lots more I could say about it, but maybe I just start to sort of link this a little bit to this panel. I think sort of maybe this is a controversial point. I don't think it is, but looking at the history of the climate movement, the kind of gains that have been made in the last 5 to 10 years, You could look at different ways, different strategies, I suppose. You could look at more of an electoral or electoralist strategy, I suppose, and a kind of movement, grassroots organising strategy. It might be that like 2 or 3 Green MPs that got elected have got elected into Parliament in that time. You can kind of, I don't know, very proudly speak truth to power on backbenchers, etc., etc. So much organising capacity was sucked into making these very small wins there. It kind of shadows in comparison, I think, than I think a lot of people would think. When you compare it to kind of the effect of the mass movements, whether the school strikes, the movements that followed on from Extinction Rebellion, and all different kinds of more grassroots-led organising. And so I think that relates to the first point I want to make. I mean, there's 3 points I want to make, really. The first one is it's really important to think about this base building tendency when we think about how to win effectively. Secondly, perhaps more on a bleaker note, I think it's important to think about how we organise within the context of collapse, within the context of ecological collapse and societal collapse. And then, I don't know if this is a more optimistic point, but it's more optimistic because it's imagining there are some wins. But if we get these wins, how do we prevent those wins? Okay, so first of all, I kind of mentioned already about this idea, a kind of theory of change that suggests if we want to actually win the demands that are being made, it's so necessary to have, as was mentioned before, that kind of powerful social base. You certainly can't rely on elected politicians to kind of honourably be true to their word, for one thing, but also to organise effectively within the state. I think, I mean, I could go on about that point more, but I think maybe the second 2 points are worth kind of focusing on a bit more. On the point of collapse, I mean, for me, so I have a very good friend that lives in North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina, and just over a year ago, they had kind of biggest storm of a generation. Thousands of people died. Many more than that lost their homes, were made homeless. They didn't have power, electricity, gas, fuel, running water, internet, Wi-Fi, whatever, communication, anywhere communicating, for upwards of 2 to 3 months. So my friend, her name's Kat, she, as far as she's concerned, she experienced the future. She experienced societal collapse, what that looks like. So I don't think we can think of this anymore as a kind of distant possibility. These things are happening already around the world. They've been happening in the global south a lot, but they are increasingly happening in the global north. And it is a matter of time before it happens here and within Western Europe, for example. You've already had examples of it, but that's certainly not an if, but it's a when. Obviously, it's difficult because with a thing like climate, it's unpredictable. It's very, very unpredictable to know when these kind of things will happen. So you have to organise in a slightly more strategic way, because you don't know when this thing's going to emerge. It's not like we've got an election in May 2026, so you know how to focus that, blah, blah. But organising this popular power, this popular base, organising deeply within communities, building up unions and associations, speaking from my friend's experience, that has been the most powerful thing to organise within this context. A, it's useful, it meets people's needs and demands, and it kind of, to give a sliver of hope to this, I mean, North Carolina, this is a southern state. Asheville is somewhat liberal, or arguably quite neoliberal politics. But even so, it was surprising even to my friend Kat, how much kind of organic mutual aid style organising emerged out of necessity. And the kind of ways in which people innovate when they are met with these things in their everyday life. I think we need to be ready for these moments, and I think building popular power, whether that's through tenant union organising, through other kind of grassroots work, through the kind of solidarity work that we do, this stuff is not just, it's useful for all of these possibilities of collapse as well, and importantly, being able to play a role in kind of transformative politics within those moments, so that we can build kind of collective solidarity and not use the kind of shadow side of what can happen in these moments of collapse. And then the final point, I was mentioning about how to kind of defend wins as well. Also thinking about friends and comrades in the US, friends I have in New York. It's a very exciting time in lots of ways, with the election of Van Dam. But there is definitely as they would put it, kind of slightly eerie feeling in the air of like knowing what is coming for and knowing what's coming for the kind of socialist politics that's being built up there. Every single successful revolution or revolutionary politics breeds intense counter-revolution. These things are kind of necessary as far as the historical record is concerned. And so we also have to be ready for what's coming for us when we're trying to defend the wins that we do have. And I think, again, that's something that has to be built now, has to be built immediately, these kind of connections, the kind of forms of social infrastructure that we are so lacking in our societies, that have been kind of hollowed out by decades of neoliberalism, for example. These are things that we need to start rebuilding now. And that's not because we're trying to just create a nice little kind of isolated commune-style societies for us to enjoy ourselves more. It's because this is going to be incredibly and increasingly necessary to defend what wins we do have. So that's how I would kind of connect this kind of base building tendency with the necessity of building that for a socialist horizon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. I'll open it to the floor now, so who wants to go? 1 minute.
Sorry to chip in again, but Mike McMahon, CPTV, in relation to Chris's point, two things. One, crisis is not the unhealth of capitalism, it's necessary to the health of capitalism. So there could be, I know this is contentious thing to say, there could be a successful green capitalism on the basis of the destruction of the military power and financial power of the United States of America. Just as there was a successful oil-based capitalism on the basis of the destruction of the coal-based power of the British Empire. So it's not saying we don't need socialism, but the threat, in a sense, is as much of the geopolitics of the United States defending its oil-based supremacy, in particular in relation to the military form. There are no electric tanks or electric fighter aircraft or electric warships projecting power globally. And conversely, the policy which the United States has now clearly adopted in order to deal with the climate crisis is to deindustrialize successively Russia and then China, and thereby reduce emissions outside the United States in order to maintain emissions within the United States. So the problem essentially, the problem of war and the problem of ecology pose themselves as identical. The issue which goes along with that, our alternative in relation to the state power, it's almost certainly illusory to imagine that even if we won a British general election with an enormous majority, and in respect to the other comments point, with a very large base, etc., nonetheless, actually, we would be strangled by, in the same way as the Syriza government was strangled by the Troika, we too would be strangled by the Troika. So our project needs to be a European-wide project, not just an eco-socialist project. Second, in relation to base building, this stuff that has been debated in the United States, and I think the base building tendencies in the United States have very much lost momentum. And the reason why they've very much lost momentum is that it's not that it's not a good idea to build bases. It's not that it's not a good idea to do tenants organising as well as trade union organising, as well as cooperatives. All of these things are fundamental. But the problem is that the state power, in the form of the judiciary, but also of the legislature, intervenes to take control of these initiatives and bring it back under subordination. So that you need an anti-constitutional politics to back up the base building. That the SPD in pre-1914 Germany is able to build big bases because it was quite an outlaw party. The PCI in Italy in the 1950s and 60s, similarly, because it was an outlaw party and not part of the coalition regime, could build bases. So, just those are just points in relation to the points that comrades have made, which I hope will something.
Thank you, Mike. Can you pass it back to Alan?
Alan Gibson from the Bolshevik Tendency, and I'm a supporter of the Marxist Bulletin tendency inside your party. Two central points from the speakers, which I think are mistaken. Firstly, the first speaker was talking about the need for a strategic approach of trying to arresting the collapse by putting pressure on or using the capitalist state as a necessary precondition for, I think that's the term you use, for building a socialist alternative in the future. And the other one is the emphasis on base building and the importance that can give in terms of mutual aid when the increasing results of ecological collapse started impacting on people and society. And that's only going to increase because all the parameters of ecological collapse are continuing in a negative direction. Increasingly so, and tipping points are being passed as we speak. I have a problem with the first perspective of, which is the kind of perspective of the Green New Deal, or the radical Green New Deal, that because of the urgency of the crisis, the struggle for socialism or communism or the end of capitalism needs to be either seen as a second stage or something that is put on hold somewhat for this more urgent immediate strategy of reforming capitalism. I know you don't use that term, but using levers to put pressure on capitalism. Andreas Malm actually puts this most concretely because he talks the need for a revolution, but then in practical terms comes out and says we've got to use what we have, which is the capitalist state. And I think that misunderstands the reality of capitalism, some of the stuff that Mike was talking about. The reality of capitalism is completely tied in its vast majority to the processes which are causing the ecological collapse. The way that we produce food, the way that we produce energy. These are all tied up in how capitalism works. The vast amounts of money which are involved in investing in those processes. So the idea that we could stop this behemoth to turn things around has been behind the ecological movement for the last, let's look at the COPs. That was what the COPs were there to do. And yet all the graphs are like that. It's all getting worse. The capitalism as a social structure built around short-term profitability, eternal growth, is something which it cannot, I think, inherently deal with the ecological collapse, which is something which is beyond us. We'll start, by the time it becomes something which everybody on the planet recognises as our main problem, it will be too late because so many tipping points have been passed. So I think that it's a danger to present as a strategy presenting some kind of necessary alliance with the progressive capitalists. Because who else is going to be the leaders within capitalism who brings us around, or building mass movements which can bring about little reforms. We need a fundamental transformation of society, I think. And so that for eco-socialism, I think that the urgency means that it's more urgent for us to put to front and centre the need to overthrow capitalism. There's no future for humanity without overthrowing capitalism. Not this idea of a two-stage. First, we'll use capitalism to mitigate the worst excesses, and then socialism will have a better playing field on which to grow. That's simply not going to happen. And the problem with base building is similar. I'll finish. It's kind of the idea that Mike was talking about, the question of the state. Yes, mutual aid is very important. It will be useful for mitigating against the chaos which ecological collapse is going to bring, but it doesn't deal with, it's like ambulances at the bottom of the cliff. And yes, ambulances at the bottom of the cliff are very useful, but we need to get rid of the cliff. And it's a question of what's the important thing to do, because that cliff is only getting higher and higher, and the ambulances at the bottom are becoming less and less effective. We've got to overthrow capitalism. That's the only solution to prevent the horror that is coming.
Comrade in the grey. It's coming.
Sorry, who? Where? Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm Jessica from Anti-Capitalist Resistance and the Eco-Socialist Action Network. Thank you very much for the talks. I think it's interesting what's been said about organising around popular issues and the difficulties sometimes of doing that with climate issues that can seem quite abstract. However, I think it's important that we look at issues that might not immediately appear like climate issues, but in fact are very much climate issues, like food prices, like transport, like insurance premiums. I mean, a lot of the time, when you own a house or rent a house in a floodplain or anywhere which is going to be affected by extreme weather events, these are all climate issues, and they're also issues that people deal with every single day. These are things that people don't have money for, people don't have savings for. They're also climate issues. I was in Belgium recently speaking to comrades there about Code Red, which is a very successful climate movement in Europe that I think we can look to in terms of practical on-the-ground organising. Although they do direct action, which is not necessarily what your party is about, it does use a lot of tactics that I think we would also benefit from, which is linking up unions, the people who work in the places like the energy companies, the local communities around specific local issues, and that's quite a good way of galvanizing communities and making it about something that it's not abstract. They have a great slogan, the end of the world, the end of the month, the same fight, because they don't have enough money to get to the end of the month, and we're fighting against the end of the world. And the people who are making it impossible to pay rent are the same people who are, polluting and causing climate change. It's all the same people. The same people who are pushing up insurance premiums are the same ones that are investing in fossil fuels. So making those links and drawing them all together, I think is key. And so, yeah, I think looking at those kind of global struggles, also in Brazil, is another really good example of where they have been able to bring together issues around colonialism, indigenous rights, and also deforestation and big agriculture. I mean, obviously, different arguments happen in different ways in different countries, and so it's finding out what the issues are that matter to people on the ground, and then organising around those would be the best tactic, in my opinion.
Thank you. Simon.
It's okay, Julie. Simon Hanna, also from Anti-Capitalist Resistance. Yeah, thank you for the talks. I guess just following on from the point Jessica was making, that finding ways to bring the climate crisis in with the social crisis is absolutely essential. I know the French movement, I'm going to mangle this slogan now, but they have a thing where they say,
End of the month, the end of the world.
yeah, the end of the month, the end of the world is caused by the same people, i.e., your wages don't get to the end of the month, you can't afford the things you need, the end of the world is also coming, it's the capitalist class is the problem, and so there has to be, and so it's an appeal for a kind of, which was better than the original French, it's an appeal for a class struggle campaign which isn't just talking about the climate, but kind of the abstract, as Jessica said, but is rooting it in the, in the fight over wages and people's living standards. And I think, one of the best things your party can fight for is a 4-day week. That's a very clear, I think it's an eco-socialist demand. We're reducing energy usage, we're reducing, wasting time doing bullshit jobs, as David Graeber called them. That helps with all the energy use. It also gives people a better quality of life. There's ways that we can really make these things spark and come alive for people, so that it's not just sort of talking about it, in a way that something is happening in another country or it's happening in the future or something like this. I guess just on the point that Chris made, kind of from a kind of Green New Deal kind of argument. In as much as every fight that socialists have is a demand on the bourgeoisie, and therefore you can use the state for that. You can win a majority in Parliament. You can use legislature to try and offset the carbon crisis. One of the things you could do in Parliament is you could pass legislation to we could just stop the subsidies to the fossil fuel companies. There's real practical reforms that you could get through Parliament. So I don't think that there's just a kind of reform versus revolution dichotomy that is that useful in this conversation. But obviously we do have to have a deeper, more serious discussion about the way that the capitalist state is embedded in the economy. It's not neutral, it's not separate from the productive forces and the relations of production, and therefore to what extent could even a quite radical legislative reform programme by your party government alliance with the Greens or whoever, how far could that really get? And I think that's sort of something that we need to really think about. And I know there's debates around the limitations of the Green New Deal strategy and so on. I don't think it's that helpful just to say, oh, that's just reformist, that's not going to work. We have to think about how some aspects of the Green New Deal programme, as Mark said in the Communist Manifesto, can make despotic inroads into private property. It can pose the question through transition plans, which actually, challenge the nature of ownership of the economy and so on. But obviously, it's not going to go far enough. We can't use Parliament just to legislate for socialism. And that is where we do need a more revolutionary strategy to think about coming out of it in terms of actually challenging the social, political, economic relations in society in a much more revolutionary way, which does mean, I think elements of base building is fine. I think it also involves being much more proactive with workers occupying their workplace. All the old stuff we used to do back in the day. Like bringing some of these things back and actually kind of making people feel empowered. And if your party can be part of bringing back that kind of tradition of working class struggle from below, then I think that would be a really positive thing. But yeah, I guess there's lots of things to think about in terms of the actual practical application of the strategy and the kind of at what point the revolutionary horizon of the climate crisis really, impacts in a way that it becomes an actual revolutionary crisis.
Well, that might come in the cap.
Yeah, thanks. I think I probably disagree with the perspective that everything has to be about the overthrow of capitalism and things like eco-socialism have to wait. I think it's incredibly relevant in two distinct ways. One is internationally and one is locally. Internationally, I'm not sure about the argument we heard about 10 minutes ago about America running down, being quite happy to assist Russia and China in decarbonising so that it can retain the monopoly of fossil fuel dependent energy resources. I think the reality is that China in particular is planting huge solar fields all over Africa. And I recently returned from Cuba, and they're doing the same there, which is a directly anti-imperialist thing to do, because Trump and Marco Rubio are ratcheting up the embargo on Cuba to the extent that in any town or city you can see the energy outages, the lights go out completely, the air conditioning goes out completely, and only those places with their own generators can stay functioning. And that's the reality in much of the world. On the local level, I give you the example of Lancashire, where arguably Lancashire has been at the forefront of the anti-fracking movement. Some long and bitter struggles have been fought in Lancashire, and the contradiction between that experience, that reality, that deeply embedded feeling within local, county-wide public opinion, ran straight into the fact that Reform grabbed control of Lancashire County Council. Since when Reform has struggled massively to actually deal with the reality of the fact that public opinion is strongly against fracking, and Reform's policy is to frack. And various councillors have had to resign, Reform councillors have had to resign because of the contradiction between their political careerism on the one hand and Reform's policies on the other. So it does work out. There are places and there are situations when local struggle, local working class struggle, is very much involved in these issues, and certainly internationally links into internationalism, and even more manifestly than you can't have socialism in one country, you cannot have eco-socialism in one country. It's really obvious. The world is an integrated ecosystem, and these issues have to be taken forward within your party very strongly, particularly if we're going to be able to relate to young people. I know both of my sons are strongly involved in ecological issues, and a lot of young people are, or if they're not, they feel these issues very deeply. I think some of us who are considerably longer in the tooth don't necessarily understand that.
It's John, isn't it? It's John?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Cheers. Hopefully not repeating too much that was already said by the comrades from Anti-Capitalist Resistance. But by the way, my name's Ted, I'm part of the SYP. But a good point to make to people in trying to relate to the cost of living is obviously the scarcer resources get, the more expensive things get, and with the destruction of soil and whatnot, prices go up as a result. And also fossil fuel subsidies are going up every year worldwide because it's getting more expensive to get oil out of the ground, because we're having to dig deeper and deeper. And I think that's a good point to make to people. The deeper we have to dig, the more it costs money to actually get it out of the ground, the more unprofitable it is, and therefore people's taxes go up to subsidise fossil fuel extraction. And if there's anything that most people in this country don't like, it's their taxes going up. So that's a good point to make. I agree that communism is ultimately what will save the planet, if we are to save it, because capitalism responds to destruction, and destruction can capital accumulation because it clears the way for a new round of accumulation. And the destruction of capital in turn generates that more aggressive streak in the capitalist class to therefore accelerate the commodification of nature. So that instigates the class struggle and the economic struggle and all the rest of it. But reformism can be part of the struggle for revolution, absolutely. You know, it's all just a process. It's all a process, and revolution is like a culmination of evolutionary processes ultimately. So we kind of have to, like someone else said, you do have to kind of, there is a balance. You can't like completely rule out reformism. It sort of goes back to Rosa Luxemburg's reform revolution. It's both in the end. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to talk to people more widely about things in terms of what is being studied technologically, but it's just really interesting that a lot of like the most advanced technologies that are being studied at the moment are what I consider to be socialist technology, because it's just not profitable to sort of build them at scale. Things like, I don't know if you've heard of like precision fermentation, where the claim is that you can create chemically identical foods that traditional farming can produce, but at a fraction of the resources and cost. But it's just never going to be profitable, it's built at scale. There's, in 2019, there are reports of like what they were calling a mycelium revolution, where in labs you can grow like almost anything you can think of out of mycelium, which is like obviously a type of fungi. And obviously I don't know if that's true or not, because I'm not a scientist and I haven't been privy to those studies. But again, if you were to do that at scale, because there's no exploitation of labour involved, because it just grows itself, like it's almost programmable. Like a lot of these new technologies are programmable and automated, but capitalism just can't achieve these new innovations at scale. So again, obviously that sort of thing's a bit harder to communicate at the wider scale, but in terms of those of us who are reaching more advanced levels, it's certainly something we should be conscious of.
Thanks. Can you have the microphone back? You sum up now. Answer responses. You want to go first, Ted?
Yeah, I won't be able to speak to everything, I guess, but yeah, thanks for some of those comments. They were really helpful for me to think about. I think, yeah, maybe firstly, quickly on some of the points that just been mentioned about, we have this dilemma, which is that climate politics is not, at the moment, a popular issue with voters when they're polled, essentially, which I think is undeniably true. I think that the framing of that logic of that framing, I think itself comes from a kind of electoralism that I do think we should challenge. I think we should probably do. I do think this leads to a lot of popular. That's my own personal opinion. But I think we can, instead of thinking just about that model of like you're going door knocking, you're on a doorstep, and you're trying to persuade someone to vote for your party with an eco-socialist agenda, and you're presented with the fact that this person doesn't care about that, and you say, okay, well, let's try and figure out a way to make this relevant to something in that kind of one conversation. The Organising for Popular Power model deliberately tries to get away from just those isolated conversations and actually tries to build popular power, which means relationships and building organisers, building leaders organically, so that people come on a journey of transformation, I suppose. I think something like being politicised in climate politics does require a certain level of political education. It requires a certain level of too close. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it requires a certain level of education, political education. Once people are politically educated about these things, they do tend to care about them a lot. Especially if you're a younger person and you're aware of the fact that this is going to massively impact your life. There's not more obvious form of self-interest there, really. But it just does take that level of deep political education. We can't just think of it as like, how can we just win over voters in the next election or on the doorstep, etc. So I think that's something where the organising popular power model may just offers a slight complicating of the way we often frame these problems. I think I also agree with the points that have been made about being careful about getting pushed into these kind of these false dichotomies of reform versus revolution, of engaging with the state and not engaging with the state, of overthrowing capitalism or driving an ambulance to stop someone from dying. I don't think it makes sense to put ourselves into these dichotomies and say how can you possibly do one whilst needing to do the other. For a whole bunch of obvious reasons. And again, it comes back to what I was saying about our tendency being a tendency within this. We're not saying that everyone has to do exactly what we're doing, but there should be a role for it. I think these kind of debates make a lot of sense if we're doing an abstract academic debate and we're trying to do an argument in a room. But I think if you're actually doing organising in communities on the street, there is no world of moral purity left for you to be like, okay, well, this is just finally resolve that debate once and for all. Those debates won't get resolved. In this space, it might feel like we've won an argument, but that's not the reality. The reality is always so much more messy. And I think that's another reason why a basic learning approach is good, because it forces you into those contradictions. Gets you out trying to win arguments with other leftists in the room, which we can all get to. And I think we're thinking here about the role of the party, the role of your party as well, and the role of this weekend. There's an article that I really, really liked by Salah Mohammedesi. It was actually written quite a long time ago, relatively written in 2020. Called, I think it's called The Party is Articulated and Viewpoint Magazine. I really recommend reading it. And it's essentially talking about the potential of a party as a way to bring together different social struggles. And that without having some kind of infrastructure, it can be difficult to politicise and change range of issues. And when we think about something like the climate becoming sort of like no longer part of this platform, unless we have actual organisers who are involved in both struggles, or at least talking to one another, it's very easy for that kind of that siloing to happen. I like a lot of people that came to this weekend with a lot of cynicism and a lot of anger even about how this process has gone in terms of your party. This article gave me a lot of focus on thinking about the potential of our party greatness that is together. And then just last of all, actually no, that's this one. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thanks everyone for really interesting and challenging comments. Yeah, really appreciate them all. I think, maybe as more of a kind of general comment I'd start with, I'd say, I think for me it is important that while we retain a socialist analysis of the climate crisis, of strategy, of transition, we also almost embrace an uncertainty of how we get out of this mess. And kind of to restate one of the first points I made, I don't think it is clear that you simply do this. You know, I'm not trying to say you simply elect a socialist government in the UK and then you decarbonise and somehow there's a contagion effect and you decarbonise globally. Like, it's not clear that that's going to happen, but it's also not clear, I think, that there is a kind of like revolutionary route to this either. You know, I think the comrade at the back, whose points I think were very compelling, kind of made this argument that kind of doing transition without overthrowing capitalism simply isn't going to happen. One could quite, easily or equally contend overthrowing capitalism is also simply not going to happen. You know, unfortunately, we do not. I don't think my assessment is we do not live in a conjuncture where that rupture, that revolution, is imminent. And so I think what I'm trying to think through, what we're trying to think through, is not a kind of stagist strategy. But thinking about eco-socialist transition as a process, in which we might think it might be productive to think about the sequencing by which we go after different sections of capital. And for me, I think the provocation, there's been a kind of, I think, a not unreasonable characterization of my argument as kind of in this like radical Green New Deal vein. That's clearly the political tradition that I have come from in recent years. But I've been thinking about it in a more kind of like post-Green New Deal sense, where it's like, yes, I'm not kind of completely rejecting that approach of kind of seeking to use the capitalist state in some way to accelerate this transition.
but also recognising that we probably do need to move beyond the kind of idea that we could form some kind of temporary alliance with the green sections of capital. Instead, thinking about a much more agitational approach where we are really actually foregrounding the necessity of destroying a fraction of capital. So it's not about saying we're just kind of going to make friends with the capitalist state. It's going to say we're going to use all that we have to mobilise its institutions in order to identify the fossil fuel industry as the first one that needs to go. And so the kind of technical argument about transition informs that question of sequencing. And I think this relates to the comments from the comrades from Anti-Capitalist Resistance, which are very welcome and really agreeable, which is, I think, yeah, we can make this kind of argument. We can identify these everyday issues and clearly have a climate dimension, even if it doesn't feel foregrounded. I love the end of the world, end of the month, same fight slogan. It's brilliant. I think one of the things we can start to do is, like, when we're talking about energy, or when we're talking about food prices, when we're talking about insurance, attaching those kind of bread and butter demands to a kind of top level demand, which is, and we need to destroy the fossil fuel industry. And I think as eco-socialists, as the climate movement, we've not, I think, there's often a debate between, do you have this very maximalist politics or do you have this very like micro politics? I think there's an absolute necessity to bring them together and bring the bread and butter in with the kind of, you know, Malm talks about revolutionary mitigation. I think there's a kind of, there's something in that of kind of being comfortable with the contradiction of like, yes, we need to do this quite technical thing of mitigation, but we need to do it in as close to a revolutionary way as possible. And so yeah, just the thing I'll finish by saying is, yeah, I appreciate this conversation. I think we could have this conversation for many hours. I hope that whether it's within Eco-Socialist Horizon or Eco-Socialist Horizon with other comrades and other organisations, we can all continue to embrace this really difficult discussion of what do we do about the climate crisis as socialists through the party as an institution. I think the party, for all of the fuckery that we've had over the past few weeks and this weekend, if it exists in the next few days, will be a vehicle through which we can collectively work through this most difficult question that I think as socialists we probably have ever faced.
Thanks to both speakers. Anyone announce where we are timetable was?
Same as before. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we're starting with the next session. Should we call for quotas? A discussion between Steve Owen from the Democratic Socialists and Michael Nair, Commons Platform.
Thank you, comrades.
I'm so excited. I like that it rhymes.
Because it is a question of emphasis, it's not that, I'm just saying, don't worry about it. You were presenting emphasis strategically as being two stages. And I don't know use that term, but effectively it is. And that's what the Green New Deal is. Somehow either through pressure, I think it implies blocks with progressive capitalists, because the capitalists would want to block it with these people attacking these other capitalists. I think it's extremely unlikely that you can separate out the fossil fuel industry from national capital. Think about the trillions of monetary products which finance capitalists basically, and you didn't talk about revolutionary capitalism, but basically rejecting the response to this shit is going to come, and this is a better way that people might be able to cope with that shit. And as that shit is just getting worse and worse and worse, that's not a strategy. You've got to try and attack the root cause. And so I was just responding to those. So I'm saying the emphasis has to be on revolution. Unless you really do believe that it's possible for a green capitalism which can properly first stop that graph.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
And can deal with all the shit that's already built up.
I appreciate. I think it's a useful contribution because I think obviously we're still refining the exact articulation. I think for me, it's about like it's a process. Sequencing them, start by saying, I think it would be a process of building, and it's not just technological, it's a process of building. No, there's a question of emphasis there. I think it's difficult to get right. But at the same time, what I don't want to do is flatten and just say, you know, climate change is a capitalist crisis, we need revolution. It's like, I kind of do a conjunctural thing where it's like, how do we actually achieve it? I appreciate the feedback because I'm trying to get the balance right.
Oh, right.
But what I also don't want to say, we need to we need to widen the industry. So there's a question of how do you... Yeah, well, I think you have to lead into that. You're exacerbating. No, I think my point is that it's how you actually do it, isn't it? How you communicate. Well, I appreciate the feedback.
Everybody probably thought I might actually pop out the shop anyway, so I might just pop out the shop. Get a bottle of water or something. What's your name? Sorry, Danny, nice to meet you. Yeah. So obviously I'm not being sourced, but I'm just about anyway, so I'll probably catch you in a little bit anyway.
Okay. Comrades, can we settle down, please? Come here if you're participating, or be quiet if you're not. Maybe 10, 15 each? 10?
Yeah, about 15.
Yeah.
Well, if you're full, I suggest you start.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. It might be a bit abstract for me to sort of start arguing and getting started. Which is why I've got ideas on my head and I kind of remarks.
Right, we're amongst friends. Thank you, comrades. Thanks for coming back. This is the next session. We're having a discussion on quotas. Should we call for quotas for leadership positions, etc.? Quotas for women, trans, non-cis men, I think it's how it's usually formulated. This issue came up recently in the Socialist Unity Platform, where we were discussing amendments going forward to the conference and the Sheffield demands, and a proposal was made to include the call for quotas. And we had good discussions on it with the Trans-Liberation Group, who had proposed that. We have invited them to discuss the issue here, and they didn't fancy it, fair enough. So it's now two blokes, white blokes, discussing the issue, but that's how it goes. So not of our choosing, but there you go. But it's, you know, it's an issue, of course, that affects even, you know, white blobs. So I think you have every right to discuss the issue and have views on it. So we've got Steve Owen first from the Democratic Socialist, followed by Mike McNair from the Communist Platform.
Yes, hi, I'm Stephen, and yeah, I'm part of the Socialist Unity Party proto branch, and a member of the Democratic Socialist Party, as Stephen mentioned, and the Great Manchester Left Caucus as well. So I think I'll begin by kind of contextualising the arguments I'm going to make, which is, I think, the opportunity that exists, still just about exists with your party. A huge amount of activity at the base it's created, I think represents a huge opportunity for the left in Britain to reassess a lot of its governance approaches, I think. One example is on all the kind of constitutional and structural questions which have formed a major part of the Socialist Unity Platform and the Democratic Socialist Platform, etc. Which is we want a party of the whole left is able to incorporate and tolerate differences among its membership. And it isn't just a dictatorship of MPs, MPs, bureaucrats, full party staffers, etc. I think that's reflective of a sentiment that's critical of the various ways socialist and social democratic parties have been organised in recent memory. And similarly, there's been a huge radicalisation of people who a lot of whom come out of the Corbyn movement, who have recognised essentially that social democracy is insufficient, and at the end of capitalism is central.
Sorry,
yeah.
It's either on or off.
I cannot, so I think similarly, a different but related problem is about the kind of dominant cultural wars of the left. So I think that can't be reduced purely to formal questions about structure or programme. There, of course, there's a relationship between those two questions and culture. And this relates to numerous issues. But I think most relevant to this discussion is the extent to which socialist culture in Britain ends up reflecting the negative experiences of oppressed groups in other areas of society, rather than directly challenging it. I think it's probably no surprise to most of us that socialist groups are not free from issues like misogyny, racism, anti-LGBT discrimination, chauvinistic attitudes towards national minorities, etc. So I don't intend to present a wholly negative picture. I think there is a significant strand of the history of the British socialist movement where the fight for the emancipation of every section of the working class, all its diversity, it's had to begin within the socialist movement itself. So there's numerous examples that you could give, going back to the very early socialist movement, socialist organisations, things like the Social Democratic Federation, which was led by a man called Henry Heinemann, who was, throughout his entire political career, viciously, anti-German and kind of xenophobic, and very much a kind of small British nationalist, which became a massive fight within that organisation in the lead to World War I, as that was an underlying motivation for his kind of social imperialist position on that war. You can talk as well about the feminist, LGBT, the fact that the number of movements, the feminist movement, the LGBT movement, Irish republicanism, various other things that were seen for a long period, and in the case of some of these movements still are seen by some organisations as kind of largely petty bourgeois, middle class movements that we shouldn't be engaging with. Also, there's the fact that in a number of groups, we've seen bureaucratic, overly centralised approaches to the party facilitate violence and abuse towards those groups who are already more likely to experience both within society. And today there is a quite large tendency across the whole left that draws a completely false binary between the safety of women and the liberation of trans people. If you were to talk about the Labour Party, probably my throat's going a little, or the trade union movement's record on these questions, it would be an even grimmer history, frankly. And I think in saying this, and although I've made the point, this is not purely a question of formal structures, it's also a question of how we interact with each other and just simply considering these questions a bit more clearly, I think. There are structures, approach party structures that assist in addressing this problem. So in that context, I'm in favour of quotas, essentially.
I won't be addressing some reference slightly specific proposals. I think, as Tina said, this was addressed in the Socialist Unity Platform at quite a lot of length, and there were proposals put by your party caucuses to certainly the Great Manchester Regional Assembly in favour of quotas as a kind of an alternative to the representation of organised sections on the CEC, which I think personally was correct. So yeah, my points are in general about the mechanism. So I'd say that quotas, they work as mechanisms to increase the representation of groups who are not just minorities in absolute terms, or oppressed in society more generally, but tend to be unrepresented within leadership and organised politics as well. This point comes alongside, like general position of demanding we have a party of open factions among membership and encourage them as a basic democratic principle of a proportional voting system, ideally Scottish FCB, of total freedom of discussion and association among members, etc. I say this precisely because I think there is a very real point about these measures being used in other contexts to aid bureaucrats. Though I don't think that's an inevitable consequence of quotas. So I'd say in terms of positive arguments for these measures, the first is they encourage representation in the literal sense of ensuring that, for instance, the balance of the representative body has a gender balance. There's a representation of ethnic and sexual minorities, trans people, etc. But also there is a political justification for this in that it encourages and creates direct incentives for organised tendencies to take seriously their programme towards minorities and oppressed groups. So in relation to representation, I think there's a very real limitation to representation in the sense that it's not a surefire route to liberative politics. There are more than enough examples of people in border parties who call themselves feminists, and it's very unclear as to what that actually means in practice when it comes down to it. But I do think that it's not an unrelated issue either. The idea that you can seriously have a practical commitment to the liberation of all, whilst having absolutely no or very little representation of oppressed groups in key positions in the socialist movement is, I think, very dubious. And I would argue that the somewhat mixed record of our movement on these questions historically points to this, frankly. I think on the question of the extent to which quotas can incentivise development on political questions, I think again this is a fairly clear outcome of that mechanism. So I think to outline this point, I think we, if we get the party that we need structurally, which is a party that encourages rather than, as the current party does, discourages the organisation of the membership into tendencies. Practically, when we come to elections on these issues, we're talking really about slates that are unified slates of candidates for things like CEC elections that are going to stand under a fairly common programme. They're going to unite around a set of principles. So with quotas, there is a direct incentive to work out positions on the primary issues which affect oppressed groups that are, obviously complementary to the politics of these tendencies. This encourages representation, which can then translate into CEC slates that, represent a political group that actually, is able to take a solid stance on trans issues, or is able to, have a developed position on women's oppression, for instance, and also, actually reflects and represents these people in leadership positions where they often are not. A successful faction or slate would encourage the ranking of their candidates from groups included within quotas higher than other candidates, if we're talking about an SCV system anyway. And I do think that, groupings and tendencies within the party that trans or non-white comrades or anyone else wouldn't touch with a barge pole probably do in some way or other have issues they have to address. So maybe this encourages the development of stronger political lines and greater organisation of members around those lines. So I'm going to perhaps preempt some arguments kind of against these measures that are common. So the first is this is argued to be undemocratic. As for instance, if you have a body of 11 people in which the 7 candidates with the most votes are men, only 5 or 6 would be elected under a quota system designed to provide a gender balance, for instance. Personally, I think this does reflect the exact sort of left kind of politics within this party that we want to be arguing against, namely one which is centred around like the virtues of specific individuals, rather than around a programme of political principles. So, you know, when we're talking about, like, for instance, you know, a common slate of a political slate of the CEC, we're talking about something that's defined by its ideas. We're talking about, like, you know, like, we primarily want people who are representatives who reflect that line that, you know, those people signed up to, and you know, will carry that out in whatever body they're elected to. So, you know, of course, there's a need for, like, effective, experienced leadership. But like, this is something which is developed through practice, through people taking up these positions and carrying it out. And I think what we see as effective leadership obviously can't be divorced from like the historic underrepresentation of specific groups. You know, unsurprisingly, a lot of the people who, you know, tend to be left leaders are a specific kind of demographic, and that's not like accidental, I think. I think it's also suggested that the current leaders of most groups in like organised left politics, you know, who are in that position presumably without quotas, are there purely through their kind of unique competence and insight. I think one thing that your party has certainly done is like quite fatal damage to that idea. You know, by contrast, I think we want leadership from groups that have been like historically underrepresented or oppressed. You know, like you know. Not to say that this like equates necessarily to better leadership, but I do think that representation gives a better chance of leadership more attuned to the full diversity of experience of the working class, that's able to design a socialist programme that actually speaks to these issues in a clearer way than we have done before. The final point, as I realize I'm kind of probably getting quite close to the end of my time, is that like there's another potential objection, which I refer to, is that, you know, this does, like, the question of whether this creates the potential for bureaucracies to, you know, kind of place themselves in positions through, you know, having someone who is, you know, from an oppressed group but speaks for their political programme. You know, we've seen that certainly into relations like shortlists within the Labour Party, where, you know, there are like candidates who have posed, you know, on the basis of their identity, who have been put in positions and then end up being selected despite being playing politics that are very out of line with the membership in that area. So, like, clearly that could be an issue within your party, but I think it's quite easily countered, namely by, like, again, like countering these issues politically. I think, you know, it's not as if like the majority of this room would not have like a response to, as an example, like the way in which people within the kind of anti-Semitism within the Labour Party, you know, invoked the fact that they were perhaps Jewish as, you know, an argument for a political position about anti-Semitism in the party, or, you know, the claim that like trans-exclusionary feminism, you know, reflects like the general perspective of women, or like as regards to trans rights or women's safety. I think we can have quite clear responses to that issue, and like they're political battles we can win, and are not in of themselves enabled by quotas. So yeah, to conclude, I think there are numerous benefits to quotas, and I think a lot of like the sort of typical like objections to these, I don't think they are true generally, and I also don't think it's like yeah, they're not in themselves undemocratic, or like necessarily tools for bureaucracies to maintain control. So that's all.
Thanks, Colin.
Okay, I'm not going to say that quotas are undemocratic, because if we decide to have quotas, or for that matter, if we decide to have a slate system, which I lived for 20 years of my life in the International Marxist Group, which elected its leadership on a slate system with the nominating commission, which sat during conference, directed to attempt to balance the sexes, attempt to promote racial minorities, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to say it's something, because that's a choice which is made by the membership. Secondly, I'm not going to say, I'm going to say something slightly more complex about the question of the need for effective and experienced leadership.
And there's something slightly more complex is actually comrades from oppressed groups quite often push themselves forward as leaders. And you can look right back into the history of our movement. Theodore Rothstein, Jews in 1890s to 1900s London, whatever Jews are now, Jews in 1890s, 1900s London were definitely an oppressed group. Rothstein pushes himself forward as a leader of the Social Democratic Federation, fighting against Heinrich. Sacklat Vala, early leader of the British Communist Party, of South Asian origin, and equally women comrades. And I think there's in Comrade Steve's history, there's actually a very serious misrepresentation of the degree to which the British Labour movement fought round issues of race and sex equality before the rise of the so-called second wave feminist movement in the 1960s. It's just radically understates. In fact, the CPUSA also. So my other side of this coin, I am bisexual. I'm going to give a bit of personal history. I'm bisexual. I identified as exclusively gay between the ages of 17 and 27. I came out at school. I involved myself in fringes of Gay Liberation Front very early. It was through Gay Liberation Front that I was taken to radicalised with the left, joined the International Marxist Group, at least half because the IMG turned out on our GLF pickets of W.H. Smith to try and get W.H. Smith to stop gay news, which they refused to stop, in the long obsolete periodical. And I found them doing that not only in Oxford, but I found them doing that when I went to visit a friend in Lancaster, and there was again a picket of W.H. Smith. It was the IMG was the only left group which turned out. Yes, it's true, the Socialist Labour League comrades said this is a petty bourgeois deviation and we shouldn't be concerned with this. Yes, it's true that the majority view of the International Socialists, which became the Socialist Workers' Party, was this is marginal and unimportant and not of interest, and similarly the militant more strongly, this is marginal, not of interest to the working class. But all these comrades collapsed in the end of the day on these questions and became intersectionalists. We IMGers, our Lesbian and Gay Commission formulated ideas about what to do about this policy, which led to formation of Labour Campaign for Lesbian and Gay Rights. I had the honour of moving the successful Labour Campaign for Lesbian and Gay Rights resolution at 1987 Labour Party conference on behalf of Leeds North East constituency Labour Party. But it was the guys from Workers' Power who had no such level of intersectionality, whose involvement in under the old CP, YCL, whose involvement in lesbians and gay support and minors, transformed the politics around lesbian and gay rights. So what I'm saying about this is precisely that actually the history of which says that the left is bad, has bad politics on issues of quite special oppression, whatever the hell you like to call it. It's always problematic to say of the oppression of women that that's special oppression, because it's the oppression of the majority of society. The solution to that is quotas. Actually, the solution to that is politics and political campaigning. Second, on the other side, I am going to say that the quota system is used by bureaucracies to maintain control. And actually that was already the case in the IMG. It was characteristic of the IMG when I was a member of it that the majority, the outgoing leadership, would present perspectives on the basis of what it had been doing for the last 6 months, in the confident expectation that the majority of the membership would vote for what they were already doing. On the basis of that, then they would select supporters among the membership who were loyal to their central apparat. And the argument for quotas was an argument which was used to promote people who were loyal to their central apparat, as opposed to those who had one or another thought, because there were always oppositions in the IMG, a variety of oppositional perspectives. And the argument that you're going to get only the majority, that it has to be the majority representation of women and it's representation of people who are loyal to the apparat. That was already the case. And then, of course, at the first National Central Committee meeting after the conference, they would reverse their political line and adopt a new political line, because they've got their behinds back on the seats in the national office on the basis of getting a vote for the existing political line. It's not unique. The United States New Communist Movement, this policy of multiple sections fighting each other over is it a question of underrepresentation of women, or is it a question of underrepresentation of lesbians and gay men, or is it a question of underrepresentation of black people? The United States New Communist Movement smashed itself up by the pursuit of this competing oppressions policy. Lotta Continua in Italy, bloody big, I don't know, tens of thousands of members, smashed itself up by the policy of intersectionality, because it doesn't have a clear political orientation. Oxford IMG, we tried, we actually tried, we experimented, we decided to have an all-women executive of the branch. We had 30 members in the branch, so sort of size as this meeting, with organised into 3 cells, and then we had a branch executive committee which met weekly. And we tried to have an all-women branch executive committee on the basis that this will promote feminism. But of course, actually, it turns out that the women comrades who were elected onto the all-women branch executive committee had the exact same political differences among them as the political differences which existed among the left, and it did not substantially change the politics. In late 1980s, Labour Campaign for Lesbian and Gay Rights I referred to, and then there was a successful, though not successful, we didn't beat Section 28 of the Local Government Act 1986, which banned local authorities promoting homosexuality, but there was a big campaign against it. And on the back of our Labour Party conference win, and on the back of the Section 28 campaign, we organised a campaign for positive action for legislation for lesbian and gay rights. We put out a pamphlet, we organised a conference, big conference. We organised this conference not on the basis of organisation of intersectionality and caucuses. Each caucus of the different press groups had a veto. The entire day was spent arguing to and fro between the competing vetoes, because the Lesbian Mothers Caucus would veto anything which involved any alteration to the age of consent, and the Youth Caucus vetoed anything which didn't involve alteration of the age of consent. It's the same dynamics. The point is that the underlying principle of intersectionality, which is involved in the idea of quotas, carries with it a dynamic of sectionalism and splintering. So it's not necessarily bad idea to promote women comrades, black comrades to leadership. It's not a question of not for me, that the same guys need to lead the organisation forever. It's a problem. Comrade Steve has referred to the Blairites. Yeah? That began with the Euro-communists as quotas argument was an argument for opposing the presence of so-called dinosaur trade unionists in favour of promoting feminism in the Communist Party, and then it became an argument against dinosaur trade unionists and for promoting feminism in the Labour Party. Not, I think, primarily for promoting lesbians and gay men, or indeed for promoting people from ethnic minorities, but chiefly because, of course, there's more women. Absolutely, you're going to find more people who are among positive discrimination in favour of women in a large party as opposed to a small one. You're going to find more people who are pro leadership. So, all of these things. It may well be the case, it's certainly the case, we want to promote people from oppressed groups taking on leadership roles. We want to promote people moving to and fro from leadership to the ranks, because frankly, otherwise, how do you get the experience? We want to promote different people chairing, because where do you get the experience? All of those things. But the structure of quotas involves a political conception of intersectionality, or what it was called before, competing oppressions, which is actually politically destructive, systematically politically destructive. That's it.
Thank you.
Can I ask, is there somebody who wants to speak in favour of quotas first?
You sound like that woman running the Your Party.
Oh, flatterer!
That's who she wants to
I wish. No, but it wouldn't be quite good. Come on, eh?
I want to try and do something slightly more nuanced and very simply for or against.
Come here then.
Do I?
Use this one.
I'm going to try and talk quietly into it. That's the difference.
Yes, please.
With my big
Yes,
gob
that's
and
the job.
a microphone. I mean, that's been a very interesting discussion. My name is Hugh Caffrey. I'm a member of Socialist Alternative. I'm in the Salford proto branch of your party. I'm also in Unison, and I want to come back to that in a moment, because I think practical experience of the big Labour movement, the internecine lessons of the revolutionary left does have its place. But I think the lessons of the big Labour movement internationally and in Britain is even more important. But the point that Mike just made, I don't want to misquote comrades, so it's not about holding people to words, but look, looking around the room, myself included, anybody that thinks we don't need a youth wing of your party is backing up the wrong tree. It's possibly the most important thing that we could do. The youth are always the future, everybody here knows that, and developing a youth wing of your party will give it an enormous dynamism. And Mike's not, I'm sure we all agree on that. That's what I meant. I want it to be slightly more than binary yes or no. But that then obviously leads on to the question, well, do we have a youth seat on the national executive? I don't have a problem with that. I think it is trying to look at a bit more than yes or no, but where I want to go with that, first of all, to agree with Steve, balance of slates is really important. Really, really important. Whether there's rules about quotas, seats, or any other damn thing. We shouldn't just represent the balance of oppressions in society. We should strive to over-represent the additionally oppressed. In all regards, and that includes young people as well as global majority people, women, and so on and so forth. But the thing that I wanted to add to that is, look at Unison for an example of a union which has taken to the nth degree having a quota for everything. And it's like the Soviet Constitution of 1936. It should be perfect, and it's a nightmare. You've got seats for everything imaginable, including low-paid seats. And I'm from the militant tradition. I don't agree with what Mike said about us, but I will hold our hands up on one misestimation we made. When they introduced the low-paid seats, we thought, yes, low-paid members of the national executive. No. It just means low-paid allies of the bureaucracy, and they use that to pick people who in the real world don't work on those wages. So does it do what you're trying to do with it is, I think, the question for comrades that do think it would work. And I don't think it does. You end up with unfilled seats. It ends up ruling people out without ruling anybody in, because it's not involving anybody, because it's a bureaucratically run organisation. At the moment, we've just finished actually, we've got the Unison General Secretary election. It's a majority female union, it's a majority male activist layer, I think, within it. It's certainly a male-dominated officialdom. but with a female general secretary and a female left candidate standing against her. Neither of those women are there because of the quota system that Unison's got in reality. One's there because she's a good rank and file militant, and the other's there because she's the opposite of that. It hasn't done what it's meant to do. On the other hand, and this is where I want to come back to it, I think again we can talk a lot of things and get wrapped up in using one word. I will not for a second say that means that we should try and abolish the women's section of Unison. It's about giving, I think there's a big place for wings, but it is also then about the political content and the campaigning of those things. And so, I think this is what I mean about, I do think it's a bit more than yes or no, but the question of any structure has to be, does it deliver what you've designed it to do, or what you hope it would do? And therefore, I think when looking at anything we're proposing in YP, look at it in that light, with the history of the Labour movement behind it. You can talk forever on this, couldn't you? That's it.
Thank you. Could you pass it to Yasmin? Sorry, Yasmin's next. Yeah, but let's do.
Okay, I'm going to speak against quotas for a number of reasons. Right? First of all, I think let's look at it outside politics. There's quotas in academia, quotas in other jobs, other tasks. And when you go to a meeting, for example, and you're a female in a science subject, the immediate impression is, she's a complete idiot, she's here because of the quota, right? And that's insulting. That's insulting, and those of us who've worked out twice as much as men to achieve what we've achieved feel quite isolated, insulted by this. There is the other aspect of it, and the other aspect is this assumption that by having quotas, you're resolving very serious issues, fundamental issues about the situation of women, the situation of religious or national minorities. You are not resolving them. You're taking a token position, and it helps your conscience that you've done this, maybe, or it looks nice in your propaganda, but it's not reality. The reality hasn't changed. Women haven't become more equal. And it falls into the trap that capitalism has built for us. Equality is about how many CEOs are, how many chairs of the 500 top companies are. This is superficial, comrades. If we really want to be serious about this, on the one hand, we have to make sure there are the facilities for women to participate. You know, part of the reason women aren't present in political meetings is the responsibilities they have, the childcare responsibilities in the home. These are more essential issues to consider than this appearance of being pro-quota and pretending that that's the question of equality in principle.
Thank you. John.
Yeah, I very much agree with what Yasmin said there. Two of the things which, when I look back on them, give me hope. One is the Brunswick dispute in 1977, where the Scargill brought the Yorkshire miners down to support the struggle of Asian women against their boss. And I remember that day like it was yesterday, and the ability of the miners to actually understand and respond to. Secondly, the wonderful relationship which was struck up between a gay organisation in London and the miners during the miners' strike. And those are the examples of unity in action and unity in struggle. For my sins, I work quite a lot for the Commission for Racial Equality. And I remember these discussions about quotas. Historically, Mike's quite right, quotas came out of the response of the American state to the challenge of the civil rights movement and the feminist movement. It was capitalism's response. They do trap you. That's what it's about. And I'd like to counterpose the idea of quotas to the idea of self-organisation, because they come from two very different places and two very different traditions. Self-organisation recognises what Yasmin was just talking about, that the particularities of specific oppressions, whether based on gender, whether based on sexuality or race or whatever, those involve aspects of oppression which make it difficult sometimes for people to participate. But the solution of that is collective empowerment. The solution to that is self-organisation. The solution to that is the recognition by particularly white men that all of those groups of people have the right to self-organisation, to collective self-organisation, and self-organisation is the best guarantee of forcing the majority to listen, to understand to a degree, and to agree to steps that can be taken to actually move the situation in a more positive direction and to deal with the concerns and the oppressions of oppressed groups. Quotas do not achieve that. As has been mentioned, often places are unfilled. Another phenomenon, and we've all seen it, is that individuals come forward, push themselves forward, who are basically careerists, ambitious people, whether they're women, black people, gay people, or whatever. And we've seen these people in government and in shadow cabinets for some time now, and they can be the worst of the worst. There's no doubt about it. It produces a psychology, well, it involves a psychology which can be extremely destructive. I do not believe in quotas. Quotas are anathema to socialism as far as I'm concerned. But self-empowerment, the right of people to self-organise, the need within a unified socialist organisation for there to be sections of people who suffer from specific types of oppression, I think is palpable, and that needs to be recognised. There are political traditions, the IMG one of them, one that I was part of, a much smaller organisation called Big Flame. We were among the first to recognise the need for black autonomy, the need for women's autonomy, and that means that women choose, black people choose the extent to which they want to be represented. Because representation is not the issue. The issue is not to achieve balance. The issue is for people to be empowered to challenge the nature of their oppression.
Sorry, can you wind up?
Force others to understand that.
Sorry, we've only got 5 more minutes before we bring back the main speakers. Does anybody else want to speak in favour of quotas? So we've got a bit of a balance now. No, Tam wanted to speak. The comment there, sorry.
Hi, thank you. Tam, Communist Platform and Glasgow North Photo Branch. Just had an example of what we're talking about from the floor of conference, that youth and student speaker is calling for collective leadership and a reserved place on it for their organisation. And they have elected a national youth speaker who will, quote, become the leader of our party. and should be on the collective leadership body. I mean, they've lined it up like that already, that this particular youth has been picked out and chosen to be the sort of heir apparent already, and they've lined up a quota position for that, and that is the sort of...
It's not the person who was putting that forward, is it?
Well, I don't know if it was the same person. Yeah, not quite sure, probably not, but to actually talk about somebody in such a patronising manner as well, they will become the leader of our party, is just quite horrendous, but of course is clearly, given everything else that is going on, a complete stitch-up and fit-up. So there is a very good argument against quotas, I would believe.
Thank you. Peter.
Okay, thanks, Scott. There's a lot of interesting input there. Right, first of all, let me say that obviously what we've got to fight for is the equality of all human beings. Okay, so male and female, black and white, gay and straight, trans, irrespective of nationality. We're all human beings, and we've got a common fight, led by the working class, obviously. I'm sure everyone in the room agrees with all that. How can we promote equality in practice? That's what the discussion is about, isn't it? About half an hour ago, I just counted around the room. It's probably slightly different now, but there were 21 people in the room, and only 3 of them were women. So what does that mean? I mean, should we have quotas? Should we, shut out some men so we get an equal number of women? No, that's not the right way to go about it, is it? We've got to find ways to facilitate the ability of women to attend meetings like this. Relieve them of childcare, for example, or whatever other means are necessary. Quotas is not the right way. We've got to elect, we need democracy. So we need to elect as our representatives whoever we consider to be the most able, the most committed person to our cause. And that's irrespective of what gender, what race or whatever, or what sexuality they have. So that's what we've got to put all those things together and coordinate those things into one thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Back to the main speakers now. Do you want to go first?
Yep,
Stephen?
Thank you to everyone for participating in the discussion. There's some very useful points there, quite a lot of which I kind of agreed with in one respect, but kind of disagreed with the kind of general application of it as being an argument against quotas. So, I mean, just to go through the comments point here, I think, of course, we should be trying to accommodate, the very obvious, practical, things that, for instance, prevent, for instance, it's childcare, for instance, women, for instance, from participating within politics. I don't think that's controversial. And again, to Tam's point, I think a point I was making initially was that, personally, I'm not in favour of reserved seats for official sections or wings of parties. I think that, and I think that's distinct from quotas in the sense that what you don't want is people taking over these official sections with very specific political viewpoints and you're being elected under the premise of representation. When in practice they are a representative of this or that faction. My view is that I think as we were talking about that I think that political tendencies within a socialist party should reflect the diversity of society essentially, and a point that was made, I think by John, possibly others, about representation. I do agree that like representation is not an end in itself, and that doesn't like mechanically equate to better political lines or you know, the resolution of the problems of oppressed groups. I don't think that, as I said initially, I don't think they're unrelated either. I also would say that that's like part of a step, I think, towards politics that more accurately reflects the experiences of these groups, is having these people present in areas where there is going to be deliberation over like key political questions for a party. I think otherwise, to just kind of address like a point within Mike's initial introductions, I think that I don't personally think that again like this mechanism or the political justification for it necessarily is kind of about taking hard kind of sectionalist lines between different groups or you know, kind of trading kind of oppressions against each other essentially. I think that personally I think it's perfectly viable, I think, for that to actually inform politics that actually integrates these issues into you know, a conception of a socialist program. And I personally just think a lot of the kind of, as I said before, a lot of the arguments against, I don't think they necessarily follow quotas, personally myself. And I would also like to mention as well that I do recognise that, of course, the history of the British socialist movement is not purely one of, you know, horrendous positions on issues. But I do think there's a significant strand of it that has been quite poor on these issues, and I think there's also a sense in which the same sorts of lines of argument are used with different groups of people as we move on. I think the fact that there are groups now that are, you know, resolutely, I think, against the rights of trans people, much of it follows a very similar line, a very similar kind of thrust of argument to the exact same points possibly people within the same organisation will have been making 40 years ago about gay people, for instance. So that's all for me.
Okay. I'm not going to respond much to what comrades have said because I, by and large, agree with it, and I would flag in particular Comrade Hughes' intervention. There's a lot of good stuff in there, and as I said, I am not opposed to having a nominations commission, which in a substantial organisation, to having a nominations commission which proposes a slate of candidates, which includes the nominations commission being directed to take into account gender balance, etc. It's just not a question of making that primary, which is what quota plan makes that primary, and because the quota plan makes that primary, rather than being a means of bringing on comrades to take on more leadership responsibilities, it becomes, yes, as Yasmin said, a means by which people are sort of discounted because they're only there because of the quota, but also a means of bureaucratic manipulation. And one of the points which I think I didn't make, the Comrade Delta case, that was a women majority disciplinary committee which acquitted Comrade Delta of rape using the absolute standard arguments of the Daily Mail about false rape allegations. Not about the credibility of the accuser, false rape allegations, the context, blah, blah, blah. Women majority. And in point of fact, actually, we're not allowed to do this research in the UK, but in the United States, research has been done which shows that women majority juries are more likely to acquit rapists than male majority juries. And we know because of questionnaires, we know why that happens, which is that the women majority juries tend to think oh, she was careless, she put herself into a dangerous situation and therefore we shouldn't be convicted. Whereas the male majority jurors, on the other hand, tend to think this scrap shouldn't get away with it. Okay, it's very crude stuff, but it's the illusion that the representation leads to the politics, and of course the same thing in relation to Rishi Sunak as a representative of the interests of black people, Margaret Thatcher as a representative of the interests of women, and so on. So just, yeah, as I said, I think that why there's a tendency, it seems to be on the left, to continuously reinvent the square wheel. And it seems to me that this issue of quotas is one of these things. It's a tendency to reinvent the square wheel. We don't pay attention to the fact this is something we have tried, it didn't work. If anything, it had negative consequences. It's not only true of quotas, it's equally true of parliamentary cretinism, which we've got in the leadership of your party, that what matters is what happens among the MPs and their staffs, and their MPs and their staffs briefing the right-wing press. This is something which the left has been trying to do since the time at which the DUC sold off the Daily Herald and wound up being the Sun. And a whole raft of other things which we keep doing the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't work. This is just one of them, in my view. That's it.
Okay, comrades, we've got 5 minutes before we are going to the next session, which is on the question of Palestine and wars in the Middle East. And we see you then. Little pee break. Do whatever you want.
Thanks, Tina.
You don't have to pee.
Was the cheer that you like to have through there was the dual membership. Meetings and that was proper break. And then finally, towards the end of the speech, he said, oh, is it? Yeah, okay. And, I'm a member of the that makes sense.
A few people have done that.
So they immediately said, you've got 20 seconds left.
Thank you. Yeah, no,
interesting discussion.
It is worthwhile.
Oh, no, not nowadays. No, it's like Hume in Manchester. There's a load of people who've grown old. The average age of Hume now is about 60. Oh, it's very trendy, yeah. I mean, some of the shops on Duke Street, yeah, probably. There is a tendency,
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah. No,
Oh, you were fine. You made it and on time, but you know Yasmin and Ali, he'll be sharing.
Well, I'm Ryan.
They were still a mile down the bloody road. Absolutely amazing.
I'm a hipster, but I'm an East Coast though. Yeah. I'm a kid. I thought he was a kid. Oh, she told me I was a kid. You can be the chair, I don't mind. Just Tina's bossing me. Don't go against Tina.
Okay, well, let's ask her. I thought he was
Is he from Cleveland? Yeah.
I'm sure you are. Isn't that the case? Tina?
Keep going outside.
Sorry, did I ask you to I asked it, well, sorry, but thank you.
Oh my God, it's
14, something, yes, so we have a bit of time for question, 5 minutes, something you do 3-4 minutes at the beginning, yeah? 10 minutes each, and then we'll open up for, I need to get some treatment Okay, can comrades sit down, please? We're going to be starting now. Just go whenever you're
Okay, good evening everybody. In this section we have about Palestine. We have Yasmin and Ryan talking about Palestine each 10 minutes. May I ask Yasmin to start, please?
I thought you were doing it.
Oh yeah. I have a poem that I would like to read. Just to change the mood of the meeting, because you've been sitting in here listening to speeches, I thought I'd change the mood of the meeting. Yeah. Okay, I wrote this poem when Obama first became president of USA in 2009. A month before his inauguration, Israel attacked Gaza and killed a couple of thousand and injured many thousands. When Obama was interviewed, he said, there is only one president at any one time. I dedicated this to Ahmad Khatib, who was killed months before, only a 9-year-old boy. His father donated the organs of his body to a child in Israel. The poem reads, Dear President Obama, I enjoyed the drama of your campaign and your fight, your movement and your flight. Your words were impressive and not like Bush aggressive. I heard your word of wisdom on your pathway to become the President of USA on this moment and this day. Unlike Condoleezza Rice, you sounded lovely and nice. I heard all your speeches in big halls and big churches. Your speech on Dr. King was very fascinating. I love the passage you chose and the way you did compose the words from the scripture in your wonderful words lecture. You talked about the big wall, which was so steep and tall, a wall that stopped all kinds, united their hearts and minds, how the chorus and echo destroyed the wall of Jericho, how the people's unity destroyed evil and vanity. You talked about deficit and you were explicit. Deficit of different sorts in groups and in cohorts. You talked about empathy, equanimity and sympathy. About catastrophe in Gaza. You are, where are you? I can't see, there is a catastrophe. Please come out of your shell. Gaza has turned into hell. It is worse than Montgomery. They are deprived and hungry. Innocent kids are slaughtered. Hundreds are killed and injured. Put an end to this nonsense. Please stop this offense. Treat Muslims with respect. If in US and Germany people live in harmony, if in London and Paris Jews and Muslims live in peace, so can a Jew in Jerusalem live in peace with a Muslim. Please listen to Khatib, who donated heart and rib of their child who was murdered by a military coward, to a child in Israel for hope of peace and goodwill. Father said in this fashion, I want peace for everyone. But Israelis harshly ignored this peaceful plea. There was little coverage for this act of courage. Instead, they were snobbish, so ignorant and rubbish. This is their ideology, their thoughts and theology. This makes everybody sick except those who are so thick. Brutal offense of self-defense. Did you know that little boy was playing with this toy? What sort of self-defense is this dreadful offense? These are the words of George Bush to justify the ambush. The victims of Second World War don't want to see this horror. The decent Jews and Muslims are sufferers and victims. My appeal to the Muslim community: seek the support of public with reason and with logic, just like in South Africa and in South America. We were not able to fight justice and the apartheid without the help of UK, the people of USA. Just like we fought apartheid, justice is on our side. We must avoid violence and we must keep a distance from those who will spread race and religious hatred. Even if we are hated, don't get intimidated. This way we get the respect that we expect. My big dream. Now I have a big dream that together as a team, hands in unity, build the Jerusalem city for both the Jews and Gentiles in good fashion and style, that people in Palestine will all feel safe and all feel fine, that people in Lebanon live in peace and live in, like in London, that people in Syria have life like in Georgia, that Iran and Israel will have no more quarrel, that the business of war will not exist anymore, that weapon industry will vanish in each country, that in US and Europe people feel good and have hope, that everyone in the world will feel very warm and not cold, that we don't have to mention about war and its tension, that monsters like Reagan don't use the chemical weapon. Then we create a file as big as a mile for current differences and future references, that war will be history and just a big story.
Well, I was going to be the second speaker, so apologies. I was going to talk about other wars in the world, not Palestine.
So my name is Ryan Belhaj. I've been involved in organising within the Palestine movement in Manchester for the last few years, particularly since 2022-2021, when we had massive expansion of the Palestine movement, which since then was then followed by since October 7th, the even bigger expansion. And I'm talking because of the importance of this struggle against imperialism, against Zionism, to the party, to the movement that we're trying to build here. Because we have so much to learn as a left from these anti-imperialist struggles, both abroad and within the UK, where people acting on behalf of Palestine, on behalf of other movements, have been at the front line of achieving actual, tangible changes and securing a breakdown of the military-industrial complex and trying closing down arms factories, making change. Now, it's incredibly important that when we build our movements, they recognise an internationalist perspective, that we are not just fighting for the working class in this country, we're fighting for the global working class. Liberation for us has to come alongside liberation for all of the world. And to do one without the other leaves our revolution incomplete and makes it unsustainable, and it makes it impossible for us to actually achieve the breakdown of capitalism that we want. Because while our leaders exploit us and exploit the working class of this country, they also bribe the working class of this country with the spoils of colonialism that they're bringing in from abroad. And Israel is a prime example of this, because the Zionist state, it is doing exactly what our state would want to do to us if it had the power to do so. And supporting Palestine and Palestinian resistance is an essential part of that. And what we have to do is struggle against that over and over again and make sure that we maintain clear red lines. We also know that this movement, this chance at building the party would never have happened without the movement, without Palestine. Because that is what mobilized, that's what allowed so many people in recent years to see through what's going on, because the genocide, the accelerated genocide that's happened now has been so blatant, so outrageous, that even people who previously had their eyes closed have been forced to see what's going on. And that context has given rise to this moment where we're able to try, maybe, we'll see if it works, but try and set the left on the right path. And when we're talking about reuniting the left, uniting the left. The left is not just about all our different organisations on the left, is traditionally on the left. It's also about the social movements. And those social movements are how the party can build real power, because we cannot just be there for electoral victories. What we have to be there for is to win, and to win change in our communities. Movements like the Palestine movement have been able to shut down arms factories. They've been able to close down companies that refuse to cut their ties with Israel. And these wins, if these tactics are duplicated across the movement and shared for the purpose of fighting for everyone, can lead to real victories without us even getting near to electoral power. And it's important that we build the ability of communities to act. And we do that by learning from the Palestine movement and applying that. And on other topics, we need to be very clear in our red lines. We cannot be a party that allows genocide to happen. We cannot be a party that normalizes any aspect of Zionism. This is an essential position, because if you decide you tolerate a two-state solution, what you're saying is that you think genocide is okay as long as it's done in a specific area, that apartheid is okay as long as it's done in a specific area. It must be not okay across every single part of the world, and we cannot be self-consistent and fight for our own liberation if we are trying to sell out and compromise and support advancing positions that do not align with the movements on the ground in imperial states, not just aligning as many in the leadership of this party currently and exist previous Labour parties have done, so align with the bourgeois classes of the Palestinian movement, such as the Palestinian Authority. and those forces who seek to undermine the forces of revolution there. And in the same way, one of the biggest tools against us and against the movement is built off their repression of the Palestinian movement, because the terrorism legislation, now Palestine actually describes what happens next if an effective left opposition comes in. The state will then try to go after them and to begin weaponizing these laws of terrorism to suppress the movement and suppress our ability to make change. So we have to be at the forefront of campaigning for the freedom of all political prisoners in the UK. And that's a central part of our struggle. We have so much to learn, and we can't just be falling back on ways of the past, where many of these movements have not been part of the left in reality. They've not been part of the organised movement to try and make change. So we have to build our capability to bring them in and allow us to then achieve power, and achieve power to make real change, not just the tinker around the edges as we have.
I'm mainly going to talk about the whole situation in the Middle East, because the Palestinian issue is very important, that it has consequences for the rest of the region. And in my opinion, Israel's ambitions to become a superpower in the region has consequences for everyone beyond Gaza. This supposed ceasefire is not a ceasefire. Hamas is not fighting right now, but Israel continues its bombings. Every night, every day, you can read about the number of people who've been killed by Israeli bombs. So this is a very one-sided ceasefire. The three sponsors, US, Qatar, Egypt, none of them are the friends of the Palestinians. They have no interest in defending the Palestinians. And so the plight of the Palestinians is in a very dangerous situation. They are getting more food than before, but that's all you can say. You can't say that the situation has improved. But we are facing a very risky situation elsewhere. Only this week, Israel killed a Hezbollah military person, allegedly. I don't know whether he was, probably he was, in Beirut through a bombing. Right? These assassinations have become the norm. They have been legitimized by countries that supposedly were telling countries such as Iran or North Korea, you can't assassinate people in another country. Now it's become the norm, and the supporters of the rule of law are saying nothing about it. And this has, for those social imperialists who support these kind of assassinations, I have a message. Wait until they come for you, because that's where you will end up. This is silly to support assassination in Iran or Hezbollah because we don't like them, because we don't support their ideology or their politics. The dangers are very serious. However, this end of the pretense of rule of law, this end of the pretense of a national, international order where civilized West was telling the idiot, barbarous global South how to behave, has created its own rebellion, the rebellion of the youth. The youth who, as you said, have become anti-colonial. They're anti-imperialist, they're anti-colonial. They see these movements as colonial aggression, renewal of colonial aggression is important and is something that we can build on. But the region is waiting for another war. The region is waiting for a war, the second phase of Israel's war on Iran. And it's not just the people in Iran who are very nervous about this. I can see that even the butcher of Riyadh, Mr. MBS, is worried about this, as he mentioned in his visit to Trump. Why is MBS worried? He's not worried about Iran's Islamic Republic. He's not a friend of the Iranian people, and he's not a friend of the government either. But more importantly, he's definitely not a friend of the Iranian people. He's worried because the consequences of a second attack by Israel on Iran are extremely unpredictable. They are unpredictable if the regime survives, but they're also unpredictable if the regime falls. So in scenario one, propagated by Netanyahu, occasionally supported by Trump and occasionally disputed by Trump, the Islamic Republic will fall. Israel had hopes that the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, the Zionist supporter inside the Iranian opposition, in exile for more than 40 years, will lead a smooth regime change. Well, we've seen the smooth regime changes propagated by Zionists and the US, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, they all come to mind. And in such a scenario, if they, first of all, such scenario, in my opinion, is unlikely. Regimes don't fall that easily. Regime change is in a country as vast as Iran is impossible without land invasion, and the US cannot even consider, hypothetically, a land invasion of a country as big as Iran and with the kind of borders Iran has. So militarily, that has been already ruled out. But imagine such a regime change does happen. Then you will have the scenario of civil wars. This is what Israel wants. Because for Israel, the destruction of Iran as a country, not the current rulers, who many people, who I would say 80% of the Iranian population don't like. Whether they are against it or not is a different matter, but 80% of the population don't like. It's not the regime, it's the country. It's a big country and therefore a rival for Israel in terms of regional hegemony, regional power. It wants civil war, it wants the destruction of a unified land so that we would have 5, 6 groups fighting each other. Why is MBS worried about that? MBS is worried because he thinks this might spill over. There is a risk. You can't have civil wars in a country as vast as Iran with nationalities associated with other countries that will not spill over. Turkey will get involved in defense of one section. Turkey will get involved against the Kurds. The Arabs might get involved in various ways. Pakistan will get involved. So for MBS, the situation is risky. It might endanger this dream of the AI city Trump has sold him, or whatever other illusions Trump has sold. But imagine the Islamic Republic survives. If it survives, it's also bad, not just for MBS, but for Qatar, for the Gulf countries, for all the countries in the region. Why is it dangerous? Because we don't know how this regime will then react. It might close the Strait of Hormuz. That's the only one of the few options it has. And then we have these whole stories told to us by sections of the media, by most of the media, about the nuclear weapons. This is a myth, this is a story. The war was never about nuclear weapons. The negotiations between Trump and Iran were never about nuclear weapons. There are far more important issues involved here. Iran hasn't yet got nuclear weapons capability. It's very close to it. But even if it reached that, it has no capability of delivering nuclear weapons, and that makes it impossible for Iran to be a threat. In a region where Pakistan has nuclear weapons, where Israel has hundreds of nuclear weapons, and does not even admit to having such weapons. So we are talking of creating illusions only to be able to justify further wars. The situation is dangerous. The countries of the region are probably less stable than Iran. In Jordan, the support for the Palestinians is very strong, and the fact that the king suppresses this opposition will at some stage erupt. Egypt is not a stable country. Support for Palestinians is growing. And again, the idea is that you equate support for the Palestinian with being supporter of the Muslim Brotherhood is not really sustainable for long. Morocco is the only country we actually see large demonstrations in support of the Palestinians, despite the repression, despite the fact that there is quite a lot of attacks against the demonstrators. So the whole region is basically in a very dangerous and unstable situation in many ways. That is why your party, or whatever remains of your party after the next 2 days, has to be unequivocally anti-Zionist. We can't have a situation where the leader of the party can't openly say he is anti-Zionist, where by waffling he tries to avoid a correct question. But it also must be an anti-imperialist party. Because it's not just Zionism. These dictators of the Middle East, Sisi in Egypt, the King of Jordan, of Morocco, they are there because they are good servants of imperialism. So the party has to be anti-Zionist, but also anti-imperialist. And I would add that as much as we should fight against all the firms that work militarily or in cooperation with the Zionist state, we must realize that it's the states in US, in UK, in France, in Germany, who are the enemy of the working class in the Middle East. So that internationalism must show itself not just in support of the Palestinians, not just against the Zionist state, but for the working class in the Middle East. And that can only be achieved by a party that is unequivocally anti-Zionist and anti-imperialist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to open for questions and answers, please. If you have any questions and answers, or if you like to take part in any debates, please go ahead. Any questions?
Anybody like to speak?
Big mouth will always find something. Yeah, one of there are going to be a lot of key tests of your party, and one of them, I think, concerns, is it willing to confront the UK state over the prescription of Palestine action? Because, quite frankly, that is a litmus test for anybody at the moment, because it involves risking arrest. I don't know how the case got on. I believe it was held on Tuesday. I didn't hear anything at the High Court about the prescription of Palestine action. But I think we need to push on that particular question. Yasmin is quite correct in that we need to be unequivocally anti-imperialist as well, because there is no such thing as socialism in one country, never has been, never will be, less so in the age of neoliberal globalisation than ever before. It's an unpopular view, but it's based on the most recent history writing and political science writing, that in fact the working class in the West has a relatively comfortable existence precisely because of the ongoing expropriation, not just exploitation, in the global South. that's an uncomfortable fact for a lot of people, but it has got one hell of a lot of substantiation behind it, and it is something that, in my view at least, renders irrelevant any major political tendency or organisation or party that is not anti-imperialist, because it is based, if it's not, it is based on a delusion. Nobody else?
Yeah, I want to just, in that vein, I mean, the fact that Palestine action can be banned as terrorist, the fact that you can, you criticize Israel and that makes you an anti-Semite. I mean, this campaign has been playing out for a while, hasn't it? It has been playing out in Germany first, actually a couple of decades ago, but it didn't really go that well. It went quite well, but not as well as it did when Jeremy Corbyn became leader of the Labour Party. I think that was a huge, an effort was made, and very successfully so, to follow two goals basically. One, yes, to get rid of Jeremy Corbyn and the left. The US's main ally in Europe could not possibly be led by somebody who's not exactly a revolutionary socialist, but somebody who criticizes what imperialism is doing, even that which we, in here might think is pretty lame the way he does it, but he is a critic of imperialism, what imperialism is doing, Jeremy Corbyn. But it was a way to get rid of him, and it got a way, of course, to silence people who are critical of what Israel is doing. And by, unfortunately, Jeremy Corbyn and his allies deciding to give up on that fight and to roll over and to accept the IRA fake definition of anti-Semitism, I think they have played quite a substantial role, and one that they have not taken responsibility for, unfortunately, a substantial role in getting us to the situation where we are now, where speaking out for the Palestinians is almost always, they can now, those, bourgeois papers can claim that's anti-Semitic. The doctor who was banned, I don't agree with her comments necessarily, but she can't operate, she can't treat people because she tweeted something. How bloody ridiculous. But it has become a real witch hunt, a real, the anti-Semitism smears used against Corbyn, didn't stand up to, have become one of the main weapons of bourgeoisie against the left. And there's something that, comments have said, absolutely, if your party fails on this, and it's failed on a lot of things already, just being launched, if it fails on this, fails on democracy, fails on letting people join, if you're wearing the wrong kind of socialism, it is failure on quite a lot of fronts already from day one, from today. I'm just wondering how both of you see this, that campaign, and then of course it is quite bizarre to see the man who they targeted this witch hunt at, and quite successfully so, and smeared his name, Jeremy Corbyn, and smeared his supporters, is now expelling and smearing as communists, as troublemakers, as wreckers, as infiltrators, etc. Not him personally, of course, he wouldn't hurt a fly, but he has other people to do that for him. So Len McCluskey is going around, at the rally yesterday, speaking against the sectarians who disrupt everything and wreck everything. From my perspective, the party's been wrecked very much from one direction, and it's not the left who's wrecking your party. So your kind of assessment on that witch hunt, witch hunts that spiral out of control. I think we're still reaping what's been sown in the Labour Party, that witch hunt that started now. We're still dealing with both the anti-communist left hand and the anti
separatism smear campaign was, really took off in the Labour Party.
Anyone else?
Thanks. Yes. Today being International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people is ironic, and I just thought that's what the first thing that should have been said at conference this morning. It got there eventually. Jeremy eventually said it within his speech, but I just thought that we should have taken the opportunity to put that across very first thing. Because, as Tina said, the lessons have not been shown to have been learned, particularly in regards to Jeremy and the witch hunt that was conducted. So many good socialists thrown out the Labour Party, which he has never admitted to or apologised to these comrades for and taken responsibility. I mean, I don't know, he mentioned the other day in one of his, in the interview with the New Statesman, he's talked about the book I've written, or the book he's got coming out. But, I mean, I used to sort of give him the benefit of the doubt and think that that's what he's going to do. He's going to lay it all out on the line, the mistakes that were made and the lessons that needed to be learned, and that is the absolutely fundamentally biggest one that had to be learned, that witch hunt. But instead of that, what do we see? We see a witch hunt already started within this party. And it took him so long to come round to saying that he was an anti-Zionist. I mean, they've almost they've hated Sarah for beginning with that, really, almost. Because it is so vital, as was said, that it's what the position of the party must be put forward strongly and clearly, and as well as being anti-imperialist. Because the thing with it is that what's happening to the Palestinians, I think as the comrade said, that today, and the horrors, this is what awaits us all. This is what humanity is heading towards. That if they get away with that, and they are getting away with it, that is all of these drones, all of this sort of the weaponry and the way look at the thuggery, like Tina's mentioned, in terms of the German police. I mean, what you see continually of young Palestinian women being, absolutely thumped by German police, and it's become a norm, and it's all tied in together. This is the thing with it, and that's why it's so important, as the comrade said, it's so important to recognise that fight and that solidarity it's on a world scale, that we must treat it all and fight for all of us. So solidarity with the Palestinian people want to be of yours.
Hi, Hans-Peter from Marxist Bulletin. I think the speakers mentioned it already. The domestic oppression is obviously goes hand in hand with British foreign policy as well, and the domestic oppression of pro-Palestinian voices across the entire Western world. It's not just women, but in Germany they've literally beaten up children, Palestinian children, in the streets of Berlin, and arrested them with holding them in very painful positions and so on. But it's the reason why they're doing that, I think, is the bigger picture. Israel serves as the Western imperialists' sort of enforcement attack dog in the Middle East. And that's why they're backing it to every last inch, no matter how huge the crime. And as socialists, obviously, if they the reason why they try to raise the movement here is that if we can't even have solidarity with the victims of our government abroad, what will it mean for the struggles of our neighbors or across the country that we're not directly involved with? That's what they're trying to achieve. People won't stand up for each other anymore. They will just be too afraid to do so. And I think it's encouraging over here to see these big numbers on the streets, but obviously we have the Palestine action ban that I think your party should definitely be fighting. But the fight against that needs to be connected with a socialist perspective as well, and there are plenty of inspirations that we can take from other countries. I think even today the Italian trade unions have called another big strike to shut down arms shipments to Israel. And that's kind of a good way of linking the struggle for socialism over here with showing practical solidarity with the people abroad, the oppressed, by trying to initiate those kinds of strike actions. And as the first step, kind of pointing the way towards socialism. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not,
I think we can bring it back.
Yeah. Ryan, please could you summarize
there's a lot of interesting points were raised. I think one of the key issues that we have is the prescription, and it's not just about the prescription itself, it's also about what Palestine action groups like it achieve and represent, and they are people who are sacrificing a lot to try and achieve material wins by disrupting the chains of imperialism that come from our country to across the world. And it's these chains that, as well as allowing the bourgeois classes in this country to extract a wealth of resources from the rest of the world, that is also used to keep us in check at the same time. And using prescription in this way, it is designed to make us afraid to even do anything. And that has massive implications. And many people have disengaged as well from aspects of campaigning and taking risks around actions. For example, when now you don't see as many people going and doing actions like arms factions, for instance, because they're worried they'll be targeted with the same brush and treated the same way as personal action, even though the legal risk is exactly the same. It's a sort of trying to deter people from taking action. And while this party, when fully activated, can't necessarily do those actions itself, it must aim to build a popular cradle that can allow for people to be able to do these actions, to get away with them, and be protected by their communities. It's an essential part of what we're doing, must be to engage in education-based building so that we can build the power we need to be able to fight against imperialism, so that we can fight our state. Because fighting against imperialism and fighting against our state are the same thing. Everything we do to break the chains of imperialism weakens the power of our own capitalist state to keep us oppressed. And in the same way, the media, the bourgeois, they do use these smears for anti-Semitism and terrorism all the time, but they're the only ones who believe it. It's them and people who are too scared, so that they just go along with it. If we build a party that is organising at every level in society on the ground, what we can do with that is build a consensus that within our society that will protect us from these smears. Because if no one listens to them, who cares what they say? It's just shouting into a void. And one of the, I guess, areas where I see a bit of potential possibly in this party is this ideas of local assemblies and things like that. Now, the way they're built by the party currently is ridiculous, but what they should be is not some sort of place where you just hear a few ideas, take them on board. What we should be using mass assemblies for is for turning them into hubs of organising political development, education and action, where people beyond the party can be tapped in line with strategic organising directed by our political leadership that can then go and achieve material change in our communities against the state, so that we are in a stronger position if we ever come to the point of being able to come near taking power, that we can actually implement our programs. Because right now, if we took electoral power, we wouldn't be able to do everything we wanted to. We need to have the power of our community, and that does include strikes and trade unions being radicalised, so that they are able to actually be effective tools for the working class. Because right now, trade unions are not tools for the working class. They're tools to keep the working class in check, and it needs a massive overhaul of that in order to have them be able to fight, in order to even have them strike against imperialism.
In addition to supporting those who've been criminalized because of Palestine action, I think the new party or everyone on the left should try and break this silence about the current situation, because there is an illusion that there is peace, that there is ceasefire, and that illusion is dangerous because, as I try to explain, people are dying every day still. None of the whole place is like a bomb zone. People say it reminds them of what happened after a nuclear explosion in Japan. This is what we are facing in Gaza. But also, I think people on the left should not relinquish the struggle against the broadcasters, the papers, the newspapers, the state in the West, who tried to sanitize one of the worst, the most horrific crimes of our time. I was listening to some anti-Zionist Holocaust survivors, and they are right to say, when we were told never again, what they meant was never again for us, but okay for others. Right? So we are still in the midst of this genocide, and silence about it is unbelievable. I think there isn't enough done, despite the large demonstrations, despite the protests that we are seeing. In terms of what was mentioned about Corbyn, I think he didn't support the witch hunt, but he didn't do anything about it, and ended up supporting the witch hunt as a result of this. The problem for Corbyn, then and even now, is that we live in a time of very sharp contradictions. Those contradictions in this year are far more serious, given the genocide, than when the anti-Semitism campaign was being launched by the right wing. In such situations, you can't just be nice with other Labour Party members. You can't just be vague about your opinions. You can't rely on your allies to justify your inaction. You have to be sharp and clear and very concise. There is a genocide going on. Imperialism is part of it. Zionism is part of it. We commit this new party to fight it with no stops, no restrictions. And it is precisely the weakness of that kind of leadership that allowed the anti-Semitism campaign to take such a toll on the left in the Labour Party. Ended up, the victim was, at the end of the day, Corbyn himself. But it does look as if he has learned no lessons from that whole scenario. So I'm not very optimistic.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to ask Nina to let us know what the next program is.
As it says in the page. It's 5 o'clock, we're talking about what program your party should have. So we're going to 5-6 minutes for people to refresh or whatever. Yeah.
The conference is closed early, apparently.
Yes.
It's just shut. So I'm just wondering if actually quite a lot of people that wouldn't otherwise have been here are going to arrive in about 10 minutes. And I wonder if we should arrange the room accordingly.
Oh, it will be totally rearranged. We have the camera set up and stuff, so I'm not sure what time to talk.
We rearranged that.
6:30. It was due to finish at 1:30.
No, they still yeah. We have to
originally yeah, I'm going to be going. I really wanted to. That was brilliant.
Yeah, very good.
Thanks a lot. It's been really good. I didn't dress properly. I've got very little on, and I don't want to get too cold, so I'm going to order an Uber, take me into town to a restaurant. So I'll have my tea there and then catch the train.
Have a good journey.
Right, thanks a lot. You off now? Oh, just going to go get
I think that people coming this way. If you feel up for it, must be shut. So far, bloody speakers. Oh, David would down, is it? Sorry, that's not it. But actually got the name on it.
No, I should read it.
It's got no names on it. So many, and so it's so sparse. Yeah, online. Yeah, thank you. Richard Brenner. He's speaking. I can remember the name.
No, I will do it.
Do you remember mine?
Vincent David from the Response. I know.
Vincent David.
What, Vince?
Vince.
What,
People might be like, 3 times.
I know.
3 bloody times.
I know.
And the 4th time David. David.
I think.
That's Peter. Pronounce it all in the original language.
Yeah, you've got to do it all in the original language. Which means you have to call me Chaim Ben Michal. We all have Hebrew names. When you're, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how long it's going.
So 6 minutes, 7 minutes each.
Yeah.
Ted Rees is one of the speakers. Is that you who's been beeping the whole time? Can you mute that your WhatsApp? That's all 5, right? 5. 1 young bloke, 2 young blokes, middle-aged, 3 middle-aged.
not the nicest thing to say to me. I'm still mid. I'll pocket that one. How you doing?
Yeah, tired.
Yeah, it's interesting. Guys.
Mike, you got him. Harper, Richard?
Yeah. Sorry? Hans-Peter or Harper, whichever is easier.
Still have your strong German accent as well, haven't you? It doesn't go away.
Come from which group? British Socialist. Yeah. At the moment, I'm with the SYP, Democrats, I'm not licensed.
Comrades, if you're going to stall, after this session, we straight away have to take everything out. All the tables out, all the stuff.
So
after this session,
we need more chairs.
6:20. So we should aim to finish this at 6:20, 6:25.
So we've got this.
Maybe we have your chair as far to the side as possible so we get.
Yeah, in fact, the speakers are more important. I can be out of the... Yeah.
Where the big question is. Hi. We met at the Chesterfield conference first. There's a pub after this. And I reminded you that I gave you a book to Jerry Rock on gay liberation in the Kingdoms. And you should have been. About Simon. Sorry? You all right? I'm okay. Good to see you. There's bits of the book that have been shut up all the way. Yeah. I've got a copy. I've got a copy of it, obviously. Historical materialist guy. Sebastian.
You're speaking, huh? No, I'm not. You're speaking. Same, yeah, just. Yeah,
there's another room next door. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm all right. So, I always thought this because I was apparently it's a so I have a tendency not to be able to judge time. Just let me know when we've got a couple of minutes.
I've been for 10 minutes. Is that okay? Can go a bit more.
10 minutes. Safe.
My speech probably takes around 7-ish minutes, so trying to additional ideas or what you don't want to say? All right.
Yeah, because I always try to keep them very.
There's some sound coming. Can someone switch off their phone, radio? Sorry, there's some.
Hello. Can we turn off your loudspeaker, please?
Right on.
Okay, comrades, we are
Comrades, can
going.
you sit over here, please, on this side as the meeting is?
Okay, comrades, you're speaking as yeah. So if you sit here, Richard, can you each move this way so that...
Sure, but I will need to move this.
Okay, Ted, come here. Okay, comrades, doesn't matter. This session is what kind of program for your party? And we have 5 speakers, so we need to be accurate with time. Vincent Davy, if I'm spelling correctly, the Spartacist League. Richard Brenner, Marxist Strategy. Ted Rees, Democratic Socialists. Mike McNair, CPGB. And Harper from International Bolshevik Tendency.
They're national now.
Okay, Bolshevik Tendency. Okay, and we are going to start with Vincent. You go.
Oh, I'm starting.
Yeah.
Yay!
Right. Hello, everyone. I decided I'm not going to develop a full program for your party. I want to talk about what took place today at conference, what happened, what to do, and where do revolutionary socialists go from there. There'll be some program, don't worry. So what happened today, I think the leadership of your party really threw the gauntlet. They really went on the offensive against the left. We've seen the purge of the SWP. We've seen, multiple briefing against Zara Sultana that was ongoing, obviously, and we really see them draw the line against any socialist, communist, Marxist element inside your party. And really, okay, the conference itself, I was a delegate there. It was really a stitch up, really all organized by the bureaucracy, tightly controlling the debate, the question we could talk about. That wasn't so much a surprise, to be honest, and I'm sure maybe for many of you, you're not surprised as well. What was a bit of a surprise, I should say, was not only that the right was in control of the conference, but they had a certain base of support in the conference itself, actually. That was for me a sort of element that I wasn't expecting so much. There is some support for the expulsion of the LGBT. There is some support for Corbyn, and for sort of the program he's pushing, essentially. What does that mean? Where do we go from there? Well, we have to analyze a bit what is the political conflict taking place on the conference floor. You have really sort of 2 wings, which a right wing, which really wants to have a moderate, liberal, wishy-washy party, acceptable purge of communists and socialists. That's why it's important to oppose the purge against the SWP. And then on the other wing, you have revolutionary socialists who, well, you have people who want to fight for a working class socialist options, and they're sort of clashing against the other. These are sort of the 2 wings. It's really a debate over what your party will be, what will be the type of party that comes out of this conference. Now, in the face of this, what to do, essentially? Like, I think it might have been quite demoralizing or difficult for the most left-wing element today, being sort of swamped, particularly the debate on the dual membership. You had, although we were pushing back, the right wing they finished really the debate extremely strong. The debate on the political statement, you literally have people getting up against socialism and against the working class. So I guess I want to discuss, we can't discuss program abstractly. I think we have to discuss program in a specific context. And this is the context we're facing today. So I think the first point to do is obviously the point of the united front. The left must come together to push back against the witch hunt, to push back against this bureaucracy, which is really tightly controlling your party and is really dead set at making it a really wishy-washy liberal party, as I said. However,
and we in the Socialist League have sort of banged on this a lot in the last few weeks, only opposing the witch hunt isn't enough. Only opposing the bureaucracy on the standpoint of democracy isn't enough. Because you oppose the witch hunt for what? Well, you oppose the witch hunt if you are convinced that socialists have a positive role to play in this party, to shape it, essentially. If you just oppose the witch hunt, that's not enough. And same thing with democracy. Same thing with democracy. If I think what the conference has revealed today is that there is, as I said, a important support for the right. I don't know if it's dominant or majoritarian, but there are many people who support Corbyn, who support this sort of liberal pacifist program he's pushing forward, and who support the witch hunt. But only democracy in itself cannot be a solution. And so I think the argument I want to make today is that the revolutionary socialist wing in this party right now, its main problem is a lack of political coherence. And that's my point about not enough the witch hunt, not enough fighting the democracy. What do we fight for? And I think what's key, and what we've been fighting for, is for the revolutionary elements in this party to come together on the basis of a political platform. We might have disagreements on this or that question, but we must come together on a number of key political questions. And the way we need to fight is by demonstrating to the base of your party why revolutionary socialism isn't just an abstract thing for the future. It's really key to solve the problem that the left is facing. It's key to make your party a successful party. I believe, as well as probably many others here, your party, if it will succeed, must be a radical working class socialist party. That has to be demonstrated to the various questions and problems the left is facing today. And I believe we need it's this lack of political coherence, I think, which is at the source of why the left is so much on the back foot. Just a quick point, we have supported critically Zara Sultana so far, because she has drawn a certain number of lines against NATO, against Zionism, for socialism, for trans-liberation, for working class power, all these are good. But again, Zara Sultana has arrived at these positions sort of by successive approximation, by being pushed in this place, and not by political insight about what the epoch demands. I think that political coherence for us in the Socialist League can be found in the struggle against liberalism. Because if you think about it, the biggest problem that the socialist movement is facing in Britain, but really in the entire Western world, is that it is completely divorced from the working class. Few people talk about this. Everybody at the conference, working class. A lot of the working class looks to Farage and Tom Robinson today. And there are very few workers in your party and in the socialist left. They are. But think about industrial workers in the milieu you are. There aren't many. Throughout the last years and decades, the working class, a lot of the working class has turned its back on the left. And the analysis we've developed is the reason for that is because the left has pursued alliances with liberal politicians and has embraced liberal politics, essentially, at a time when these politics were the dominant one in the Western world by the liberal wing of the ruling class. That is the thing. And so for us, as far as we try to develop a program, we have a draft platform, by the way, on our table, to at least have a debate on the left on what should be a program. And for us, it has to be, when we talk about a program, yes, we have to attack the right. Yes, we have to attack Farage. Yes, even we have to attack Starmer. But we must also equally draw the sharpest line against liberal politics, which is really what is plaguing the left and is preventing it from reaching the working class and is actually pushing workers into the arms of the right. I'll try to make that concrete with a few points and I'll go into a full program. The easy one, maybe the most simple, the most controversial. The easy one, expropriation of the City of London and a plan to reindustrialize the country. I think probably most people would agree. Liberals, a defining feature of them is they want to tinker with the system. They don't want to abolish capitalism. So that's sort of simple. The second point is opposition to the American empire. So what do I mean by that? I mean the United States is the world prominent imperialist power. We have to oppose it. We have to oppose its British imperialism in its image, and we have to oppose its institution. NATO, the European Union, also Zionism as in the Zionist project, Israel. So that is because the liberals, they always support the American empire. Just like Zach Polanski, they can make criticism of it, but it's always to make it better. The third point, I think, is to oppose the Green Party. Draw a sharp line against the Greens. The Greens are a liberal, middle-class party, viewed by many workers as such. So your party must sharply distinguish itself from those politics. They seek to make solve this climate crisis by making the working class pay. And fourth, for us, is for a working class position on immigration. That will be a little more controversial, maybe. Yes, we must oppose Farage, Tommy Robinson, the right wing, the racist scapegoating of immigrants. Yes, we must defend immigrants, including physically, when they face riots and racist thugs. However, the position of a lot of the far left have often been in a continuum with the liberal wing of the ruling class. There is also a wing of the ruling class which has sought to brought a lot of immigration in this country for their own profit, to drive down the wages. And the standard definition of the left and the far left often on this question has been to basically support explicitly or not, this position, and that has to be broken from. Like the slogan "refugees are welcome here" is increasingly seen by a large number of the working class as a slogan directed against them, not against the ruling class. This isn't a concession against to the right. This is actually trying to develop a working class position on immigration. As socialists, we're against closing the borders, we're against quotas on immigration, we're against deportation. But we're also not for a particular policy of the ruling class regarding the question of immigration. And lastly, on the trans question, it's key to fight for trans liberation. No concession to the right wing on this question, but there's a liberal way, I believe, to fight for trans liberation, and there's a working class socialist way to fight for trans liberation. The liberal way focuses on ideas, progressive ideas, draws a hard line on this question, but the working class socialist way, I think, seeks to put forward a class interest that we do not agree with everything that is in our head, but there is a class interest of the working class to defend trans people, and we need to agree basically to have each other's back against attack and defend the right of trans people to live their life the way they want. So I selected these 5 points just to highlight that for us as Marxists, it's really in the fight against liberalism, against the right wing, but against liberalism, that the revolutionary socialism can find really a coherence to fight for your party to work, to fight the witch hunt as well, and to show that you need this program. Thank you.
Okay, what I'm going to say, I think quite a lot of what Comrade Vincent said is stuff I agree with. But I am going to say stuff which I think he will think of as abstract. The reason why I'm going to say stuff which I think he'll think of as abstract is we start with the situation. He says, and I think rightly, there is substantial broad support within YP on the conference floor for Corbyn's policy. What is that policy? Actually, perfectly straightforward and familiar. It's the British road to socialism. It's the idea that the first step is to get a Labour government, and then you're going to get a Labour government further to the left. And having been thrown out of the Labour Party, what Corbyn's project is to create a Labour Party Mark II, which, just like the Labour Party, is within the framework of British parliamentary policy, the dominance of the parliamentary party, just like the Labour Party is within the framework of the domination of the party apparatus, of commitment to parliamentary politics, and correctly, yes, liberalism in terms of general politics. Okay, so we have had this idea that the left was dominated by Stalinism, official communism, old-fashioned official. In reality, the left is still dominated by the ideas of official communism. The Morning Star remains the dominant political ideology in the left wing of the trade union movement, in the left wing of the Labour Party. Then secondly, it's not the case. The Labour Party is the Labour Party. It's the Labour Party which, it remains the case of the Labour Party which voted for World War I, and the Labour Party which from its inception was a party which followed British foreign policy and voted with the liberal imperialist wing of the Parliamentary Liberal Party from 1900. It's the Labour Party of Snowden's Bank of England budget and of Jimmy Thomas ordering poison gas bombing of Iraqi villages in the first Labour government in 1923. So then the flip side of that is it's not the case that the Labour Party has ceased to be the Labour Party and that there is therefore political space for a new Labour Party. Then the question we have to think about then is what's not what immediate alternative. As I said, on immediate alternative, I agree with quite a lot of what Comrade Vincent said. Yeah? But what strategic alternative? What strategic alternative to British road to socialism politics? And in that context, I said in the last session, the left keeps reinventing the square wheel. One of the ways in which the left keeps reinventing the square wheel is that the far left in particular, on the one hand, the left keeps reinventing the square wheel in the form of reformism of the Popular Front type, which is what BRS is, but also the far left keeps reinventing the square wheel in the form of Bakunin's general strike policy. Yeah. And the versions of Bakunin's general strike policy. We have a falsification of what happened in the Russian Revolution to make it into the image of Rosa Luxemburg's the mass strike, which is radical misdescription of what happened. We need, therefore, to think through what sort of alternative policy. First off, it has to be communist. It's a communist policy. That means it's not a Labourite policy. It's not a British nationalist policy, which Labourite policy is. It's not a parliamentary sovereignty policy, which British Labourite policy is. It's not a pro-imperialist policy, or indeed a soft pro-imperialist policy, which is British. When people talk about Britain playing a positive role, Britain developing a liberal or pacifistic foreign policy, Britain to play a positive role in the world, that's leaving out the reality, just as it's leaving out the real role of the British state in, for example, supplying the supply of weapons to Israel through RAF Akrotiri. The supply of weapons to RAF.
You need to have it more distant.
More distant. Okay. Very sensitive. The supply of weapons to Israel through RAF Akrotiri, flying reconnaissance for the IDF over Gaza and so on and so forth. So it needs to be unambiguously anti-imperialist. And that choice, and unambiguously defeatist, but just as much defeatist in relation to Britain's and the United States' proxy war in Ukraine as in relation to the genocide in Gaza. Second, and this is the point which becomes controversial, it needs to be a maximum minimum program. We need the maximum program, that is to say, we need the idea of getting wholly beyond capitalism. It's not good enough to just say, we have this answer, that answer in relation to this particular struggle which is going on right now. We need to have the thought of, and to be propagandizing the idea of a society completely beyond class society, beyond economic, the state classes, economic dependence on the family, a society, a communist society as a whole. We need that image, we need that idea, because without that idea, we are driven into either tailing the liberals or tailing the conservatives. present in the trans-liberation debate. It really is the case that the line of some groups has been just to tail the liberals. Comrades are correct. At the same time, other people, particularly the Morning Star, are essentially tailing the Conservatives. And that's been much more general. The Morning Star's tailed the Conservatives on the Brexit question. So we need a maximum programme, but we also need a minimum programme. And the minimum programme is not an action programme for what the working class should do in the next strike struggle, in the next demonstration, etc. It's a programme for what a party would do if it was able to form a government. Now that would involve mass mobilisations. It's not, that's counterposed to mass mobilisations. It's a programme for what immediate changes could be made by a workers' government or a government of workers' parties, which would break the political power of the capitalist class and create the conditions for a process of transition. And in that context, I give an example. Expropriation of the City of London comes right as an immediate thing. A programme for reindustrialising Britain on its own is a delusion, because the reality is Britain has deindustrialised because it was the world hyper-imperialist power before the United States was the world hyper-imperialist. We need, therefore, a minimum programme which is a programme for taking political power, which poses questions in relation to substantive political issues, not just, but it's also, at its core, a programme for political democracy. And this is where comrades are wrong about saying we need it, to deprioritise the question of democracy, because the reality of the matter is, first, that the experience of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe led everybody to think we can't have socialism and it's inherently undemocratic. We have to have answers to that. Second, the capitalist class rules through the support of the labour bureaucracy. The labour bureaucracy functions as outworks. Before you can get to the walls of the capitalist fortification, you have to take down the labour bureaucracy, just as the capitalists had to take down the merchant princes before they could overthrow colonies. And that, in turn, requires political democracy in the workers' movement. And the two things are intimately connected. You can't fight for political democracy in the workers' movement and not fight for unequivocal political democracy within the state regime. So political democracy is at its centre, and that's political democracy in the workers' movement, not just in the centre. That's, I'm saying simply, the shape of politics, so that the shape of a programme, not much more.
So Harper is from Frederick. Go ahead.
Sure. Your party can and should establish itself as a mass fighting force for socialism, and I think
Just hold the mic just a little bit away.
Okay. First, this requires inter-party democracy, where every member can be heard and different positions can be discussed, and this is particularly important in the forthcoming struggles. So today is a blow to that. The party structure should reflect this setup with democratically elected delegates via a one-member, one-vote system at all levels, within even including leadership, with immediate recallability where required. At the first meeting of the Lewisham proto-branch, where I'm based, several attendees vocally rejected the idea of building a Labour Party Mark II. I think we all agree on that as well, at least on some level. In order to avoid that trap, we need to understand the power structures and dynamics within capitalism, which force all business owners to continuously squeeze their workforce or face bankruptcy in a never-ending struggle for increased productivity and profits. The outcome for the mass of the population are longer and more intense working hours for those who still have a job, whilst more and more to have to survive without one with ever-increasing levels of poverty. That's the situation we're in right now. The capitalist state is dependent on tax income and, in the short term, on loans provided by the private financial institutions, which can dictate economic outcomes over the subjective will of any government. And that's important. Should a government try to implement leftist reforms, the banks might cut off funding, and then those reforms cannot be financed and cuts will ensue. And that's the trap that Syriza in Greece in 2015 fell into. The capitalist ruling class possesses powerful financial levers to undermine the measures introduced by left radical reformers aimed at reversing cuts, privatization, and other attacks. Sometimes the capitalist state's repressive apparatus resorts to violence when it feels that its interests are under the threat and uses a military coup. The Allende government, Popular Front government in Chile in 1973 is an interesting case, but it's closer to home as well. The threats made in September 2015 by an unnamed general to carry out a coup should Jeremy Corbyn come to power in a future general election shows that the working class needs to be prepared for this scenario. That is why a socialist government will need to replace the capitalist state repressive apparatus, including the police, prison officers, and border guards, with new institutions composed of personnel loyal to the workers' movement. There should be no room in either our party or the trade unions for these current defenders of capitalist rule. In order to prevent economic sabotage, the working class will need to nationalize large corporations, banks, and the transport system without compensation and place them under democratic workers' control. Only by breaking the might of the ruling class and bringing the essential core of the economy under our control will we gain access to all the resources required to build the economy in line with a plan that meets the needs of both the mass of the population and the environment. This precludes any electoral alliances with outright capitalist parties such as the Greens, who have no meaningful relationship with the trade unions but are fundamentally dependent on the capitalist class. Despite their left-sounding rhetoric, they have called on the population of Brighton, for example, to scab during a refuse worker strike in 2021 and implemented cuts in local councils under their control. And when recently prompted, Zach Polanski confirmed that they will continue doing so. Your party must lead the fight against further attacks on working class living standards and whenever possible go on the offensive in order to bring about material gains, but link the struggle with the socialist end goal. If we limit ourselves to just patching up the current economic order, we will end up in a never-ending struggle for a few more crumbs here and there, and that's how we got here to this particular historical juncture in the first place. Your party needs to use the parliament as a stage for its ideas and where possible for implementing a few positive social reforms, but more importantly, your party should be focusing on building working class power through unionization and working class activities such as strikes. The strike wave of 2022 showed that there is tremendous potential which is currently restricted by anti-trade union legislation. So your party should be campaigning for defying the anti-trade union laws and for their abolition while wholeheartedly supporting every strike. It should fight for decent affordable housing and education for all, and the complete renationalization of the NHS, water and railways with adequate funding, and the ultimate aim of bringing the entire economy under its planned and democratic control. But our struggle mustn't be restricted to the economic arena either. We need to defend all oppressed groups and minorities, whilst understanding that such oppression is intrinsically bound up with the class oppression of capitalism and preceding class societies. We need to fight for full citizenship rights for all immigrants and equal pay for equal work and much more. Your party should organize to defeat fascist attacks by working together with the largest possible coalition without compromising on the understanding that successful self-defense can only be organized by ourselves rather than relying on the police. We should stress that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and fight for ending the witch hunts and prosecutions against all opponents of Israel's genocide. Your party should stand against the undemocratic anti-terror and anti-protest laws. These laws are just a domestic extension of British imperialism's foreign policy in support of an engagement in imperialist and genocidal wars. Where it is not simply exploited for imperialist ends, your party must stand for the right to national self-determination and the secession of oppressed nations if the majority of their population desires it, and most importantly here at home. Your party should be carrying out to leave NATO whilst ending Britain's support for proxy wars in West Asia and Ukraine. We shouldn't give one person or one penny for the military whilst demanding the closure of all military bases in Ireland and elsewhere. And we should recognize the right of exploited neo-colonial countries to defend themselves against imperialist attack. We believe that the Italian workers are currently, and have in the past, shown the way that your party could best support such countries through preventing the onward transfer of military hardware to the Israeli regime by strike action. Such action not only signals support to oppressed populations, but it also helps building working class self-confidence and power, and this is what should be at the center of what your party does.
Richard Brent.
Thanks very much, everybody. Can you hear me okay? So I want to try to answer the question. What programme does your party need? And my starting point, therefore, is it needs a programme that addresses the needs of the working class in Britain and internationally. And that means we need a programme of action. I don't think there's any point in having a programme which includes the goal of socialism and a set of proposals for what we're going to carry out in government, if we don't also have a series of proposals about how we mobilise around those demands now, because that is how we connect the immediate to the goal. That's how we will mobilise large numbers of people. That's how we will get the working class fighting around a whole raft of immediate questions, and it's how we will connect those immediate demands to the fight for socialism and the fight for the rule of the working class. So any programme that doesn't do that doesn't actually meet the needs of the moment. It certainly doesn't meet our needs. So what do we need? We need a programme of action. And we need a programme of action that begins now and that actually involves, in every city, in every town and region where we have sizable branches, and we do have branches, and without a great deal of help from above, we're building them. And what should they be doing now? Not just waiting for May, not just waiting for council elections, let alone just waiting for a general election, but we should be propelling every branch into struggle straight after this conference around the immediate needs of working people, around the cost of living crisis now. And that's what we hear when we go out, when we do speak outs in the street in Southwark. I'm from Peckham, I'm the chair of your party Southwark branch. We're going out on the streets, and what we're hearing is that people are afraid. People are afraid that they haven't got enough money to get to the end of the month, so let's start a campaign against price rises, for a price freeze, and let's take direct action against the organisations, the food companies, the supermarkets, the investors in those. Let's occupy offices, let's encircle their offices, let's connect with the trade unions, and let's fight for a freeze on prices. We've got a campaign in our area around buses, where we want actually to have free transport. Whatever we think of Mamdani, one question that we know got a lot of support from the working class in New York was the idea of free public transport. Well, in London, we definitely need that because of the incredible cost that it actually involves for low-paid workers who can barely afford to live in London anyway, and because the network has been run down in many, many areas. But how do you campaign for that? You campaign for that, obviously, by organising. You campaign for that in elections. But also, we need to be getting people jumping on buses in large crowds and surrounding the mayor's office and surrounding Transport for London's offices in London, right? And taking direct action to say, this is what we want. This is what working class people want. And let's connect that action to a fight for the transport companies to be nationalised, for the food companies to be nationalised, for wages to be pegged against inflation, right? For everybody to get a pay rise. Let's organise our members in every trade union to fight to integrate the pay claims in the coming year, so that we have mass strike action which is coordinated around a pay rise. And let's actually show in real direct way how we can take forward the fight to improve the living standards of the working class. Because if this party doesn't do that, then it is not anything other than an electoral vehicle. And it's no good saying we don't like reformism, and then you leave it in the abstract and do not actually take a campaign of action to the working class. And when we do that, we will become the flesh and blood of people in our communities who are suffering because of the cost of living crisis, and our election campaigns will no longer be the boring forms of Labour Party type electioneering, but we will be connected intimately to direct action in every area where we are standing. Now, what about the far right? What about the attacks on the hostels, on the migrant hostels? We can talk about the need for working class defence, and I agree with it. But right now, fascist gangs are attempting to attack vulnerable migrants, including families, not all men, by the way, and they're attacking those hostels, and we need to organise their defence. Now, how do we do that? Obviously, we need a mass campaign. Obviously, we need a truth kit that answers all the lies, so that we're all working from that central hub of information which answers every one of the racist lies. Obviously, we also need a proper digital team, right, that instead of rigging a conference, devote their digital skills instead to actually trying to fight back against the bots and the trolls and the troll farms of the far right that are populating every regional and local news group with their fascist and racist filth, and actually try to combat them, clean them up, and protect our own social media and communications accounts. And obviously we need physical self-defence as well. Physical self-defence. And we must assert our legal right to do that. The Jewish community has the Community Security Trust. Nobody calls that terrorism. Nobody calls that, illegal under the Livery Act. Nobody says that that's in some way a move towards civil war. Let's assert our legal right to organise our own self-defence, and let's do it openly. Legal defence, digital defence, physical defence, and let's have a defence association of the working class movement. Let's fight for a rent freeze. Let's occupy the big landlords. Let's take over empty properties. Let's prevent evictions, just as we, at the same time, work to prevent snatch squads removing migrants as the Home Office try to move as close as possible to reform Anti-Tommy Robinson as they can. We have to recognise if, as Zara Sultana says, we are in a class war, then we're not waiting to form some sort of government. I don't know how Mike thinks we're going to get that government, by the way. I'd be interested to hear how he thinks the working class will come to power, because I think what we need to be doing, right, is organising the sort of movement that can take the power when we have to. Because the reality is that the class struggle is a contest between the working class and the ruling class every day, every hour, and in every single place in this country and around the world. We have to resist the owner's dictatorship in the workplace and resist the right of managers to manage. And every time a business lays off workers or cuts pay, we should be advocating that it is occupied, and our members in the union should be arguing for strike action and solidarity action and defying the anti-trade union laws and coming together in a mass movement that actually tries to take control of the technology and the work process, so that instead of the bosses cutting the jobs, the workers can cut the hours with no loss of pay. And that obviously means moving towards a number of points that are shared here about nationalisation and expropriation of the banks, of the financial institutions, of the top corporations and the investment funds, centralising their data and their systems into a new working class planning ministry, confiscating the wealth of the top families and sharing the work amongst all adults who can work. Now, there's a number of things that I'm not going to be able to cover in the available time. Climate change, a number of other really, really critical questions. Education, the health service, women's liberation. But I do, I've actually tried to draft a programme for your party, and I put it on a new blog called marxiststrategy.info. But I wrote it when I thought we were going to have 800,000 members. So I then rewrote it when we got 50,000 members, and I think after this weekend I'll probably go home and rewrite it again. But the point here, is that, and I've got 2 minutes, and thank you very much for that, that yes, we need to take up all the democratic demands that Mike mentioned. Yes, we need MPs that will only take the average pay of a worker. Yes, we need to mobilise against the monarchy and the House of Lords. Yes, we need to oppose the ban on Palestine action. Yes, we need to oppose all of the repressive legislation, including the anti-union laws. But we also have to recognise that our MPs, who must only take the average pay of a worker, whatever the conference allows us or doesn't allow us to say, should not be respecting parliamentary procedure. But if we've got a group of MPs and they're about to pass a disgusting law that involves removing, for example, indefinite leave to remain, and is going to lead to hundreds of thousands of people being thrown out of the country, then our MPs should disrupt Parliament for as long as it takes to stop them actually getting that through. But the other thing we have to say, my last point, is that the British ruling class, and Mike has given many examples of how they behave, is the oldest, craftiest, most cynical, blood-stained capitalist class in the world, and have been since the dawn of capitalism, and in their brutal colonial land grabs and wars from Africa and India to Palestine and Ireland, the British establishment is soaked in blood from head to toe, and therefore the idea that if we won an election and got 600 Jeremy Corbyns and Zara Sultanas into Parliament, I know, I'll say even more, 600 Mike McNairs into Parliament, right? 600 Vincent Davids into Parliament, yeah? Then the chance of the British billionaires, finance capitalists, landed aristocrats, admirals, generals, police and spy chiefs saying, oh, okay then, we give in, the chance of that is nil. It is nil. And therefore, a workers' government will come to power in Britain in one way only. In one way only, whether we've won an election or not, right? Whether there's a mass strike going on or not. And that is by delegate-based councils of workers all across the country with their own defence association directly confronting and breaking up the repressive power of the capitalist state. Breaking it up. It's no good saying we're going to win an election, we're going to abolish the army, we're going to bring in a different sort of force. The force that abolishes the army will be the armed force under the rule of the working class. And that is the revolutionary road to socialism, not the British road to socialism. And that is the method that applies not to a period in which the minimum ideas of immediate struggle and the maximum goal of socialism exist in different zones, but in the world that we live in today, where every struggle poses the question of power, where we have to fight for power every minute of every day. Well done.
I think you should have put him last.
I'm going through that, it's too difficult. Ted Rees.
Sorry, I'm Ted Rees. I'm part of the DSYP, the Democratic Socialists of your party. Sorry, I've just lost my page. Basically, we've been fighting for a minimal programme for maximum democracy in your party, trying to get your party to adopt our programme, which we consider to be much more radical than the one presently proposed. We've written our own alternative founding documents, and at the moment we don't know if your party is going to be an explicitly socialist party, obviously, because that was voted on today. But we want to turn your party into one that is explicitly socialist, and not on the terms that Jeremy Corbyn would probably define socialism, which would be, you know, renationalising public services and a few core industries, which would basically amount to a mixed economy. Our understanding is that capitalism per se, not any kind of type of capitalism that you might want to name, is increasingly incapable of meeting the needs of the working class. So, you know, as the system advances and evolves, it needs to exploit us more and more. You know, more and more of the working day needs to be turned into profits. It needs us to work harder. It needs higher unemployment. All of these types of things. It needs to commodify nature at an accelerating rate, destroy the environment, which undermines the basis for capitalism itself eventually. And, you know, so there's not, in the long run, there's not going to be the potential for a mixed economy. That's not to say that we shouldn't fight for any reforms and we should only fight for, you know, we should only try and mobilise the working class in the event that we could make a revolution out of it. Pretty much agree with everything Richard said. We need a programme of action. The DSYP is clear that we need to organise not just for elections but on the streets, in our communities, in our workplaces, in all of these different ways to start uniting the working class as broadly as possible, and not just nationally but internationally, starting with our European colleagues. And yeah, we've got a programme, we've got a Points of Unity programme, and we've got a set of demands, which, you know, as I say, we're fighting for maximum democracy in the party. We want a member-led democracy, branch-led democracy. We want recognition of the proto-branches, and we want the leadership, because we do accept that there needs to be a degree of centralisation, but we need the leadership to be accountable and answerable to the membership and to the branches at the local level. And the regional branches should also be answerable to the local branches. That's where the real power resides, because that's where most of the membership will be. We want 50% of funds raised to go to the branches, so that the branches, you know, are empowered to have the resources they need to organise and to be able to go out and build working class solidarity. So it's things like this that we are demanding and that we want the party to adopt. And I do think we have had a sizable influence on the membership, despite, you know, being a very new organisation and being you know, under-resourced and having to, you know, do this in a very limited amount of time. So I urge everyone here to check out the DSYP website, check out our Points of Unity, check out our alternative programme. We've got an abridged version on the website. If that would be a good introduction, leading on to checking out the fuller programme. And yeah, like I say, I agree with Richard. We need a programme of action. You can't just elect 600 social democratic or even 600 socialist or communist MPs into Parliament and expect the powers that be to step aside and obey. They've never done that. They never will do it. But we also do need to emphasise along the way, as we try to communicate socialist ideas, that capitalism is not sustainable. It's not sustainable socially, economically, environmentally. All of those things are tied up intimately. They all overlap. You know, the more automated the system gets, the more difficult it is for capital to generate sustainable profitability, which therefore deters investment, because if the profits aren't coming in, the investment falls away. And that's why, you know, I know Jeremy Corbyn likes to say austerity is a political choice, but from the point of view of capital and its sustainability, it's a question of survival for capital. So if you're in the capitalist class, you've survived the last decade and a half because of the cuts to public services and to social services and to working class living standards. So unfortunately, you know, it would be nice to be able to sit here and say, yeah, we just need to reverse austerity, we just need higher wages. And as I say, I'm all for fighting for reforms such as pegging wages to inflation and that sort of thing, as they've done in Venezuela for quite a long time now. But we have to go further in the end, and it is going to happen this century, like, and maybe sooner. The next crash is going to be horrific. It's going to be worse than 2008. So it's worth preparing ourselves mentally. It's worth speaking to everyone we know, about the state of the economy, and trying to, we have to just convert people, like from, if someone is, liberal left, you've got to start converting them a little bit further to the left, and so on and so forth, you know what I mean? You've got to, the radical social democrats have got to be converted all the way to socialism, and, so on and so forth. So, because we're not gonna be able to do it in one fell swoop. This is why we say, reformism is part of the struggle for revolution, but we can't stop at reformism. So, one of the demands that we've placed, that we want the party to adopt, is that we will not take power until we are able to overturn the constitutional status quo and replace a capitalist state with a socialist state, because we're not going to accept being put in a position where we're just managing the decline of capitalism and working class living standards. We're not going to do what happened in Greece and take power, say we're going to raise living standards, and then go, oh, actually we can't do that. We're going to fight for socialism all the way.
Can I just mention that we only have 35 minutes for this session, so can I ask you to be very brief? I'm sure the speakers will reply themselves, but I don't think anyone here suggested 600 socialist MPs or communist MPs.
I'm sure I'm in favour of 600.
Yes, but not as the only solution to the revolution. Okay. Yeah. Can I see raised hands? Can you be brief and say what you want inside? Thank you.
I think that the key to building a program and to building an actually revolutionary socialist state here in Britain is through transitional demands. And one of the things I was talking to about people here at the conference was one of the few actual policies is the nationalizations of the very vaguely key sectors and services in the economy. And so I was asking people, what are those key sectors and services for you? And the number one reply from people was, well, actually, everything. Everything that we need to live. And I think that needs to be the basis of a program, and that we need nationalization of, not just the utilities and the rail, but we need to nationalize the supermarkets. We need to nationalize, Jeremy talked this morning about building a mass construction of council houses. But the reason that's not happening is because it's not profitable for those construction companies. We need to be nationalizing those construction companies. We need to be nationalizing the banks to fund all of this program. And to actually get that done, we need to say, okay, we can't just nationalize things from the top. This is actually going to take workers' control, right? So even before the election happens, we need to be working in these industries, building up a base in these industries, to actually have the infrastructure to run these industries democratically through a democratic plan of production. And regardless of whether we're winning the election or not, we can be making that happen through our own work. We can be building those things, and when we have that sort of infrastructure, I disagree on the point that we shouldn't be taking power before we have the capacity to build that sort of nationalization, or we have that infrastructure. Like if you look at Venezuela, Hugo Chavez took power and started the waves of nationalization much earlier. And so we can use power, we can use the platform of being PM to advocate even further and wider for those kind of nationalizations.
Sorry, the gentleman with you are, yeah, he's got his right hand up.
Hi, I just want to say I really do, sorry, I didn't quite catch your name, the person second from the right.
Richard.
Richard, yes. I really agreed with what you were saying about, specifically this being a part of struggle, right? We cannot trust in the bourgeois election system to deliver us a socialist party which wins. We have to start taking power now. We have to, like, a large reason I find when I talk with people about why the party isn't inspiring to them, or why the party is inspiring to them, is that there is a lack of confidence that the workers have in themselves. There is this desire to be told what to do, told what to think, told how to organise, and I think we need to build that confidence of the working class in themselves, and that comes through showing them that they can succeeding in tangible campaigns which have real impacts. If your party loses the electoral campaign, we should have built up a strong enough fighting working class force to oppose them. Right? If Farage wins, we shouldn't be passively standing by because we didn't get enough votes. We should be campaigning on the streets. We should be willing to go to tax, willing to go to war, and that starts by building it now. Starts by building it while people are in confidence. Right? Sorry. It absolutely has to be a party. Absolutely has to be a party of struggle and a party of action, and that comes through regional struggles, through regional campaigns to take over the necessary living functions of society. Sorry.
Gentleman behind him, yeah.
Thank
Yeah, I've seen you.
Thank you, all the speakers. It's Jeremy from Workers' Power. I'd have to take issue, first of all, with the idea that abolish immigration controls is in fact a liberal policy. Not a single liberal party, not a single bourgeois party in the world has that policy. We should be, why? Because we should be for all people who want to come and live and work in Britain to be allowed to do so with full citizenship rights. We should be for cutting the hours, not the jobs, so that there are jobs for all, and we should be for a programme of public works under workers' control to expand the housing, the hospitals, etc., the schools, to meet the needs of an increased population. You have got a racist policy, I'm afraid. Secondly, on the minimum maximum programme, I think this is trying to smuggle socialism in through the back door. Richard is absolutely right. No parliament, which translates into English as talking shop, by the way, no parliament will be able to legislate for socialism. You'll actually have to take a revolution. And so you cannot reduce the fight for socialism as simply the fight for democracy. I think that we need, as some of the last three speakers have said, is some kind, and the sister over here, a transitional programme of needs. Yeah, a programme to meet people's needs. And what we mean by a transitional programme is a programme that actually works in motion. So as you win, as you build for fights, you also build to counter the sabotage that's going to come against your fights. So workers controlled in one factory leads to workers control in a whole branch of industry, which leads to the fight for workers control in the whole economy. And the crowning point has to be the fight for a workers' government led by workers' councils and a workers' militia. I'll leave it there.
Barbara.
Hi everyone, I'm Barbara from the International Bolshevik Tendency. I've just come from the conference, and if there's one thing that conference is not talking about, it's what kind of program for your party. So thank you to the SUP for putting on this meeting and hosting this event. We think it's really important for the left to talk to each other about this. We haven't signed up to the SUP because we think it's rather premature to be talking about socialist unity among the people here. We still have a lot to talk about, a lot to debate. So, there's been a lot of things that have been said tonight that I agree with, but there are some different perspectives here. And one of the key differences is this idea that we have to separate our minimum program and our maximum program. Bit further, is that better? And while others here say that we need a program, we need a complete program that we fight for. And part of that program, so we're talking about your party, we're not just talking about program in abstract. So what we need to do is take on the party where it is. We need to contrast what we're saying to what we saw in the conference hall today. A debate on a political statement that was bad enough as it was, and there we were debating whether socialism and working class should be removed from that statement. Even without that, we think that statement deeply insufficient because it has all these nice ideas, but it has no idea of how to get there and no acknowledgement of how the state and the establishment are going to stop us getting there. So we've created an alternative political statement for your party which addresses some of these issues and situates itself within the debates within the party.
Sorry, can you sum up? I have a long list and less than 10 minutes.
We've also got there a few really key issues that lead to this that we need to fight about in the party. One of them is the Greens, the question of popular frontism. There are a distressing number of people in the party that want to support the Greens. There's questions like imperialism, what position do we take on Ukraine? There will be divisions in this room about that. We have to debate this. We need to inject revolutionary politics because we need to build a party that will inject itself into the struggle. Struggle alone is not enough.
The lady with orange shirt here, orange t-shirt.
My name is Roxanne. I'm part of the Nourishment Programme branch as well. What Jeremy said, what Richard said, what Barbara said, what the Democratic Socialist comrade said. I was talking about the transitional programme. Trotsky has some stuff to say on that as well. One of the ways that we're going to really hear even people, in my opinion, who identify as Trotskyists not actually sticking to this in the real world is on the question of local elections. I don't know if you've heard about people's budgets. The social... Sorry. You see if you know, and then you get up here, thank you. The Socialist Party and Tusk, as probably most of you know, is a good example. We'll talk about people's budget and about setting a legal budget still, whereby they borrow and use reserve funds. And then all it is, and it's legal, so it's all good, so we can get in there. And then what you do is you keep going until you can pressure central government to give you more money. It will be an emergency situation, but then people are equating that with direct action. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't use local elections as a platform, just as we might use Parliament, but let's not conflate workers' power and workers' councils with Parliament as well. I think that tends to happen. When we are fighting for these programmes on a local basis, we need to be bringing in, for example, among other things, the question of the state, because that's what's always missing. So if we are countering these things, and we're actually really challenging state power, we need to talk about self-defence. And that's when people tell us that we're pushing things too far, that we're being too radical. But if we don't talk about that in conjunction with expropriation, in conjunction with challenging that power. And I mean, Zara Sultana, question time, she was saying some really amazing things that I agreed with, and then the question came to that, how are you going to pay for it? And then it was, well, we're going to do a wealth tax on the people with £10 million of assets or more, and then we'll just take that from that money tree and pass it around. But as Harper said in his presentation, we're going to be dealing with the British state and with the capitalists themselves when we do that, so we've got to tell the truth now.
Thank you. Gentlemen with two coloured people. At the back, multicolored, yeah, him, yeah. I have two more.
I'd like to talk about, how to put it, things that are quite far ahead, about developing for the future. But what I want to talk about is things that I'm seeing now. One of the things that really jumps out at me right now is the democratic socialist movement. One of the reasons I was drawn to the group was because of the way that I could see the people in the group when I first started engaging were rapidly trusting one another. And that ties into my point really quite a lot. There's been a lot of calls for unity today in the party, and I think those calls are very mistaken, because when you call for unity but you don't have trust, what you're actually doing is exercising authority.
Yes, exactly.
And when systems are built based on authority and not on trust, those systems are systems that we cannot trust. And so what it urges to do is to look not so much towards the far future, although we need to think about that, but to think about the building blocks down at the grassroots, about how we build trust in communities, how we draw people together where they've been driven apart.
Alan, at the back. Alan, and then it's you. Sorry, Alan, not you. Sorry, he raised it. No, we haven't got time, sorry.
Gabriel I'll let my comrade answer what's been said on the discussion. I just actually want to ask a question to people. Why did it go so bad for us today? You know, a lot of our ideas are popular in that room, yet we got smashed. I think we have to have a real discussion and self-reflect a little bit. And honestly, I think this discussion also reflects why we're not having an impact, because it's in another world. It has nothing to do with actual debates going on. So why did it go so bad for us today, and how are we going to do better? That's the question we have to ask ourselves.
Alan, yeah, give it back to Alan. Alan.
Good question, Gabriel.
He doesn't want to speak.
He had raised his hand before all of these people, so I can't stop him.
Yeah, just very quickly, it's quite interesting hearing what I think is a split of opinion within an overall agreement. And I tend to favour the speakers who've talked about trying to encourage working class power and consciousness of the working class over our own power. And whether that's Richard's very ambitious program of action, or whether that's Harper's more reasonable one. I'm a bit worried on the Democratic Socialists who projected reformism as part of the struggle, and that revolutionary politics just means more reformism. I think you need to be careful about that. Certainly the struggle for reforms can be part of the revolutionary struggle, but reformism is the enemy of the revolutionary struggle.
Thank you. Jack, it's your turn, and that's it, I think.
Yeah, Jack Conrad. I've also
Speak into the microphone.
I'm speaking to the microphone, so that's not too loud, right?
No.
Oh, it's fine.
Closer.
Okay, I've just come back from the conference, and I'm just picking up on
Bit
what
closer.
Oh,
Can't hear you.
The right amount. It's about that
I know, okay. I was just picking up on what Gabriel was saying, and we got smashed today. There's no question of that. This is a stitch-up. I think John Rees...
Speak up.
John Rees said it's a stitch-up. It's a stitch-up. I haven't heard the whole of this debate, so I have to apologise. But I think Mike said that your party is going to become a Labour Party. I want to disagree, Mike. I think what it is, if it's nearer anything, is Podemos, it's Mélenchon's party. I don't know enough about De Linke, but this is going to be, in the name of democracy, in the name of consulting people, in the name of not putting anyone off, this is going to be a top-down, bureaucratic party. And therefore, we're right to talk about what changes we want, but we need to be realistic that we are not moulding it. We might be fighting in it for propaganda or agitation, We have lost it. And therefore, you know, what we actually need to be doing is picking up on all these debates that we're having, and we might not arrive at unity, but we might arrive at an understanding. In other words, what we could do is actually take the unity of, I don't like the word myself, but the far left. We could take that one step forward because of your party. And because we're all here together, because we're all talking. Last point. I'll tell you a party with a minimum maximum programme that succeeded the RSDLP Bolsheviks. They had a minimum maximum programme and they led the working class to power, and that is the example we ought to learn from, comrades.
Okay, comrades, I have to give you only 2 minutes each. The reason is this room has to be vacated, changes in the seating arrangements, and... Can you pass it on?
Go in reverse way, sure.
Yeah.
Reverse way. No, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I'll change it in the middle.
Right.
Go ahead.
I do feel I live in a different world of many of the intervention. I'm not so, you know, we can talk about workers' power, workers' militia, etc., etc. What happens today is that the right wing is on the offensive against us, and the argument I made is that the fundamental problem of the left is a lack of political coherence. What the left has been doing in the last 30 years has not been working. Our movement is in crisis. So comrades can just repeat the same mantra and same abstract slogan, it won't work. On the question of immigration, that anything I said was racist is absolutely absurd. What I've questioned is the fact that most working class people do not distinguish at all between socialists and liberals. For most of them, socialists and liberals are the same defenders of the status quo. What is your answer to effectuate this separation between socialists and liberals in the eyes of most working class people? What is the difference between what you put forward on this question and Corbyn's program? Now, yet the right smashed us today. I think tomorrow we must fight back, and I think what needs to happen, and the argument I kept repeating is, the appeal of democracy is good. It's not that I don't want to deprioritize it, I want a democratic party, but what we have to do is to tap into the aspirations of most of the base of your party. They want a party that opposes Zionism, they want a party that opposes the British ruling class, and they're getting served a middle class, tepid stuff led by Corbyn to talk about peace and justice and whatnot. So we need to make our fight political about what are we going to have as a party, because all these measures against the left are directed to expel all revolutionary socialists. So we question what we've been doing, fight on clear political lines, and fight liberals. Thank you.
I'll just come back quickly to the comrade at the back. I did mean reforms as part of the struggle, but if I'm being sort of picky, reformism is part of the struggle in that it exposes itself and its own limitations along the way, and we have to make sure that those limitations are fully exposed by exposing them.
Go ahead.
We're going to stand up if that's all right. Quite right. Now, what we've seen is a class struggle in the process of the formation of this new party. That is very clear. Every step of the way, from not sharing the data with the branches, to handing the selection of council candidates to the MPs, to trying to protect the MPs' positions on the leadership body, to insisting that our relationship with the trade unions will be conducted through a committee of senior union officials, to expelling the Socialist Workers' Party, to insulting Zara Sultana deliberately, right? This is an attempt to consolidate a bureaucracy before they allow branches and a membership to get out there and build and grow officially in the name of this new party. The name of which, by the way, appears to be designed to be as anonymous as possible, right? So as to make it as hard as possible for us to grow at the base until they've consolidated their apparatus. Now this is why a reformist party is not just a socialist party that has the same objective but different methods to us. This is because a reformist party proposes to intermediate between capital and labour and needs an apparatus that can do so, which can police the working class and which is immune from the control of the working class and which is equipped through every cynical mechanism that you saw today and that we've seen over the weeks running up to this conference, right, to divide and frustrate and confuse and atomise workers when we try to come together. From 800,000 to 50,000, and now what? So what do we do the day after this conference? What we do is we go to our branches, proto-branches, we're the only democratic, the only real, the only fighting organisations in the whole process. How dare they call us illegitimate? How dare they refuse us data? I'm elected to chair my branch. Nobody elected them. How dare they say that we are in some way being undemocratic in this process? But what is more, we must start the fight. We must get the branches fighting against the landlords, fighting against the people who are putting prices up, fighting for free transport, fighting for an actual integrated pay claim in 2026 across the public and private sectors so that we can try to get the unions to fight together, not through a deal between the union tops, but by using our members to organise in every union to put an actual serious fight, a real serious fight around the cost of living. And the last point I want to make is that that is how we will take this out of their hands, because if we then bring those branches together, federate them, an all London Assembly, an all Birmingham Assembly, an all Manchester Assembly, which is democratic, which is a delegate body, then we will be the party. We will be it, and they will never stop it.
Pretty much agree with everything that Richard just said. I mean, the other point is that obviously we're now in an economic situation that the British government is not only in deep economic crisis, it's probably the only government that puts their money into US state bonds. And whilst the dollar is melting away in value, so they're digging their own grave in a way, but unless we can actually turn this thing around, Tommy Robinson is knocking on the door and we'll be in the concentration camps. So, yeah, again, Richard pointed towards the right direction. We need to turn it around, fight within the party as long as we can, whilst it's still liberal. And yeah, I'll leave it there.
I agree on the question of fighting within the party as long as we can, trying to make something out of branches, etc. I agree. The reality, however, the situation that we face.
Speak into the microphone.
I am speaking. Okay. Close. The reality that we face is that a lot of the sale of this stuff, this is precisely, Jack is right, it's not a new Labour Party, it's a new Podemos with Corbyn as Pablo Iglesias, it's a new Five-Star with Corbyn as Pepe Grillo, it's a new La France Insoumise with Corbyn as Mélenchon, totally centralised, using copyright law and control of funds and stewarding to prevent any sort of political opposition. In order to fight against that, yes, we can try and turn the branches into an opposition to it, but the reality is, for that to work, the whole of the far left needs to organise together. Because as soon as we're trying to do that, if it's the people in this room and not the Socialist Workers' Party and not the other parties. Actually, the result is just a repetition of the endless attempts of one sort and another that we've had. In order to do that, we need to be able to work together. In that context, I add, it's not a question of building trust in order to build unity, because we have to work together with people who we are compelled to work together with people who we don't trust. That's true in every union. Every union branch. I was back in the 70s, I was at one occasion, either queer bash or padlock bash, I was never sure which. But I was saved by a bloke from the right wing of the union branch, who I hadn't been friends with in any sense, but he had a sense of solidarity which was part of his union membership. It's that sense of that we are obliged to act together, which is what's proposed. Okay, second point, finally, just very briefly, everybody else except me is for transitional program, transitional method. We're going to have mass struggles. The mass struggles grow. We had workers' control of the line in Cowley. That was going to spread to workers' control of the line in the this 1970s. That was going to spread to workers' control of the line in Combine. And that in turn, that's the method. And the reality was that the Labour Party on the one hand, and the Communist Party of Great Britain, as was the old official party on the British road to socialism, their political authority overthrew the Trotskyist leadership in Cowley with the assistance of the British state. In order to get from the individual struggle to power, you have to be posing the question of working class solutions at the level of legislation. Not necessarily you're going to win it, not necessarily, certainly not you're going to get a government, that's the wrong way. But you have to be posing at the level of legislation. Secondly, you have to be posing something realistic, and that means we can break with US imperialism through the common action of the European working class, but bringing socialism in one country in Britain means like socialism in the Isle of Wight or Devon. That's where we are.
Comrades, we have a very short time to do the change in the room. Those groups that have tables have to clear the tables and move them out if they want to. And it will give us time, the rest of us, to change the arrangement.
Actually, people have to leave the room, unfortunately, for
Yes, sorry.
20 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you.
All our stuff I pack away, do I take it away?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do anything?
Change my computer, yeah? I need to move it.
Yeah.
Comrades, we're about to start in a couple of minutes, but I'm afraid to say we're now over capacity, so people who are standing might be asked to leave in a bit, I'm afraid. If you have a seat, sit down, don't leave. But we might get told, unfortunately, for people that are having to leave who are standing and not have a seat. Apologies. You can start talking again. We've got a couple of minutes.
What should we talk about?
I don't know. What is communist? Oh, party name.
Stars coming.
Okay, comrades, can you settle down, please, now? Thank you. I mentioned it earlier, we are over capacity, so there might be somebody coming in and telling people who don't have a seat might have to leave. Not taken. If there's any seats, please sit down, comrades, because whoever doesn't sit might be asked to leave, but we're hoping not to get away with it. Shall I start with the good news or the bad news? Bad news. Unfortunately, you can see who's missing. Yeah, sorry. We've just been told she's had to attend, or she thinks she has to attend a meeting of the Muslim Network. I'm sure comrades can guess what the political reasons for that are. Unfortunately, so she had to send apologies. Zara can't be with us today. The good news is, please, nobody walk out. People standing up, sit down. The good news is, you know, unity of the left. Look, we're talking to each other. We've been talking to each other all day, actually. We had a really good fringe event here all day. We had a live stream on with the conference, but we've also had different organizations here talking to each other who have not talked to each other for a very long time. And that's also a reflection of the Socialist Unity Platform, which we've built together, which does, you know, was born out of necessity, let's put it like that. It was pretty clear a few weeks ago what was going to happen today. Unfortunately, it's played out as we feared, and then some. I think what we've seen today was, I mean, you know, hat off to Gary Murphy. That was a masterclass of manipulation. Absolutely brilliant. All you want to bureaucratically stitch something up and stop democracy, that was quite something. The opposite, obviously, of what what happened. Yeah, what happened? Nobody. So, okay, we're discussing today what happened, and we're discussing today how we can move forward. Because this is, I think we're all agreed here, the speakers, you, this is too big an opportunity for the left, for the working class in Britain to just say, fuck this, because, you know, it's been total stitch up, we're walking away. I don't think any of us are going to walk away now. What we'll have to do is regroup, think through what happened, not let it happen again like that, and, you know, we have to get into gear, basically. Today, I think, was a blow for us, for our democratic forces, but what we've seen in action today is that we can discuss our differences. You know, the left shouldn't be afraid to discuss differences. That doesn't mean we have to fight each other and call each other names and, you know, sectarians, etc. We can't be in the same organization as you. Quite the opposite. I think we've shown today you can discuss differences in a comradely way. You don't have to cut off streams when somebody said something, you know, critical. That happened a few times today. We don't, you know, we want to hear people's different views. We're not gonna, once we're in charge of running conferences, we're not going to disallow hundreds of amendments, which is what happened today. 500 amendments were submitted in a really short window that we had. 50 came through that we were able to look at. The rest disqualified, sitting there as drafts. The big questions we were not allowed to discuss, we were not allowed to put forward. The regional assemblies were a total stitch-up. What happened at the regional assemblies? Anybody who's gone to one knows that the idea of a party of the left was ABC there. Everybody wanted a party of the left. There were very few people who argued against that. There were very few people who said, you can't be in any other organization, you have to just be in your party. You know, there was nobody that I've heard about who wanted to kick left-wingers out. Everybody was arguing in favor. And yet, we had no option to call for a party of the left. We had the option between option A, ban the left, option B, ban the left, but really ban the left. So there's no option C. We weren't able to amend it. It was a total stitch up from that perspective. So now we have expulsions. Really happy. Number one enemy is here today. First they came for, Louis Nielsen. That's going to go down in the history books, but in a good way. But we have to be clear. This is not the end of it. Louis might be the first. Alex Kliniko's number two, who never even joined your party. But they're going to come for all of us, if you're in an organization or not. You might just like a Facebook post. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Had exactly that in the Labour Party. You like a Facebook post of Louis. Out, because you're associating with somebody who's been banned. It's a really, really dangerous thing that conference had to vote today for. We recommended don't vote for either option, but that's not much of a choice, isn't it? So we have to say this was a stitch-up, and we should also say from today, we're not recognizing it. We're not recognizing that the SLP has been banned. Fuck us. In our branches, we just say, everybody's welcome, everybody's a member, and if you want to send the police or security forces, we'll resist that, but everybody should be welcome. We should say absolutely ignore the ban. And with that in mind, I'd like to welcome a couple of speakers now. First, Mike Foster, who is from the Platform for Democratic Party, which is the initiative by Ken Loach. And we want to discuss today what happened today and how we can move forward.
Evening, comrades. Thank you. Wait till I've spoken, then decide. Well, we've had some highs and lows, haven't we, over the last few weeks? Probably more lows than highs. I was feeling frustrated and more than a bit disappointed coming to the conference because of what's been happening over the last few days and even weeks, where we've been fighting really to get our ideas onto the floor of this conference. Of course, we've had two resignations of MPs. You've got your own views about that. One of them MP from our area, perhaps two other MPs are about to resign, let's see. We were unsure what was going to happen when we came to conference. And then we, of course, saw what they were trying to do by refusing people admission. It hasn't just been the expulsions. There are several people who've been refused admission into the conference hall. I'm one step behind them. I still can't even get into the party to be expelled. I paid twice, but they still won't recognise me. So I've been watching across the way on YouTube. We've had the threats of legal action between different factions within the party. And of course, we've had the appalling spectacle of the media trying to drag the party through the mud. And of course, that's what the media can excel at. And we could go on, couldn't we? The motions have arrived way too late. The documents arrived even later. We weren't sure how to put in amendments. It was all going to be done online. So it went on. And so we arrive at conference wondering, how is this going to work? Now I feel more on a high than a low. Tina says that we've been set back today. Well, if this is the conference of the left, imagine what the conference of the other side, the right inside the party, what their faction is discussing. Because they will be saying, we lost every argument on the floor of conference. Which they did. They're trying to stitch up the conference, as Tina's explained, by refusing discussion. And how innovative the left can be. You don't want us to talk about it? We'll talk about it anyway. And comrades got up and talked about the issues. I was in the middle of a live feed and it disappeared. They were cutting off the mic. They were telling people to stop speaking.
The chair, bless her, needed a glass of wine, a bottle of wine. It's not been nasty to her, but she couldn't get people to come up and speak on certain options. It reminded me of Labour Party meetings back in the day, when they'd say, we're looking for 3 more votes before we take the vote. We need a few more option B speakers. Oh, there aren't any. And even the option A speakers, they did very well, because we have 5 option A and 1 option B. They just lost the debate. And they were organised. They were very well organised in advance. But you know what they can't do? What they can't do is silence an organised left that knows what it wants from this party. So if I was them at the moment, I'd be crying into my glass of wine, bottle of wine, and saying, I don't want to chair the conference tomorrow. Can you find somebody else? So I think we should feel really uplifted. What are we left with? Well, there's a lot that we're left with tomorrow. But I should say, by the way, because I've been outside most of the morning and some of the afternoon handing out our leaflets for the Democratic Party. There's a lot of new people here who haven't been involved in anything before, and certainly have only just got involved in your party. And what they were saying is, well, I'm going to see what it's like. I spoke to a lot of those people when they came out this evening. They'd enjoyed it. They thought it was a good session. They liked the debate that had happened, and they agreed with what the left was saying. That's what I heard. I don't know what the rest of you heard, but if there was a clapometer, we won hands down. If we'd had a show of hands today, we won hands down. And of course, we'll see how the votes come in. A comrade raised with me this evening, how do we know who's counting the votes? That's the next thing, isn't it? But we've won the debate. Now, there are some people who have despaired and said, that's it, the Your Party project is over. Too many disagreements, there's MPs leaving, we're behind in the polls, the Greens are way ahead. I would say we come out of this conference with our heads held very high, with everything to fight for. Because they did not want to have elections for the national leadership until next year, preferably the middle of next year. Now they'll have to have elections within the next few days. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We are going to make sure that there's a slate of left candidates that puts up there, and we make sure that we get a left leadership elected, and the clique, the unelected clique who won't identify themselves, will have to decide, are they going to work with the elected left leadership, or are they buggering off with the MPs who've already resigned? Because what you cannot do is put this party now back into a bottle, like the genie. There's no way this can go back into the bottle. This is out, we're organising, and we're active. Now, I would suggest to you all, don't wait any longer in the proto-branches. By all means, have the discussions. In our neck of the woods, we set up the People's Alliance for Change and Equality last year. We had our founding conference in May. We demanded that, Jeremy came to speak, we demanded that a new party was formed. Zara came to our demonstration in October, where 500 people came out on the streets. We're out on the streets, we're campaigning, set up branches in every area, elect your offices, agree a strategy. If you're standing candidates, stand candidates in elections. Look what they're doing in Wales. They are just going to get ahead with it because events are not going to wait for us. So we have an ideal opportunity now, comrades. So from this conference, build and build quickly. The 800,000 are within reach. Why? Because we've had a conference that we could say has been successful. The 50,000 has to grow to 100,000 to 200,000. If they don't give us the data, we'll find them anyway. Whatever you do, we'll find a way around. Because why? There is too much to lose if we fail, comrades. And you don't need me to tell you about that, because you've heard it already. Who are we? The Platform for Party Democracy. It's Ken, yes. It's Audrey. It's Ian Hodgson. There's a few of us, only a few of us, got together a few months ago, decided to launch a platform. There's been enormous support. There was the open letter. 3 things that Audrey outlined last night that we're campaigning for. You don't need me to explain it, because it should be bloody obvious now to socialists. Do we need a transparent party or not? Should we have an amendment on that? Well, yes, we'd like to have a transparent party. Who the hell put you on the platform? Who selected you? Why are you anonymous? Why can't you tell us who you are? That was the questions we're asking. If any of you in here tonight are elected onto the CEC, you won't mind if we find out who you are, will you? You won't mind if you put on the spot naps where you stand on things? You won't mind if you get social media comments all the time that are negative? For Christ's sake, every post that Zara puts up, there's 100 people dismissing her, and she keeps going, and we support her for that. That's what transparency means. Democracy, you have seen democracy in action today, as in what is not democracy. We want a conference where people are elected by branches, they're mandated by branches, they vote according to the mandates, and the decisions that are taken by conference are binding. It's not secret, is it, comrades? We've all done this stuff before, and we want MPs who are accountable, who can be reselected, and yes, we can discuss it here, a workers' wage, because that's what we want. They can do it in Belgium, and we can do it here, comrades. We already have an organised network. The Your Party Connections network that has been built up over the last few months is meeting on a weekly basis. And we also have, of course, an organised left here today. So, comrades, go away from this conference with confidence. I don't know if you want to talk about football coming from Liverpool, but I'm a Newcastle supporter, so don't look at the scores. So I'm feeling even more confident. But come away from this conference with confidence, comrades, because events, reality is on our side and socialism on the up.
I was feeling a bit shit after today's conference, but Mike, that was a very good lesson of optimism. I think you're right. The next speaker is wasn't on the leaflet, but she's very good. It's my comrade from Sheffield, Sophie Wilson, and I've invited her up to speak because in Sheffield, South Yorkshire, we did something a bit different, and I think this actually helped putting the Socialist Unity Platform together, and it's important we hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. I will start by saying I'm not going to go in depth about the Sheffield demands because I do hope everybody who's at least on the periphery of the Socialist Unity project is aware of what happened in Sheffield and how we ran our assembly a little bit differently. And hopefully, I'm hoping that we can take some lessons from that. And I do want to start by saying what has happened today. It's been very disappointing. You know, when this party was launched, I was so excited. I had not had the energy to be particularly involved at this level of politics for quite some time, and I'm sure many of you were feeling exactly the same. But when your party was launched, I saw comrades I've not seen in months and years because we've not had much to rally around. So the positive thing that, has been said, is this project has brought us together again. Something that has not been seen to this level in my lifetime, my parents' lifetime, probably my grandparents' lifetime, probably for 100 years, that these left groups, these parties, these organisations actually tried to unite, tried to find some common ground and say, let's fight together. And I think that's really positive, and we can't come away from this conference and let that go. We need to keep on fighting. And the other thing I will say is, one of the reasons I do think it's disappointing is we talk a lot about the cost of living in this country and how the working class have been suffering under capitalism and neoliberalism for quite some time. So to expect comrades to pay for train travel and accommodation is something that I'm not quite sure I can entirely see the point of. If you're just going to stitch it up at the end of the day. So this has been really disappointing and something I hope, I'm talking to the organisers here, many of them who I do class as my comrades, some of them friends, and talking to you here because I know that you watch these videos back. Think on that. Was sortition the most accessible way to divide this conference? Was such a last-minute way of organising things and then stitching it up at the last minute what is fair for the working class, which, let me be clear, is us in this room. Now on to Sheffield. So just something, there was a lot of talk kind of over the last couple of days about how we might disrupt this conference when it became quite clear that it would be a stitch-up. And then I've seen lots of chatter about staying electable and staying respectable. And I totally understand where people are coming from, and I see that point of view. But what is respectable about being on your knees, which as a class we have been for some time? We cannot emulate that in our own circles. So let's learn a few lessons from today. And the sort of protest that we've been talking about, you know, often people say, oh, that's very, it's shouty, it's sweary, it's this, it's that, it looks bad, the optics are bad. I don't think that's true. What we did in Sheffield was so positive, it was really productive. The feedback from it was great. You know, people were coming up at the end and saying, you know, it was one of the best events they've been to in some time, which I thought was a little bit surprising. But you know,
decades. Somebody said,
yeah, somebody did. Yeah, which you know, I'm not sure I quite agree, but it was positive. And we actually said no to what the organisers of the assemblies were saying, and we said no, we are going to take votes, we are going to allow discussion, because that is what is right for our comrades. That is fair, that is healthy, and we encourage debate. And that is what should have been done today. And as we're going forward into tomorrow and then other conferences and events, and as this party develops, I think we should all take note of that and remember that protest, even against our own comrades, is healthy. And you know, it doesn't have to be all spicy. It has to happen. It has to happen for a healthy culture in any party. And again, it was positive in Sheffield when we did that. We were very nervous going into it, weren't we? Because we'd been told not to do it so many times. So that if it was a disaster, we were thinking, oh bloody hell, what if it all goes wrong? We fucked it all up for everybody else basically, but we didn't. And it was good. And then the Sheffield demands did spread around the country, and that was a real positive. So I think we can remember that. Those that have been sortitioned, I'm not a delegate myself, so sorry if I'm speaking out my arse here, but those who have been sortitioned, let's remember that tomorrow, and let's remember that going forward as well. And the only other thing that I would like to add going forward is, you know, we're here today to talk about what next for the left. And I think we are still, as you rightly pointed out, comrade, we are winning the arguments with our friends and our comrades on the ground. But what is next for us? And I know there's a lot of calls to, you know, to go straight out there into the community and organising. And I completely agree with that. But the only thing that I would add is I just want to add that we are the community. We are the working class. That is us. So as much as I appreciate street stalls and going out and recruiting, and I want to do that too, I want to see us all, you know, getting involved in our Taras, getting involved in the community organisations that are already there, and injecting those spaces with our politics and making those arguments and those demands and showing people that things can be different, and going right back to basics and say we need a complete transformation, and actually it is possible. And hopefully we can all go away with that energy and get as active and involved as is possible for each of us individually.
Now, when I saw the Daily Telegraph today, it was very scary. Communist plot, takeover of your party. Right. Apparently there's going to be huge disruptions, and it's all organised by the Communist Party of Great Britain. So we thought we'd get Jack Conrad here to tell us about. Did that happen? Was that ever the plan?
No.
Oh, what?
Well, I'm, I don't know what to call myself. Delegate is the wrong word. I was chosen by a sortition. I actually have a number of different names, and I was expecting not to be chosen. Maybe they don't know my birth name. Either way, I was there, well, I got chosen for 2 days. My own impression is really what I expected. That this was going to be a stitch-up, it was a stitch-up. You know, I've heard comrades saying they are so inefficient. They can't organise, the Welkstall and all the rest of it. I disagree with that. I think they are absolutely cynical. These people are very used to organising, and they're very, well, what's the word? They're very experienced in organising a fix, and that's what we saw today. Now, in terms of any conference that I would want to go to, I listen to the debate, we clap, we cheer, and then we do something which should be in the hall. You put your hand up and you vote. And that should have been our conference. And the comrade is right. We won the argument. But we didn't vote. Well, you maybe vote on this. Do we trust them? Do we trust them? Seriously, do we trust them? No, we don't. We've seen the A, B, C choices. I went up to the stall, the name of the party. I don't know who put in what. I said, none of the above. Right? Computer, say no. That's what I was told. I think all the names, to use a bit of Anglo-Saxon, are shit. Right? The choices we were being given are shit. We've all been at the assemblies. We've seen what the membership have been saying in these round tables. The Sheffield one was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I was saying to Tina, you did a brilliant job and you won 3/4 of the vote. She heckled me. I love heckling, by the way. She said, bollocks, we won 100%. 100%.
To allow voting.
To allow voting, right? Which is exactly, you ask any ordinary person, you have a debate, how do you end it? They do it in Parliament, they do it in boards of governors, they do it in boards of directors. It's something that is fundamental to our culture. Votes, binding votes. A couple of other things. I mean, the chair, I feel sorry for the chair. I sort of know her background. She's a nice comrade, and she's been chosen, I suspect, because she's nice, right? She called for a general strike. I don't know if you remember that. Heart's in the right place. But the culture we've got on the left, I think, is dreadful. My own view of culture is that we're going to have a big argument, and we're going to be passionate about it. Some of us are going to be very calm and reasoned. Others of us are going to say, this is what I think, and what you said is wrong, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I've been hearing stuff about, you shouldn't heckle. Now, do you know, seriously, it's a serious question, do you know the origins of the word heckle?
Romans.
No, it's from Dundee jute workers, right? Noisy factory. They elect someone to read out the left press, right? That is a heckler. That is a democratic right. Has anyone read Lenin's collected works in terms of his speeches at Congress, right? There he is, the leader. Well, he's not the leader for a start, right? He's one of a collective leadership. And what you get in these congresses, in Comintern, Bolsheviks, Soviets, is someone like Bukharin says, what a load of rubbish, you're wrong. And Lenin doesn't say, you shouldn't be heckling me, I'm too important. We shouldn't behave in that way. He says, okay, comrade, I'm going to have an argument. And you get some of the best Lenin. The best Lenin is when he's answering criticism, right? And that should be our culture. So we don't want the culture of civility. We don't want the culture, in my view, of you be quiet. You, the left, shouldn't express your feelings. Let alone the culture. I was in the hall, and I can't remember the comrade's name. I've met her on, our SUP meeting, Socialist Unity Platform. The comrade from Socialist Alternative. I don't know if you're here. Claire. She made a brilliant speech. I disagree with Socialist Alternative on this, that and the other, but she made a brilliant speech. And it's only when I went outside and I spoke to the comrades and bought a paper off them, they said she was cut off. She was cut off. The membership could not listen to one of the best speeches that we've had on this Saturday. And that is absolute cynicism. That is a disgrace of democracy. The Comrade was passionate, she was persuasive, and that is a tribute to good, healthy culture. So yeah, more clapping, booing if it's needed, no passion, reason. We need all of that. What we don't need is control freakery. We are not bloody spear carriers. We are not robots to be wound up and sent out. We've got all our own views, and I agree with comrades who are saying, go back, I was going to say, go back to your branches and prepare for the power. That's what I said before. But no, go back to the branches. Do not carry out the witch hunt. If you allow the witch hunt of one organisation or one individual, we'll all follow. And some of those people who are imposing the witch hunt, they will discover that they're a problem too. Witch hunts are poison. What happened with Corbyn, we published a paper under Corbyn, and we used the Pastor Ninemüller poem, and they said, first of all, they came from Stan Keeble. Then they came from Mark Wadsworth. Then they, who will be left? Jeremy. And then they came for me. How true and how sad that was. So to repeat it in his own organisation, that is, well, and it leaves me speechless, and I'm going to finish on that one. Thank you, comrades.
Brings us neatly to our next speaker, the first they came for Lewis.
Well, look, I had hoped, like others, to share experiences and thoughts on the atmosphere and feeling on the conference floor, but I wasn't allowed in. On Friday, I received an email saying I was expelled from your party. I hate to disappoint people in the room, but I saw a report on Twitter that me and Jeremy had a flaming row on the train, and a vision of us hurling insults across the Avanti Northwest with Laura in the middle, crying. That didn't happen, I'm afraid, to let comrades down. For my sins, I saw them on the train, I had a good chat with them. I offered to buy Laura a cup of tea, but the hot water machine wasn't working on the train. So I can't comment on what the atmosphere and what the feeling is like on conference floor, but I'll take the words of others as golden on that. What I want to talk about then is why what's happened on conference floor is paramount for the left, because the stakes are so high. And the stakes are so high not because of what happened on conference floor, it's because of what's happening in British politics. And there are two facts you have to get your head around about British politics at the moment that I think are new to all of us. The first is that the dominant figure in British politics is a man called Nigel Farage. It's possible, and I would say probable, that he's going to be the next Prime Minister of Britain. And I'm not telling anyone anything they don't know here, but we do have to get our head around the fact that if he wins, we are going to see the scenes that we've seen in America. We are going to see masked men of the state sent in to round up our workmates, the people we know in communities, the people we live with, to put them in camps and to deport them. And the Labour government is doing this too, and Obama did it in the States, but Trump's vision and Farage's vision is on a different scale. It's hundreds of thousands. The second fact we have to get our head round is that the man paving the way for Farage, at a rate that I don't think even the wisest future tellers of us could predict, is Starmer. And that Starmer's package of attacking working class living standards, and probably, I think, not to excuse the previous Labour Home Secretaries, but probably some of the most racist language used by the by Labour Home Secretaries, is Shabana Mahmood, is paving the way for it. So therefore, all the debates today, at the conference, in our branches, online, in WhatsApp groups, all of them are about what the left does. And to strike a note of optimism, and don't harangue me for optimism, to strike a note of optimism, cast your mind back to August. Cast your mind back to when 800,000 people had signed up to this thing. Just remember that feeling. Remember the feeling of myself, the people I went to school with, the people I see on a Saturday night who don't go on every demo, they're not part of a far left group, saying, I joined. That thing you've been banging on about, I joined it. I'm joining Jeremy and Zara's thing. People messaging me, rather than me haranguing them. There was excitement across the board. And how do we therefore explain where we are now? How do you go from booking, I think, the big conference centre that holds 13,000, which is where it was supposed to be, the big one, the ACC, to booking the smaller one next door of 1,000? And we can focus on personalities, and people will, I'm sure. It's politics. It's the politics of the Labour Party. We keep saying no Labour Party Mark II. The people who ran the Labour Party are running this party. The unelected clique around Jeremy. So I want to argue that the feeling that gave birth to the 800,000 has not gone away. And some people are joining the Greens. We'll probably all agree the Greens are not the answer. But you can understand why people are. What are we going to do about it then? I want to put forward a number of things, and I'm sure lots of people will disagree with me in the room, but let me put them forward. Number one, I think we do need a united party. I'm for Jeremy and Zara being part of a collective leadership of your party. I've got no illusions in Jeremy Corbyn. I'm sure people think I have got illusions in Jeremy Corbyn. I think that people in this room want to speak to the people who support Jeremy Corbyn. I think we want to be part of the tent with them and talk to them and convince them of why we need a more radical programme. Second thing is, this is the most obvious, we need more democracy, not less. That the reason we've gone from 800,000 to 50,000 paid members to, 1,000 people at the conference? The reason for that is because there's been no democracy. If you signed up for your party, at best you got a few emails, but you never really, until the last moment, got engaged. Got given a feeling that this was your thing. The people at the top are afraid of the membership. We all see 800,000 people as a good thing. I honestly think the people running it see it as a bad thing. They were scared of it. The idea that these people would have a say. So let's get more democracy, not less. Thirdly, I think we should stand candidates wherever possible. And I'm not saying we're going to win them all, but the Socialist Workers' Party, I don't know if she's in the room, Carol, we stood her in Birmingham 2 weeks ago, she got 20% of the vote in a by-election. As an unofficial candidate, it's not earth-shattering, but it shows what's possible. That's without access to the data, no official tweets, no official support, 20% of the vote. Imagine what official candidates could look like. Imagine what your party list in May could look like. Let's do it and stop the Greens sweeping up everything. Fourth point, let's be radical. Let's be radical. Mamdani is not a saint. He went and met Trump. He's part of the Democrats, all the rest of it. We know the criticism. No one has to correct that. But what gave feeling to him is the same kind of thing we want to tap into. An anger at the establishment, a recognition that the left has to build to fight the right, and it shows that insurgent politics can do that. Those four things are not rocket science. What I think people should take from today, from afar, is that I would say 90% of people in your party support them. That's the take home I've got. People want a party that unites the left and involves the SWP and others. People want a party that gets the show on the road. They want a more democratic party, and they want a radical and insurgent one. And therefore, the challenge for us, and no one has the answer straight up, the challenge for us is how do we get out of this room and go and find those 800,000? Let's start with the 50,000. Let's start with 10% of the 50,000. Let's get 5,000 active. That would be a massive difference. So my argument tonight is that out of the conference, we have to learn that the radical left has something to say, as we have in building the movements that made your party possible, Palestine, anti-fascism and all the rest of it. Now we have to try and give a lead If we don't, history will judge us on throwing away this historic opportunity. I think we can seize it.
Very much, Lewis. Our next speaker is Shabir Raka from Counterfire, who actually the person who tried this morning, I think, to challenge the standing orders is a comrade of yours. So well done to Ellie for trying, at least. I think that was a brave attempt to try and instill a bit of democracy.
Thank you very much, and thank you, comrades. I want to start, as others have done, by talking a little bit about the conference and what I think shows sort of the sham of this idea of a new way of organizing. The supposedly more democratic, best thing that's ever happened, reinventing the wheel, which actually, as we know from time and time again, reinforces the undemocratic rule of a clique without our participation. And that has been from everything from the sortition that led to this conference, from the way the conference has been run, from the idea of who the leadership should be. And as Lewis said, today's conference should have been massive. It should have been a statement that brought fear to Keir Starmer and to Farage, that the left are on the scene, that the left that managed to get 800,000 people to sign up is able to have one of the biggest political events this country has seen and unite people around it. And I think it is a massive wasted opportunity that hasn't happened. And I tell you what I'm sick and tired of hearing after today, that this was never going to be easy. We always knew it was going to be messy. Yes, those things are true, but that is now being used as an excuse to cover up for all the things that are being done against our democratic rights and against the party. But I think the discussions that we had, however limited and however stitched up and all the rest of it, did show that the questions of democracy, the opposition to expulsions from the party, had broad support. And if the aim of the leadership by expelling the SWP on the eve of conference was to try and get the revolutionaries out of the room, well then they utterly failed. If they didn't want it to dominate the discussion that happened at conference, they utterly failed. But what was noticeable was the utter lack of politics throughout the conference. There was sort of usual rhetoric around the situation, but very little in developing those ideas, in raising the level of what our political party and political organization can achieve. And there was very little recognition, although some nods towards it, about the mass movement which created the space for this party to exist in the first place. As someone said, today there was a national demonstration for Palestine in London with 100,000 people on the streets. And it is that energy that has created the space for this movement. It is also a reminder that it has been the revolutionary left that have been at the forefront of building those movements on the ground and on the streets and in our communities that have created the space for this party. And it also shows us, I think, that there is a broad constituency for us to be building in. Just the Palestine movement alone, and it's not a just, it is a historic movement, I think is the best example we have of the broadest cross-section, the most diverse layer of working class people in this country who are united in a cause against genocide, who are politically conscious and who are active and organized in their communities. And I think that leads me to what I think we should be trying to achieve out of your party, be that in the debates tomorrow and how we intervene and how we vote on things and the things that we're going to be agitating going forward. And that is that we do need, I think, a broad left party. We need a party that is guided by socialist principles, that has a commitment to ending the cost of living crisis and breaking from neoliberalism. But in the same way that it cannot be exclusionary of the revolutionary left, we don't want it to be a party that sets up red lines to stop the kind of people who would be on a Palestine demo from being part of this party because they don't agree with exactly this or that line. I think identitarian-based purity politics will get us nowhere. as others have said, the stakes are extremely high, and I'm not going to go through them, but we know this. And I think no matter what happens out of this weekend, this party remains our best chance of a left of Labour alternative, of a serious break with Labourism for the first time in 100 years. And we have to take that seriously. And it means that we need to intervene as sharply as we possibly can. And it means we need to be prepared to agitate on these questions, to implement the democracy and the politics that's needed going forward. And it means that I think our goal should be to have a mass party with a simple set of unifying demands and a program that can pull together the wider section of the working class, that can relate to working class people's lives, and that can show that we are an insurgent force that is serious, that is not briefing the press against each other, but is actually serious in challenging the elite. And I think we need to use this party to build the self-organization of working people, to build the movements that are on the streets and taking on the state. And we need to integrate the party in that. And I think going by the feeling of the room today, I think going by the fact, as people have said, that we had 800,000 people signed up, but only 50,000 as members, and less than 10% of that in the conference today. I think these set of ideas, this direction of a radical party that is insurgent, that is rooted in the movements, and that is actually fighting on the streets, is popular, and I think that's what we have to fight to win. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Before we open up the floor, we have one final speaker, my friend and comrade Max Chadley, who's also a supporter of the Democratic Socialists, like I am. Over to you.
Hello everyone, comrades, friends. Sorry, I was just looking for the assorted journalists from the capitalist press. Probably a few people associated with the security services as well. Let's be honest. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, look, I want to ask people in this room, how much did you pay to come up here? Yeah?
We all spent 150 quid. We spent £180,000 coming here.
Right, well I paid 600 of that in train fares and accommodation. I didn't pay £600 to come to a theatrical show or what has actually turned out to be a pantomime. It's quite interesting really, because a couple of weeks ago it was announced that Jeremy Corbyn is going to be playing the Wizard of Oz in a pantomime in Islington. And it's kind of apt really, isn't it? Because it's a fantastic casting when you think about the founding process of this party, which has been entirely smoke and mirrors. It's, you know, the Wizard is, that's what he does. I'm just waiting for the flying monkeys to appear, the Munchkins, well, the Munchkins are his former advisors and everything like that. You know, this has been the thing, you know. A lot of us who've been advocating for more democracy in the party, for socialist politics, you go online and we're all treated as if we're wreckers just because we want the party to be what it was promised to be. But the people who are the ones that are briefing against each other in the press, who are kettling people at regional assemblies into small groups, telling them what they can and can't have, they're apparently the correct people. They're the people that we should all be listening to. Now, I worked with a lot of those people in the Labour Party, right? I worked with a lot of them very closely. I worked on the Second Women Leadership Campaign. I was one of the people in charge of the organising campaign. And to see the way that these people have degenerated politically really breaks my heart, to be perfectly honest, because I was friends with lots of them, right? And they've become the thing that they once very much pledged to destroy. They've become the Labour right. In many cases, they become far worse than them, if we're perfectly honest. The Labour right would have pretended that this whole process had a veneer of sort of democracy. More motions probably would have been presented on conference floor today, and instead, well, it's been a shit show, that's it. And we all deserve better. That's the simple fact. 800,000 people signed up, they expressed interest in joining the party, and through the people at the top's machinations, their disagreements, which all spilled over into the capitalist press, might add. In fact, in some cases reporting their so-called comrades to state institutions and threatening to sue them. There's now only 50,000 people in the park. That's what? I'm terrible at counting. 1 in 40, something like that. I've got any in maths, so. What?
1 in 60.
1 in 60.
16.
1 in 16? See, don't ask me, I'm never going to be in charge of it. So what kind of party do we need? Well, I think what this period has taught us is that we need a properly democratic party. And I think what the lesson has taught us is that if you don't have a democratic party, how can you ever have a democratic society? The two things are entirely interlinked. You know, what we've witnessed over these past few months is the class struggle alive within the party itself. Right? We've been fighting against the ruling class, the self-appointed ruling class, who believe that they're better than you. Not just better than me, most people are better than me, but they're better than you. Right? And how can you entrust it in their hands to aid and abet the liberation of millions of working class people? You can't, because it's not in their interest. It's about their personal prestige. It's about the privileges that they gain as being part of the party bureaucracy. There was a document, I don't know if any of you saw it, there was a document that was leaked in around August time, and they were all offering each other jobs, 100 grand for this, 100 grand for that. They listed a whole list of roles, but the best bit of it, and this is going to make you laugh, right? The best bit of it said, political director, what does your party stand for? And it was the only job that they couldn't fill. The only job that they couldn't fill was the one about what the politics of the party were. Now, I'm quite optimistic for the future. A lot of people accuse me of being negative, but I'm always full of hope. And, you know, looking at this room today, I think the future of the left is actually quite bright. I think that the future of the left is a left that's going to be far more united than it has been, certainly within my life. Whether or not that will come through this party is up in the air. There's still a lot to happen. There's votes that are going to take place. Isn't it bloody stupid, might I add, right? That we've been dragged up here and we can't take a single vote in the conference room. What was the point? I said to a comrade earlier in the Democratic Socialists, why didn't they just do it entirely online and say to people, record a video for a motion, record a video against, bung them up on YouTube, we'll put it on the website, right? It would have cost us fuck all, and more people would have had more of a say in the direction of this party. I got criticised early on in the Feminist Party because I described the whole process in the language of republicanism, right? Because what this conference was really meant to be was a coronation, right? They didn't want there to be a discussion about the leadership model at all. I was told, I've been told that I was wrong to interpret it this way, but I was essentially told that Jeremy was going to be leader for the first 2 years, Zara had to accept it, and then he would stand down and give it to her. Now, personally, I think that's quite patronising. Secondly, what gives him the right to do so? Does he have a divine right to rule over us all? Does he have some kind of divine right to rule over us all? Because he won a Labour leadership election in 2015 and 2016, and what, we're all supposed to look to him for the answers? Like,
And ratted on us as well.
And he ratted on us. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. That's true.
The real JC's at the front.
Yeah, Jack Conrad. Jack Conrad was a real case. Right, but they really did expect this conference to be a coronation. They wanted to put a crown on his head, and we were all going to have to swear an oath of loyalty, and then he would have appointed a court of advisors, which would be made up largely of people that advised him so poorly during his time as local government. And they would be awarded 100 grand a year. Someone would be appointed the sheriff of some province. In fact, I heard Birmingham meeting, the Independent Alliance announced that they were in fact, this Independent Alliance MP is going to control the West Midlands. This one's going to control the North West. This one's going to, fuck it. Like, they're treating it as if it's their own private property. But what all of this has shown is that, the time for a party monarchy is over, just as it's the time for a monarchy in this country is over, right? They're just as bad. What we need and what all future forms of left organisation require is a party republic where everyone's equal and no one's more equal than anybody else. And I think that's what we've got to fight. And we need to start that fight now, and we need to start that fight inside of your party. And then if the monarchy continue to oppress us as the autocrats that they are, we'll continue fighting until we overthrow them, and we have a republic in which the governed govern themselves. Thank you very much.
Thanks, all right. We want this to be a discussion. We didn't want to do a rally. It's got a few people here now, but I think they were all very useful to hear. So we want to now open to the floor, and you don't have to ask questions. You can just talk. 2 or 3 minutes. If you could come to this lantern there at the front. You put your hand up first. Yeah. Sorry, we have to do this. We only have one microphone, so comrades have to come to the front, and then.
I feel like I'm back in university. Everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
So, right. I'll be as quick as I can because there's a lot to get through. There's a lot of comrades that actually want to speak because none of us got to speak at conference. Hey! I don't know if you can tell by my accent from where I'm from. From the north of Ireland or Northern Ireland or whatever you want to call it. But the fact that they said that there cannot be any branches of this party due to self-determination. What self-determination? What vote was called with the Irish people to say they can't join your party? What regional assemblies were called to say we can't join your party? We as individuals in this room, the word sortition, and I refuse to be called a delegate because a delegate is elected. A delegate is from a branch. A delegate is a member that's been trusted by other party members to represent them. None of us have been elected, but they expect us to just kneel over and have a democratic mandate to be unelected for another 4 months. Who thinks that's right? Who thinks that's democratic? Every time, yeah, I'll wrap up. Sorry, politics. A lot of frustration. None of us got to talk. It's ridiculous. I just want to end up on this. If they think we're going to lie down and take the fact that democracy has not had its day, that no one here has had a vote, that we get the vote online. What fucking conference votes online? What conference doesn't allow branches to be set up beforehand? This is my party as much as it's any English person's party, as much as it's any Scottish person's party, or Welsh person's party. They're all equal.
This isn't the best angle.
LGBTQ plus people are being ignored. Trans people are being ignored. Different nationalities are being ignored. And I think it's about time. It's great to see so many people here. And we fight it back every step of the fucking way.
I mean, that's what if you're a delegate, I almost said delegate, if you're an attendee tomorrow, that's the kind of stuff we should be talking about, fuck the agenda. If you get called to speak about stuff like that, why weren't we heard, etc. Next.
Yeah, my name is Robert Clough, and I'm from the Revolutionary Communist Group. I want to say a few things. Firstly, we stand, as we did in the 1970s, in full solidarity with the Irish liberation struggle, and we stand for an independent Ireland. There can be no question of any political organisation organising the occupied 6 counties.
Why should a British organisation stand in the occupied 6 counties of Ireland?
Let him speak,
It's an
come on.
absolutely no answer. I said stay for the
Bit of heckling. Okay, come on then.
Next then, Shirley asks, what kind of party do we need? And that depends on what your objectives are. Right, the form of the organisation of your party was adequate to its aims. Aims which are not new at all. I can remember the same sort of political programme from 50 years ago. 50 years ago, the alternative economic strategy, the notion of a monopoly, anti-monopoly alliance, and so on from the former Communist Party of Great Britain. So the form of organisation, the nature of your party, depends on whether you see the possibility or the need to answer the interests of the working class within a capitalist framework, which is of course what the aim of the political statement that has been approved actually amounts to. If, however, you are in favour of socialism, then you need a different sort of party.
Okay, can you wrap up now, please?
Can I finish? Yeah. Democratic socialism. You see, I don't understand what democratic socialism is. Socialism is the democracy of the working class. It is also the dictatorship of the working class. The two are in dialectical connection. Now, moving forward, it's fairly straightforward. The only basis is on an anti-imperialist basis. And when we talk about anti-Zionism, we have to understand what we mean by it. There is a great difference between standing in support, endorsing, or being silent about the two-state solution and standing for a unitary state. John Rees, yeah, I'll finish on this point. John Rees made the point that he thought it was irrelevant to the formation of your party whether you stood in favour of the two-state solution or a one-state solution. Yeah, that's the difference between having a pro-imperialist standpoint and an anti-imperialist.
Okay, comrade, can you now please thank you. It appears the working class has taken matters into its own hand and has started queuing. Fair enough. I mean, it is democracy in action.
Point of order.
Go on.
Can we not stop that mortification? We have a meeting tomorrow. We need to organise how are we going to act tomorrow.
But also enough speech control so people can, but please, if comrades could keep it on point, but, we don't want to police speech.
Listen, I think we have to recognise that we really got smashed today in this event. It is true that there was a lot of applause and support for socialist positions, but the fact is that as we go into tomorrow, there's no evidence that the party is even going to stand for socialism or for the working class. So we may get a lot of support, but that's not actually translating into any actions. Now, the question is, I think, behind the witch hunts, why are they coming after the left now in this way? It's not because we have differences on the democratic structure of the party. It's because, as the presenter said, there are different class interests at play, clashing with each other inside your party. What are those class interests? On the one hand, you've got the liberal, mushy, Green Party, peace and justice, raw no hard lines, politics, and on the other hand, you have those who want to fight for a radical socialist party. So the question is, how do we respond to that? Nowhere was that clearer than when they said today, while expelling the SWP and dragging RCG members out of the Corbyn rally last night, what did they do today? They proposed dual membership for members in the Green Party. Just everything about what they want to do. So the question is, how do we do it? Now, we in the Spartacist League, we will fight for democratic measures, but we don't think that's the real problem. The real problem is we have to fight on a clear socialist basis. We have to fight for this party to be anti-Zionist and make no compromises with Zionists. If you want to do that, you belong in the Labour Party. We have to fight for it to be solidly pro-working class, because if you don't want to support strikes, you can go to the Green Party or to some parts of the Labour Party.
Thanks,
But this is not what our party stands for.
Okay. Can you wind up now, please?
Lastly,
Please.
I want to
Look
say
at the queue.
it
Come
is
on,
not
comrade.
enough to support Zara Sultana, to support these demands. You also have to be willing to fight for them in your party, which means not accepting unity with the likes of Corbyn, who are literally trying to throw us out.
Okay, thank you, comrade. You're not from this party,
I'm a member of the Socialist Party in Ireland, and I was actually going to withdraw after the previous comrade. I was actually going to withdraw after the previous comrade from the North spoke, but then I felt I had to speak because, to be honest, I'm quite sickened by being lectured by English people about our right to self-determination this weekend. So currently the draft constitution which is going to conference declares that the party will not organise in the north of Ireland. There were amendments put forward by socialists from the north to amend that to say that we should organise in the north. Just to say, thousands of people in the north joined Labour under Jeremy Corbyn because they were enthused by the politics of the north.
We should not.
Okay. Again, let the Irish people speak.
You get the right side of Ireland.
So currently we have a draft constitution which would allow us to be members but would deny us the rights to organise. The constitution, of course, does recognise self-determination for Scotland and Wales, but also affords them the right to organise. That's being denied to members in the north of Ireland. Now, I'm not surprised, and I completely understand that many people in this room will disagree with me about your party organising in the north of Ireland, and that's fine. And I'm not going to use time now because I don't have it to convince you otherwise. But I would have liked to have had the chance to convince you from the conference floor. And what I would say, I'm very aware that many amendments that were guillotined today, and that was only one of them. But what I would say is that I would ask comrades, even those who disagree with us on the question of your party organising in the north of Ireland, to defend our right, to actually have a democratic discussion around that and to be granted real self-determination.
Going forward, I think one role the Socialist Unity Platform could play is actually organise discussions like that, where we can actually properly, without heckling, but actually discuss things. Yes, not ballots, we have to learn to disagree with each other, and if you can't do it, then you shouldn't participate. Don't shout each other down.
Hi, comrades. I'm Klaus. I'm member of Die Linke from Germany, also member of Socialist Unity in Germany. And I can tell a lot of not that nice things about the Linke in Germany, but I can tell one very good thing. It's a formally, democratically organized party from below, with one person, one vote, where you can really change things. We have all kinds of apparatus, bureaucracy, parliamentary, we all have that, I know, but you can change stuff and you can fight for it. And Die Linke really has changed over the last month because of the influx of tens of thousands of young members trying to turn it into a fighting instrument. And you might have followed the debate on Israel-Palestine, on the Gaza genocide in Germany, where parts of Die Linke are supporting Israel, etc. But there has been really a fight inside the party and still going on from the young members to get the party active against the genocide and mobilize them. And so the party really has changed, and it's still a reformist party, no problem. I have no allegiance in that, but I think what I see from this conference, it's really difficult to judge it from the outside, the conference of your party. But if it comes into existence in any way, that we have, or you have the possibility in the branches, in the regions, to fight to turn it into a socialist class fighting party. So in that sense, even if I found it really strange how the leadership acted, but you still have some possibilities to work on it. If it comes into existence, we have enough possibilities to return it into socialist and class fighting party. Thanks.
Klaus, you forgot one important thing about the link, I used to remember as well. They have platforms, open tendencies, open platforms. Comrades can
dual membership.
Dual membership, that's right. The whole left pretty much is involved in the Linke in Germany, and it's welcome. I've used the Linke as an example, actually.
Many dual members with the German Communist Party as well, the DKP.
Yeah, well, not sure if I think they're outside, but it's an important lesson we can learn. We should fight for platform and tendencies. Rebecca.
Yeah, hi, Rebecca, Works Power. Yeah, I think it's obvious to all of us that this battle over democracy is a fight about what the party is for. Is it a party that is organising, it needs a passive membership, one that's easily controlled, is preparing for power, it's preparing to take over the management of this system. So it's one that's preparing to make compromises, which, when it's compromises on things like British imperialism, when it's compromises on things like the cost of living crisis, cuts, privatisation, implementing cuts, making us all poorer, that's betrayal. If you're preparing to do something like that, if you're preparing to take that sort of power and be that sort of party once again, and we've been through this in the Labour Party, had these battles over whether you do no cuts budgets, over whether what you think of Trident, what kind of stand you're going to take when you're under pressure. We've been there before, and democracy was ripped out from under us. What little democracy we had in Labour, in Momentum, was taken away then as well. So we've been here. And the battle is about whether we want that kind of party with stage-managed memberships, or whether we want the kind of party that can actually challenge the injustices in this system, that can fight for socialism. And that requires a party of struggle. And that needs the kind of democracy that we're all fighting for today, with empowered branches that aren't just going to wait for the next election in a few years' time to do something, but are actually going to campaign now about migrants' rights, around Palestine, around the cost of living crisis. So I think that for us going back to our localities after this conference, it's important to remain organised, really important to remain organised together. But I think the most important thing we can do is link those two issues, that if we want to get our branches fighting here and now around those issues and not just thinking about 2026 or 2028, then this question of democracy is intrinsically linked to that, and that's how we can persuade the many thousands of people who are not in this room why this fight for democracy is so important, the potential and the future of this party. And it's not an abstract issue, it's about the struggles that they want to win.
Thanks, I also think we should stop saying proto-branches. We're not branches, aren't we? Even if we're not officially recognised. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Hannah. I was one of the lucky few that did actually speak today. I spoke about branches having power and autonomy, and the finances effectively being transferred to branches, who's 50% of funding. We know that when we do speak to our ideas, they are incredibly popular in the room, and unfortunately there were some people who were kind of quite, not necessarily on side, but I think the vast majority were in the room. And in terms of practice of democracy, we tried that already today, so I don't know if many of you knew. We actually, a big group of us, probably about 50 of us, about 12:30 did go to this secret room at the back with the point of order room. Sorry, I just find it so ridiculous. With the secret room to ask them to allow us to put our points, that amendments that they had secretly removed, that no one could discuss, that were key points to why we need this socialist party. Things like workers' wage, dual membership. These are really key questions we needed to discuss. They took it away, they didn't allow us to discuss it. We went back to the stage, we went back at the end, a big group of us, and they wanted to escort our security at the end We wanted to demand to speak to the chair to say this is not good enough. We need to speak to these amendments. These are key things that we need for our party. And again, we were escorted out. There were people at the morning who tried to intervene with counted by well done comrades for trying to do that. What are we going to do tomorrow? Are we going to have a repeater today where we go and beg and say, please, can we just go and discuss things? Why are you taking democracy away? We need this democracy now. So what are we going to do tomorrow?
I'm just going to echo Hannah. It's my first time I speak here in anything like this, so I'll be slow but very brief. We cannot leave this room without an action plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day of the life of the left. It's going to define how the left, where the left is going to go. We need to leave this room with an action plan that's organised, that we all follow, and that we make an impact, so that on Monday, the newspapers say membership declares stitch up.
Hello, comrades. I will start by just thanking all the contributions from the panel and the floor. I think everything that's been said has been very important to hear. I'm going to continue this kind of new mood of thinking about how do we respond to the situation. I have a proposal. I believe in the collective intelligence. Here it's individual intelligence, so this is an idea. I don't think it's the idea, just to get the ball rolling. And I think a two-pronged strategy might be effective, where on the one hand, the organised left coordinates speakers and floods the main hall and delivers a consistent message constantly throughout the entire day. On the other hand, something like an assembly, something like the conference we would have wanted, is organised, it's just spontaneously organised in the other room. That's it, I just propose, I just want us, the feelings and the principles, I think we're all broadly in agreement, and now it is time to talk about what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Before I bring in, Comrade Sophie has a suggestion as well.
A few of us have mentioned that we need an action plan for tomorrow, and I think it was briefly mentioned, you just said that we need one, and Tina, you mentioned right at the start, I don't know if the guy's gone, who made the very first speech contribution from the floor, and I think Tina, you suggested perhaps we could organise here before everybody leaves, and then on our WhatsApps, that every time somebody is called, that we use that opportunity to quite diligently stick to the topic of anti-democracy, silencing those who aren't here, etc. But it would just need a commitment from everybody here, and I'd like to put that out there as a proposal before we leave tonight.
Yeah, we should repeat it, quite right, over and over and over to get the message across.
Jeremy from Southern Branch, not Proto, and Workers' Power. I'm not going to talk about conference, but I am going to talk about the future. Lewis, you said earlier that you would think it was okay if Jeremy Corbyn was part of the collective leadership. Fine, except, let's be honest, we are in a battle to the death with a bureaucracy that actually wants to destroy democracy inside our party. And the first thing that you need to know about a battle against bureaucracy is you need to build a force that is capable of acting independently of that bureaucracy when they choose to go for the kill. So what we're doing in London is, a couple of weeks ago we had 17 delegates from branches meeting together and 2 further delegates from student branches meeting together, and we are planning to have a London Assembly in February with branch delegates and motions and amendments and votes in the hall, because we know what those delegates vote for. Now I just say, if they give us the data to build the branches, good. But also collect your own data. Copy the data. Make sure that the people who give you your data give you permission to use it for the purpose of political activity under the banner of your party or whatever it is called. So I think we've got to take those steps, because they're not going to stop. Jeremy Corbyn 1 month after he was elected leader of the Labour Party, he put out a notification to every member saying all councillors must pass legal, i.e. austerity, cuts, budgets. And if you fail to do that, you will be expelled. This isn't Carrie Murphy, this is Jeremy Corbyn's politics. And we've got to wake up to that. And the final thing is, just to the young fella down there, is broad party, broad left party, broad church party. Look, if that means that we have to give concessions time and again to the right wing, we will end up like the Labour Party. We need a socialist party.
We're starting to run out of time, so warning to the speakers, if you could focus, think of what we do tomorrow, where do we go tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. That would be good, and your responses.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles. I'm from the Revolutionary Communist Group. I'd just like to say a couple of things. Any party, any political party has to have a clear goal about what it stands for, right? Zara Sultana has actually articulated this very well. She says we have to be anti-Zionist, anti-racist, and anti-imperialist, and pro-trans. He's very clear on that. Jeremy Corbyn, on the other hand, who people are putting forward as a potential leader, has not been that clear. He has not said anything about being anti-Zionist. In fact, he has condemned the Palestinian resistance as terrorists. The comment you just spoke reminded us how he implemented austerity when he was leader of the Labour Party. So this is not about the faction around Corbyn, it is about Corbyn himself. He has reactionary politics, he is pro-Zionist, he doesn't support BDS, doesn't support sanctions on Israel, he supports Israel's rights to exist, he supports Israel's two-state solution, which is an imperialist solution, right? If you go through his whole politics, he's a reactionary. So what your party or what the membership should be saying clearly is we want the politics that has been articulated by Zara Sultana. We're anti-racist, anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist, not the Jeremy Corbyn politics. Otherwise, it will be another Labour 2.0. For those people advocating having a branch in the north of Ireland, maybe you should also advocate having a branch in Somaliland where the British have troops, and a branch in Kenya where the British have troops.
Okay, two more speakers, sorry comrades, we can take two these more speakers and we run out of time. Sorry comrades, we need to sit down please, or stand up.
Thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. I know comrades probably want to get drunk at the pub. What I think has been echoed time and time again here, and what I will say is, honestly, fuck them. Nothing in this today has been voted for. Nothing today was decided by anyone in this room. I'm a lottery winner, right? I'm a glorified lottery winner. No one voted for me. No one said that I represent their politics. What I want us to do tomorrow, and what I want us to do today, the day after, is we go home to our ranks, we do what the Sheffield comrades beautifully did, we organise what we want to see. We organise what we want to see, true democracy. And if they tell us we're not doing it right, if they tell us we're not doing it right, if they try to set up an official branch or whatever, if they tell us we're proto-branches, that we don't have a voted right to rule or whatever, we tell them to shove it where the sun doesn't shine, because neither are they. Tomorrow, I'm in complete and total agreement with comrades who say we need an organised response to the bureaucratic stitch-up that was, and make no mistake, this is war on the left, absolute and total war on the left. They will not stop until all of us are passive or expelled. And so we must wage war in return, wage war on the floor, wage war with comrades who haven't been convinced yet, wage war by convincing, show them the power of democracy. I'm open to hear suggestions and such, but I think I'm in general agreement with the idea of holding our own separate branch or conference or whatever you want to call it. Conference?
Parallel conference.
Parallel conference, yes. Not a split. I'm not that Trotskyist. Yes, a parallel conference where we show the membership how we would like things done and show them how much better it is. Thank you.
Well, we're kind of doing it here today as well, aren't we? That's the last speaker from the floor. Sorry, comrades, I'm running out of time.
Okay, so one thing related to one thing related to proceedings of tomorrow, and another thing that's tangentially related about the future and where we go from here. First thing is that I think it should be open to discussion whether you want to hold a parallel conference or whether you actually want to engage in some form of disruption. Because if we engage in a parallel conference, the optics of it might be nice in the sense that you're going out and you're protesting there, but then it doesn't really look like any measurable dissent, because on YouTube what people are going to see is a very compliant conference happening inside. So I think we should have some discussion about whether we do that or whether we actually start heckling and being very naughty as second thing is obviously it's a bit disappointing the direction in which things are going, because being from Norwich, where in fact being electoralist makes no sense at all, and Great Yarmouth being Rupert Lowe's constituency, we were really hoping that this party kind of acted as some form of activist infrastructure. We were hoping that this party, something regarding these finances for the branches would go into supporting parallel institutions that would exist in the absence of the state, like Socialist parties of all of the Black Panthers. We were also hoping, because of the intensified anti-immigration, anti-migrant action as well as anti-asylum seeker action, that we would see some form of direct action being endorsed by the party, as RSS once indicated. Now, when by all indications, it seems like that's not the party we're going to get. So, yeah, I mean, that's all we have to say, but I do hope we get that kind of party.
Thank you very much, Corey. We're now going back to the speakers from the top table. A couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes each, and if you can, the focus of where we're going now. Mike.
Thanks, comrades. Well, I think tomorrow, remember first of all that Zara will be speaking at the conference tomorrow afternoon. I think it would be a mistake if we're outside of the hall having a parallel conference. I think we've had a lot of success today in pushing them back, as I said earlier, not as downcast as some of the comrades. I think we should be talking in the conference about what we're going to do when we get back. We should be talking about we're setting up branches, we're standing in elections, we're going to build a party. They need to get a clear message from us that we are here to stay, that we have a plan, and we're going to carry it out. Democracy is not a luxury. To get socialism, democracy is a necessity, and we have to be part of that plan. I tell you who would be delighted if we walked out and had a parallel conference tomorrow, Carrie Murphy and the Brigade, because they would then be able to try and run things better for themselves. We're better staying there and fighting and putting across our class ideas. There is already a network of proto-branches and comrades across the country in your party connections. It's already had a regional assembly in Birmingham, a national assembly. We can have a bigger one later on, early next year. But let's organise within the framework of our party, because we want to make it our party. We have elections to stand for. We win the elections, and then we take it from there. They then have the choice whether they stay or not.
Thank you. Yeah, similar thoughts as I've I've already said, I do think it would be a mistake again to organise a parallel conference. Although I do think that could be done at a later date. Just as an addition to what's been said about why, I think we've also got to think about our comrades who are watching from home, who will only see the streams from the official conference. And the people that we are also directing this anger and frustrations at, we need them to see it. You know, we do want to be united. Whilst we think that they've made many, many mistakes, it would be a mistake on our part to think that we can do this entirely without them. There is a reason why Jeremy Corbyn attracted so many people, and why big name figures like Zara Sultana and the other MPs also attract a lot of people. They get a lot of media time. So we need to be directing our frustration at them. So I would again propose that we organise collectively some kind of, it doesn't have to be the same speech, but keeping to the same points to make it clear that we are organised in the room, so that there's no way, they can't shut off the live stream for the whole day, because there's no way that anybody else is under any doubt that we are united together. You know, we are going to stand up for our comrades in the SWP and whoever's going to come next, and that we are going to say that actually this was not how we wanted our party to be run and managed in the future. So I really do think we need to be clear that we've organised it here, and that we need to be on the same page in every single speech, and everybody who's been sortitioned is a lottery winner, as you say, is putting their hand up, ready to speak, no matter how nerve-wracking you think that is. If we're all on the same page, we're saying the same thing, I do think that makes that clear, and that's my proposal for tomorrow.
I mean, I think that's the right approach. Tell me one. I'm okay. Okay, Jack Conrad, I think that's the right approach. Look, if we try to organise a parallel conference, we put ourselves outside, right? And what's been good today for me is precisely, I don't know who the hell you are, comrades, but I've been listening to comrades, one after the other, getting up and saying, I don't know whether in the SWP, Socialist Alternative Socialist Party, I don't know what they're in, but I'm clapping, I'm cheering, because they say I oppose the witch hunt. And the witch hunt at the moment might be the SWP. As you said, tomorrow it'll be the Socialist Party, the next day it will be the CPGB, the day after it'll be the Democratic Socialists. It will be anybody who opposes them. So the more we say that, the better. They will try to silence us. They will try to say, you're not talking on subject. Let them silence us. That will get a message across to those back home. I want to vote in the conference. I didn't know that people were being cut off. But at home, that sends a powerful message. Is it a technical hitch? Our press will tell people that this person was censored, silenced, and they will be disgusted. We will reproduce what those comrades say. We will circulate it on social media. We'll put it in the left press. So they're making a mistake in terms of hearts and minds. Last point. When the comrades talk about branches that is absolutely the right thing to do. Ignore what they are doing. Bring the SWP in, right? But I'll tell you this, last point. The left needs to debate. I disagree with the comrade in terms of Ireland. But the passion I think is great. But precisely, we on the left need to get back to debate, right? Back to arguing with each other. Listening maybe to each other. Because if we don't talk to each other, the chances of a united action are nil. So talk to us, talk to the whole left, all of the left, and then we can unite and we can have democratic votes. It doesn't bind anyone to anything, but that is a good culture. So yeah, keep hammering away, use every opportunity. If they silence you, we'll make sure, the left unitedly, will make sure you aren't silenced. That is a big, big positive message that we can get over, not only to the 50,000, but the 800,000 and millions beyond. There's the socialists, and we are united.
Take videos tomorrow when we know is a lefty speaking. Video it, put it out so we know it's happened. Louis.
Thanks everyone who spoke, and good luck to everyone for all the different endeavours that people spoke about. What do we do next? Firstly, let's understand what we're living through is the biggest crisis of capitalism since the 1930s. What that's creating is a political crisis which is moving at a speed we haven't seen since the 1930s. How else do you explain a Starmer government that has a landslide in the House of Commons but can win 11% of the vote in Carefully, the land of Keir Harding, or who's seen its vote hemorrhage across the country? What we're seeing in Britain is a new right, a right we've never seen in this country before. We've never seen a far-right party at 30% of the polls. We've never seen fascists put 150,000 on the streets, but we're also seeing a new left. We're seeing 800,000 people join your party. We're seeing the biggest movement for Palestine, one of the biggest movements in British history, and some of that feeds into Polanski and the Greens for all our criticisms of them. Okay, so what do we do as socialists? We have to think, how do you have ideological clarity? How are you hard on the question of Ireland, Gaza, trans rights, understanding capitalism? But how do you apply it to this situation? How do you try and apply it, and how do you reach people outside your organisation? And our argument, what we're saying, is we have to do our best to build an anti-fascist and anti-racist movement, because like Germany in the 30s, if people look back at this moment and the left didn't step up and build an anti-fascist movement, history will judge us, but we also have to build and shape that new left. And it's unfortunate that that new left is led by people whose politics we all have criticisms of. That isn't because of the failures of the radical left. This is how reformism works. Reformism has a basis in working class consciousness. So we have to get stuck into the debate. It's an unlevel playing field. The referee is against us. It's biased. The football pitch is uneven. Whatever cliche and analogy, but the test of revolutionaries is to get stuck in. And you get stuck in with making political arguments, with the sharpest politics, but it's also proof in practice. What do you do? How do you try and build the movement, the branches we're talking about, stand candidates, and try and create facts on the ground? That's what the test will be. The debates are important, but the real test will be out there.
Firstly, I'm looking forward to letting John Rees know that he lives in the minds of the LGBT rent-free. I'm about to make myself very popular, but I want to dispel this myth that Jeremy is reactionary and Zara is progressive, because it's absolute bollocks. I think people should be reminded of the fact that when we had the first national demonstration for Palestine in October 2023, a week after the genocide began, it was Jeremy who was the single MP who supported that demonstration and came and spoke at it when it took Zara 9 days to even mention that Palestinians were being killed. And I don't say that to have any illusions in Jeremy, but we're talking about two reformist politicians who've made mistakes. And that is why they have pulled together mass enthusiasm behind the project that they are both at the head of, and both of them should be part of a collective leadership of that party. Yes, we need more democracy. Yes, it can't be left to just them or the clique who are currently running the party, but they should absolutely be a part of it. There was criticism to what I said about the party being a mass, broad party. We have 100 socialists in a room. We had 20 minutes of discussion and we found every single thing that we disagreed upon. We need a party that appeals to the millions of working class people, not the ones who sign up to everything that is in our individual group manifestos. That's the kind of party I want to build. I want to be part of a party that is building the struggles on the streets. Because I tell you what, no matter how good your party is, it's not going to fix the problems in our society. That will come from the self-organization of working people. And your party can play a part in doing that, but it is up to us to unite in that party, to bring working class people to that party, and ultimately to organize them where it matters on the streets.
I agree with the plan for tomorrow. There is no sense in having a parallel conference. Why run away from where people are gathering to discuss? What we should do is in every vote and every discussion, every single one of you, put your hands up. One of us will get picked, speak, and make our voices heard. And if we do that, and we stay united, and we stop finding the little things we disagree on, then we can win. Thanks.
Look, I'm going to be quick because I actually want to hand over my time to a comrade from the Democratic Socialists to read out what we're planning on doing tomorrow. But before I do, I just want to take a moment of your time. I think it's undeniable that inside of our party over the past few months, it's very much been a hostile environment for our trans comrades. The group's been set up with the Trans Liberation Group. You can go on transliberationgroup.co.uk. I urge you all to go and sign up there and to support them in their struggle for their liberation inside our party and inside our movement and inside our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Conrad. I think we're in agreement, at least we are, that we think the most effective option to do is to not leave tomorrow, but to engage on terms that are beneficial to us, on the ground that we are most able to win on. What is that? That is the question of workers' wages for MPs. It is the most successful, when it was removed from the Your Party website, it was the most successful motion. It is the motion they refuse to engage on, because it clearly says the difference between the radical left and the central left, or the centrist. It is our differentiator. So, earlier today, DSYP comrades, about 50 or so of them, brought a motion to the Standing Orders Room to request that it was added to the agenda for discussion. This was denied. They were told by the end of the day that it would be talked about in conference today about adding it to the motion. This has not happened. So what we are proposing to do instead is tomorrow we have prepared a speech that we would ask members to deliver whenever they have the opportunity to go up to the mic. A speech that lays out that this is an issue that members voted for, the members wanted to happen, and that has been denied to them the opportunity to discuss and vote on. This is a motion that has been put forward by us as the Islington Proto branch and has been endorsed by the entire executive committee of the DSYP. We would ask again. In the room, we have James, who delivered a speech today, and Anna Hida. They will be also looking to get up there and start the speech. We have myself, Neil, and Juan, who are available outside to try and coordinate this action. We think this is our best opportunity to force them into a discussion on sort of the democratic basis of conference, right? Do members actually have a say in setting the agenda or not? Do members have a say in the issues that should be discussed about in conference or not? I think if we bring this and we make them confront, we either make them accept the discussion, at which point I think it's an easy motion for us to push, or they have to deny it. They have to shut down the debate and show that this is an undemocratic farce. I would ask all of you to please read the provided documents that we will be providing, and if you get the chance tomorrow, to take it onto the stage. Thank you.
Thank you all, comrades. I think we had a really good discussion. Lots of good ideas for how to move on. Good idea. Also, Sophie's idea, similar idea. You know, when you get up, just speak about what you want to speak about. You know, don't worry about what's on the agenda. We need to say that this was a stitch up, and we want to talk about our issues. A conference at the beginning of the year, that's something we should look at. You know, the branches getting together, and now nobody's listening anymore. And I'll just shut up. Good night. If you want to be in touch with the Socialist Unity Platform, leave your number and email at the front, outside.
How do you find it? Sorry? How do you find it? Thank you, Gina.